Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Villain? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Rain spiraled down the gutter as children gazed out the window, oblivious to the lesson praying the rain would pass before they had to leave. Bakugo, in his typical standoffish natural, merely sneered at the rain as if challenging it. His cronies did the same. Yet there was one boy who was not worried. A boy who didn't care about rain or sleet or wind. The boy was Izuku Midoriya, the boy whose legs dangled aimlessly of the bridge. Midoriya didn't care about the rain. Instead he saw comfort from it as he watched it trickle down the riverside, freely following its own path. Compared to Izuku, they had a choice to go the direction they wanted. Where they could go. His jade-green hair lightly moved as the breeze swept past him, knocking the paper he held clean out of his hand. Shit. Izuku attempted to reach it, but merely watched as it glided down and landed in the river below. He watched as it collapsed under the river weight. Well, there was no recovering that. But who was he to care? He had no reason to explain his actions. Or his choices. It was like his actions backfired at every chance. Like when he tried to save Bakugo from the Villian but only made things worse for the heroes. Or the time when he tried to stand up for a young scared boy but was floored and assaulted, without protecting the boy. He laughed at the thought that he could help anyone anymore. No matter what, he would always be the weak, quirkless Deku. Life would move on with him being stationary, reaching for a dream that was never his to have. Not that I could do anything anyway. Bakugo was right. He couldn't do much for anyone. But his treatment of Izuku was undeserving, right? All he tried to do was be like Bakugo. He admired him, given his faults, almost to the degree where he held All Might. Yet he slapped him in the face and mocked him for his dreams. And All Might didn't even try. He just gave a cold answer and left the boy on the rooftop, in awe of his bluntness. All Might was worshipped by Izuku. And he looked down on him like he was a child. At least Bakugo noticed his dreams. Or knew who he was. Not that anything good came of that. He shifted slightly, ignoring the gazes or the whispers as people passed him. He wondered, why did I ever want to be a hero anyway? Did he want to help people? Did he want to make the world better? Did he want fame and fortune? What was it that made him want to be a hero anyway? If heroes were so great, why did all of them turn away from him? Why didn't they try to help him? If they are really heroes, why can't they save him? His phone let out a muffled buzz. He picked it up and looked at the message. Mom, the school phoned me, where are you? Of course. He put his phone down and looked back out onto the river. With his phone buzzing in the background, he had a thought. If I fell, what would happen? Who would care? Bakugo? His mom? His dad? Would he care as he plummeted? Maybe then heroes would care, he chuckled sarcastically. He felt a single tap on his shoulder, to which he whirled around. There at the base of his back stood a man with a black hoodie, with steely blue hair poking out from the sides. Yeah. I heard what you said. The man's smile shifted. Hesitation spelled in Izuku's mind. Come with me a second, I want to talk. Tell me, if you change something, what would it be? Izuku's head shot up in confusion. Slightly swaying on the swing, he cocked his head, questioning the man. In return, the man simply shrugged. Izuku didn't know his name, nor his age or what he could possibly want with him. He didn't even know why he followed him to this park. If I could change something? The man simply nodded, almost childishly. I would change our dependency on heroes. The stranger eyes slightly widened, a grin slightly peeking in the corners of his chapped lips. A smile that sent shivers down Izuku's spine. It looked strange. Abnormal. And why is that? Well, heroes nowadays only care about recognition. Izuku gritted his teeth in spite, in memory of the day he met his childhood hero. They only care about money or fame or fan pages. They don't give a damn about how others feel. They look down on the weak and scorn any hopes they had of becoming like them. I wish people just had the guts to realize it and stand up for themselves, rather than relying on selfish people dealing in their own interest. Izuku head bowed, almost in a state of despair. Not like that will happen though. What if you could? Izuku jerked his head up in surprise. Any other person would have simply laughed or disagreed with his statement. Yet here was this man, agreeing and proposing him the impossible. What are you saying? The stranger gave a wider grin, his chapped lips slightly breaking in joy. Why not change it? It's easy to change the game if you know what sides to join. Izuku stood up suddenly, giving the man a shock. This isn't a game. Izuku shouted, conscious of any people that may be near that could hear him. You can't change an entire society. Hell, why are you telling someone like me this? Izuku fell defeatedly. Why are you asking a quirkless nobody like me? The stranger looked shocked at his outburst, not to mention his lack of quick. He paused and held out a hand, for fingers extended. Quirk or not, you have potential that doesn't need quirks or power. Izuku pulled himself up, using the man as leverage. My name is Shigaraki. I'm proposing an idea to you. The childish demeanor made Izuku frown. What potential did he have? One that didn't require a quirk. I'm in charge of a league who is trying to change the world. But I need information which we, quite frankly, don't have. Shigaraki beamed brightly. I want you to obtain information while I deal with the rest. Izuku looked in awe and confusion. Information? About what? And what was this league that was trying to change the world? Shigaraki looked at the boy, realizing his confusion. You don't need an answer now. He turned swiftly. Meet back here in a few days. Then I want you answer. Izuku shook in shock and absurdity as the man turned his head back round. Whether you want to join the League of Villains. The blaring of Izuku's alarm sounded and rang throughout his room. With a slight heave of his body, he whacked his hand down on the buzzer, shutting it off. Izuku yawned, wiping the sleep from his eyes. As he gained his mind back from his peaceful sleep, he recounted what occurred the day before. It was just after the meeting with Shigaraki. Izuku sat covered by a all-might blanket on his bed, gripping his shoulders in thought. His room was covered wall to wall in all-might merchandise which he collected over the years. If he took it down, his mum would question him. After all, he had loved All Might his whole life. His mother reprimanded him for skipping school, to which Izuku replied half-heartedly and went to his room. Izuku had no idea how to react to what had just occurred. Join a League of Villains? He had never heard of a league like that. And what information did they need? They would have no way of knowing about his hero analysis. They met a few hours ago. Questions swirled his mind and he fell asleep. While putting on his middle school uniform, he considered their offer. What would happen if he did accept? Would he become a villain? What would they make him do? Not only was his mind on the league or whatever it was, but also Bakugo. He's gonna murder me. He chuckled. Izuku knew that he missed a day off school, which may or may not have pissed the pretentious, self-assured a-hole. Maybe he should join this league, not me. Izuku left his godforsaken room and went to the dinner table. His mother frowned at him as she gave him his breakfast. You will go to school today, right? I don't have to drop you off to make sure. She spoke with a sense of intimidation. No, I'll go. I just wasn't feeling well enough to go to school and I didn't want to worry you. Well, answer your phone next time, please. I will, Izuku said, beaming. After finishing his breakfast, he put on his shoes. I'm leaving. Love you. Love you too, sweetie. With that, Izuku closed the door and headed to school, paying close attention as to avoid the path that Bakugo would take. He really didn't want to deal with him today. Luckily, Bakugo was later than usual, turning up to first period a few minutes late, merely giving a hand a wave when faced by the teacher's questions. Izuku looked up at Bakugo, only to be met with a sneer and a threatening look. Izuku knew he was screwed. He bowed his head back down, almost praying for a savior of some kind. I'm asking where the F, you were shit nerd. Bakugo practically yelled toward the shivering boy. Izuku was doing everything to ignore him. Avoid eye contact. Do anything to not be attacked again. This only seemed to piss Bakugo off even more. He always had a short temper, but today he really seemed like he was going to end whoever's crossed his path. I wasn't feeling well, Kakin. That's bullshit. You and I know damn well you were trying to get out of coming here. Trying to avoid me, Deku? No. I wasn't well enough to come in, okay? This wasn't a complete lie. Izuku didn't think his brain could take being there any longer, which this was merely proving. His reply was met with a smack on the desk, accompanied by a small explosion, leaving a dark circle on the already scarred desk. Izuku jumped slightly in his seat. "You Deku, I don't even know what you're doing here anymore. Don't you see that no one wants a shit-faced crybaby like you here? Go take you damn dream and throw it of the building. Better yet with you with it. Not like anyone would care." Bakugo turned to the door, going to meet up with his friends for lunch. "Remember Deku, you're nothing compared to me." Then he left. Left the shivering boy in his misery. "Maybe you're right, Kaken." Izuku looked up out the window. "No one would care. Especially the heroes you admire so freaking much." Izuku rose, approaching the window, conveniently facing the park where he first met Shigaraki. His shivering calmed, his thoughts reconnected. This damn society where people find safety in prejudice. Gripping the window silk tightly, he threw his head up, almost in defiance. He had the chance to change it. Physically he could do nothing. However, what if he could help another way? Information was easy to gather, right? Who cares what information? Who cares who Shigaraki was or if he was even trustworthy? Better than this damn place, that's for sure. Shigaraki had given him a chance to save the world from the corrupt hero syndicate. Saturday he would meet Shigaraki and give his answer. He would change everything. The light taping of a pen hitting his hand echoed in Izuku's thoughts as he thought about what to write. It became clear to him that there was a possibility of no return from what he was about to do. He may never face anyone he loved again. The blank pages that lay in front of Izuku taunted his inability to let go. To say goodbye to the one person he considered to be family. He wrote letters similar to this but merely as an apology, not as a goodbye. He couldn't even put the pen to the paper. How would his mother react? She was some ways, to put it kindly, weak-willed in some attributes. Though, when his father left to go on a business trip, she was strong for Izuku, being the rock that kept him from collapsing. How could he leave someone like that? Of course there was the consideration that he could stay. He could refuse to join the league and lead a standard life. He could become a detective or a support gear manufacturer. He could still be a hero from the sidelines. Once again the work hit him. Heroes. The word sent shivers up Izuku's spine in spite as he, once again recounted his encounter with All Might and the heroes who reprimanded him for trying to save Bakugo. Izuku's knuckles paled as he clenched his fist tightly, as if trying to release pent-up frustrations. This was what he had to do. He put the pen down, not being able to even start the note, and hoped onto his bed. He would figure it out tomorrow. Friday came quickly, though it dragged on for what seemed like days. Izuku's encounter with Bakugo yesterday seemed to not satisfy the blonde's frustrations. Altercation after altercation, even within the classroom as the teacher was attempting to lecture. And with Bakugo's little dogs behind him today, unlike yesterday, it made things a lot more extreme. For you see, as barbaric as Bakugo is, he has boundaries. Sure, the boundaries are there so he doesn't ruin his chances of getting into UA, but they are there nonetheless. But Bakugo's cronies had no aims to getting into UA. So they didn't care about reputation or repercussions for their actions. And with the ever-loving aim to please impress Bakugo, they had it out for Izuku, the person Bakugo hated for reasons even they didn't know. So because of this, Izuku was left walking home with a bruised cheek and limp, which he attempted to conceal to his mother. Usually that kind of injury would heal overnight, so he wasn't worried about not being able to make it to the park. Before that day, Izuku had a lot of tasks to do before he left. He still had to write the damn note to his mother. But he also had to make his mark, so to speak. Call it cliché if you will, but Izuku wanted to prove his defiance against society norm. Firstly, he wanted to take all the All Might collectibles and burn them to a crisp. He knew of an old compound where people rarely went, so he considered that to be the place to burn it all. The compound was a previous workstation that his dad's company owned, but was abandoned after being deemed unsafe after a Villian attack. Izuku knew that he would be getting involved in shady business. Collecting information doesn't exactly sound innocent, especially coming from a guy like Shigaraki. He considered the possibility of bringing a weapon, like a pocket knife, so he wouldn't die very easily. Lastly, Izuku wanted to check the records for Villian activity online, just to clarify he wasn't about to be abducted or murdered. The Shigaraki guy didn't look very old, maybe 20 or so. It's possible this league of his is quite new, so checking the Villian attacks to see if there was a spike in recent years seemed like a good idea. Lo and behold, Izuku's intuition was right. In the last 2 to 3 years crime has spiked, not drastically but enough to see a difference. Though not completely convinced, Izuku felt more assured about Shigaraki. The thought of Shigaraki stuck in his head. Why did he pick Izuku in the first place? They had never met before, so there was no way of knowing about Izuku's journals about heroes which could be beneficial to this league. Though Shigaraki seemed a little childish, so it's possible he picked him out of curiosity or just because he could. Izuku flopped onto his bed looking at the clock. 9:43. He would not have enough time to finish everything. The letter was going to take God knows how long, and he still had to figure out how he could sneak out to burn the collectibles. He could use the window, but he knew his mother would find out as he would have no way to get back inside, so he would have to knock on the locked door. Then it just popped into his head. I'll just burn it before I meet Shigaraki. It was quite simple. He had no idea how to get it all there, but it was a start. As he mumbled all the ways he could possibly carry out this mission, he dozed of, the task still undone. Oh well, he could just do it tomorrow. The sun barely rose over the horizon as Izuku made his way to the complex. He had to leave before his mother woke up so she wouldn't get suspicious. It would be strange to just leave the house with all his All Might merchandise. Speaking of the merchandise, Izuku carried it in a large blanket which was swung over his shoulders. It was the only way to carry all of it. Though no one would see him at this time of day, so he wasn't too worried. As he circled through alleys and car parks, Izuku finally made it to the complex. It was in worse shape than he remembered. The windows were long gone, with the few remaining being cracked or shattered. The walls were littered with vines and ivy which cascaded up and down the walls. Many broken bottles lay abandoned on the ground. If he recalled correctly, the Villian attacking the complex had a quirk that allowed for concentrated earthquakes to appear in a specific location. Not too big but enough to damage the building to the point where it was unstable. Who knew why the complex was targeted in the first place? Izuku scampered in through a broken pane of glass, cutting himself slightly on a piece of glass inconveniently poking out. He winced as the jump down, clutching his leg slightly. The injury from yesterday didn't heal as quickly as Izuku expected. Not that it mattered, it was just slightly inconvenient. While searching the complex for an appropriate place to burn everything, he came across a metal can, about 4.5 feet tall. Assuming it was used as a makeshift campfire, Izuku dumped the blanket containing everything inside. He then took out a bottle and doused it in alcohol, which he took from his mother's cabinet. She didn't use it anyway, so she wouldn't notice it was gone, and took out a match. Well, it was nice while it lasted, I guess, Izuku muttered, tossing the match into the can. After that ordeal, Izuku made his way to the park to wait. Though before he left, he found a convenient pocket knife outside the complex which he now held in his pocket. He didn't know whose it was or what it was used for, but it saved him the hassle of buying one which he didn't even know if it was legal to do. Izuku sat on the swing, swaying slightly to and fro in subtle boredom. He knew that not writing a letter was going to be painful for her. Earlier this morning, he settled on the idea that she shouldn't know where he was going. He thought it would be better if she presumed him dead or missing. Letters like that weren't easy to write anyhow. Though sitting in this park made Izuku remember something. The day where he tried to help the boy that Bakugo was attacking. Where he exclaimed with weak knees to stop, as if in an attempt to help. He couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Back then he tried to be a hero so badly. But now he was doing the opposite, trying to go against the hero society and whatnot. Try as he might, Izuku couldn't get the image out of his head. The small, weak child laying on the ground, bruises scattering his body. He wondered what it would have been like if he had a quirk to begin with. Maybe then he could have stood up to Bakugo. Maybe then he could protect himself. Though, if he had a quirk, he would never have found the flaws in the hero society. They would just treat him like they treat 80% of the population. So, in hindsight, was it for the better that he never got a quirk? I don't know anymore. Quirk, no quirk, doesn't change what I'm here for. Speaking of which, Izuku wondered where Shigaraki was. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Granted, the burning thing didn't take as long as he'd expected, so he was slightly earlier. He just hated waiting so long. He was concerned that his mum may be looking for him. This was quite an obvious place to look for him. Izuku stood up from the swings and played on the ground staring at the sky. The clouds were overbearing. Wonder if it'll rain today. I don't know, maybe. What the dash? Izuku shot up, seeing none other than Shigaraki in the darkness of a nearby alleyway. How in the hell? How did you get here so quickly? There wasn't anyone in the alleyway 5 seconds ago. Izuku exclaimed, clearly confused about Shigaraki's sudden appearance. Shigaraki quickly shushed him and pointed back into the alleyway, indicating for Izuku to follow him. Begrudgingly, Izuku trailed behind, keeping his hand on the knife just in case. I'm going to cut to the chase. Midoriya. Shigaraki looked Izuku dead in the eye, almost expectantly. Do you want to join the League of Villains? Izuku stared at the ground. He knew what he wanted to say, but his hesitation got the better of him. Thoughts of his parents, school, and old friends shot through his head. Izuku, for whatever reason, pushed these thoughts aside. There was no coming back from this. He didn't want to come back from this. Taking a deep sigh, Izuku lifted his head. Fine. I'm coming with you. Izuku watched, almost nervous, as Shigaraki's moisture-deprived lips curled into a wicked smile. It was to be expected from what Izuku said, however it shouldn't have been so malicious. Whether it had something to do with Shigaraki's motives, Izuku had no idea. It was hard to tell with someone like Shigaraki, a person who seemed perpetually stuck in a child's mindset. I see. I figured it would take more convincing. But I don't care either way. Shigaraki said, the smile still plastered on his face. I guess I should take you to the league then. I mean, considering you accepted my offer. Although, Shigaraki closed a gap between Izuku, leaving a few centimeters between them. You can't back out of this now. You're going to stay here with me, no returns. That final statement alone was enough for Izuku to nod shakily, a cold sweat forming on his forehead as he considered what Shigaraki would do if Izuku did attempt to leave. Not that he would, after all he made his decision. Shigaraki stepped back in approval, acknowledging Izuku's nervousness when he stepped closer. Though possibly suspicious, Shigaraki brushed it off. He didn't know much about Izuku, but he really didn't care if he was scared of him. Hell, it could be entertaining to tease on the kid. Well, okay then. Shigaraki reached in his pocket and pulled out an flip phone, which was more than enough for Izuku to question the funding of this league. Kurogiri, portal. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Kurogiri. Shigaraki put his hand, well, most of it anyway, over Izuku's mouth, attempting to silence him, to which Izuku recoiled away in disgust. What the hell? Gosh. Izuku's sentence was cut off suddenly as an ominous noise echoed behind him. He turned around to find the exit to the alleyway blocked by a purple swirling wall. The F dash. Izuku jumped backwards in surprise, almost bumping into Shigaraki. Shigaraki smiled again, pushing Izuku into the wall without hesitation. Izuku peeled himself of the floor, his head spinning as he got his bearings. Where the hell was he? He looked around, observing what was in the room. In the corner was a TV tilted slightly away from the bar stools and the tables that were littered around the room. Next to the bar was a sofa and a small wooden table. What was most surprising was the man situated at the bar. Though he didn't look like one. The person was enveloped by purple mist, in a similar color to the wall Shigaraki pushed him through. Must be his quirk. Izuku concluded. Izuku stood up, wobbling slightly as he looked at the man. I'm assuming you're Kurogiri? Izuku said to the ghostly figure. It was easy to guess considering he appeared when Shigaraki called him. Yes. And you must be Izuku Midoriya. Before Izuku could reply, a voice behind him spoke. Yep. And he's agreed to join us. Izuku looked around, noticing the lack of people. This was a league, right? So is this it? Izuku said. Yes. This is the league. Kinda thought it would be O dash. No, I mean, is this it? Are you the only members? I mean, this is a league, right? Kurogiri looked up from the cup that he was drying. His mist swaying slightly as he put the glass on the shelf under the bar table. We are the main faction. There are other divisions across the country. Izuku looked up in surprise. So you two are the only ones in the main faction. Mr. Handyman and a portal gun. Wonderful, Izuku said sarcastically, before covering his mouth in surprise. Guess Bakugo's wording was rubbing off on him. Fantastic. Kurogiri in return chuckled as Shigaraki turned, eyes squinting in an offended manner. Kurogiri spoke up, answering Izuku's rhetorical question, how snarky. But it's not just us. He then turned to the TV. Izuku, obviously confused, tilted his head again. Shigaraki rolled his eyes, grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. The screen was black with hints of static weaving itself in and out of the hoarse voice that spoke, only saying a mere, good morning. Inko rose her head of the comfort of her pillow, as she stood up, stretching the sleep out of her body. Dragging herself to her clock, she lazily checked the time. 9:47. I ought to make Izuku breakfast. Despite Izuku's age, he still slept in for a while without an alarm or his mum waking him up, which she found quite adorable. She knocked softly on his door before opening it. Izuku, time to wake up. She switched on the light when she received no reply. Everything was gone. His posters, his figures and his hero books. All of them were gone. Evidence of the remnants of the poster remained pinned to the wall, suggesting that it was hastily removed. Inko spun to her son's bed, fearing for her son's safety. To her horror, the cover of the bed were also gone. It was like all evidence of Izuku's love for heroes was gone. Disappeared into oblivion. What Inko found the most chilling was the fact that her son was nowhere to be found. The window of his room had been opened, leaving a small area for someone to climb into. Inko's eyes widened as she ran to the phone, dialing the police. When she received the categoristic answer that you receive when calling the authorities, she pleaded, nearly yelling. Hello. I think someone has kidnapped my son. Please, I need your help. Inko was beyond concerned. Hell, she didn't know it was possible to feel like this. The core of her stomach sunk far down into her body as she searched Izuku's room for any clues or hints to his whereabouts. She was waiting for a knock on her door for the police to notify her on the situation regarding her missing son. She also called her husband to tell him the situation. Obviously he was concerned but couldn't do much as he was overseas. Though he assured her he would get home as soon as he could. Inko's thoughts were interrupted by faint synchronized knocks, to which she rushed to the door. As the door flew open, she saw two policemen and a hero standing in her doorway. She briskly invited them in, concern and worry painted on her face. As she sat on the sofa, awaiting the news on her son, she observed the grim faces of the policeman and the hero. She knew what she was going to hear, yet she didn't want to accept it. Ms. Midoriya, we have to inform you that we haven't been able to locate your son. The on-call officer who investigated his room couldn't find any trace of his current whereabouts. I'm afraid to say we have no leads to where your son has gone to. However, his identity has been sent to radio broadcasters and newscasts which may allow us to find more leads. We apologize that we cannot do any more at this time. Inko bowed her head in thought, before slowly nodding as the news set into her head. We will give you some time to yourself. A few minutes after the three men left, a faint whimper echoed in the room as Inko allowed her pent-up worry over the past few hours envelop her, allowing her to escape into an array of quiet sobbing. Katsuki, get your ass down here now. Shut the F up, old H. Bakugo yelled down the stairs to his mother, clearly not in the mood to be pissed off. He looked at the clock, wondering what she could possibly want. 5:43 p.m. Well shit, she probably made dinner really freaking early. Grumbling all known swear words, he stomped down the stairs. He looked in the kitchen and didn't find her there, nor did it smell like any food had been prepared. He already did his mandatory chores that the hag practically forced him into because, if you're going BB and ass, the least you can do is help out. Concluding that she was probably in the living room, he grunted in it room saying, "The F, do you want?" His mother looked at him with an expression he had never seen before. It looked like a combination of anger and worry. It shocked Bakugo to say the least. She spoke up, clearing the air with a softer tone. "You may want to see this." As she pointed to the TV. Bakugo obliged, albeit begrudgingly, looking at the TV in compliance to whatever the hag wanted him to see. What the F dash? Bakugo was stunned, looking at the screen as he saw Deku's face appear on the screen. Below it the words, Izuku Midoriya, missing since 10 a.m. Last seen at his house at $$%. Any information on his whereabouts should be reported to the local authorities. What the f was this? Bakugo made his way to the sofa, placing himself next to his mother, eyes still glued to the screen. The news reporter went on to describe that his room was found empty and ransacked, indicating that an assault may have occurred. It also described how Izuku may need medical attention and that any information could be beneficial. Bakugo couldn't believe it. It wasn't even because Deku was missing. It was the fact that he had joked of Deku being dead for the past decade or so, outwardly telling him to jump off the roof, but now that it may have happened, he didn't know what to do. He shook it off, merely muttering a whatever before returning upstairs. He tried to carry on with what he was doing, but he couldn't. He just couldn't. Midoriya stared, in awe of what was on the screen. Though broken up by hints of static, he could make out what appeared to be a masked man, wearing a suit and tie. His face looked slightly deformed, though it was hard to tell as the only hints of skin that poked out were the sides of the mask. The mask seemed to contain a pipe or tube that connected to the mouth and nose, which seemed to aid with breathing. Who the hell are you? Midoriya stuttered, conflicted by the overwhelming presence this person held. Midoriya turned to Shigaraki, who was putting blue-gray hands all over his body. My name is All for One. A gruff, ragged voice sounded throughout the room as the man spoke through the television. You must be Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya nodded sheepishly, still concerned about this man and what happened to him for him to get to this state. But Shigaraki has told me about you, though I am not sure of why he want you or what his intentions are. Nor do I know yours. The figure leaned into the screen, almost threatening Midoriya without saying a word directly to him. What made you want to join this league? Shigaraki turned, expectantly, because he didn't know Midoriya's goal either. Once again it didn't matter, though it was good to know what he was dealing with. Midoriya paused. He knew why he was here. It was just quite cliché now he had to actually say it. I was wondering when someone was going to ask. Midoriya looked up at the screen, perching himself on the bar stool in front of Kurogiri. I want to change this society of heroes. Mostly their dependency on them. You may not know this, but I am quirkless, so I know what it's like to feel powerless in a world where everyone looks on in pity, then turn to the heroes like they are gods. Midoriya continued, clarifying his drastic decision. I came to this league as Shigaraki told me I could help change something, by being an information dealer or withholder or whatever he wants me to do. It's not like he really told me. All for One nodded, his breathing echoing through the dark pipe. Quite a risky choice. You knew nothing of us or the organization, correct? It's quite strange that you decided to trust Shigaraki's words. I'm aware my protege isn't the most convincing person. Shigaraki huffed in the corner. But what made you choose this life? What caused you to join the league? Midoriya paused, looking down at the bar then back up at the TV. It's kind of a ridiculous story. I doubt you would believe me if I told you. Midoriya swung himself round, his back facing towards Kurogiri. It happened around 8 months ago. I was walking home when a large explosion came from down the street. I went down to see and saw a slime villain. At first I was too scared to do anything, but then I saw Kaken in his body. Kaken? My childhood friend and a grade A a-hole. Anyway, when I saw him I ran up to try and help him. Obviously, because I'm quirkless, I couldn't do much. So I threw my school books at the villain. Yes, pathetic I know. But when I threw it, one of the books caught fire from one of the nearby crossbeams that broke when the explosion happened. This book landed quite near Kaken. See, Kaken's quirk is explosion. Basically he sweats nitroglycerin. Because it was so near Kaken and he had been sweating a lot from stress, it basically exploded. By this point, the villain had a lot of Kaken's sweat in him too, so he kind of ignited too, which nearly ended Kaken in the process. This comment earned a snigger from Shigaraki, to which Midoriya shot his a pissed-off look. Kaken survived because All Might blow out the fire with an attack, but he still had to go to the hospital. Because of what I did, The heroes suspected that I may have done it on purpose and took me into police custody to question me. During this, All Might visited me. He told me how I made things more complicated and that this is why I couldn't be a hero, because I was too impulsive and almost got the hostage ended, not to mention that I was quirkless. The slime Villian managed to get away as everyone was concerned about Kakin, not him, so he had an opening to escape, though I think he was badly injured. They released me from the station, giving me an assault charge on my record as a warning. Kinda bullshit if you ask me. Midoriya stared down at the floor, recounting all the disappointment and disgust people displayed to him at the station. After that, Kakin escalated his more antisocial behavior as a kind of punishment, I guess. The whole school learned about how I nearly ended my classmate, which made them kinda despise me. A few months later I met Shigaraki. Midoriya turned to Shigaraki, body completely covered in hands. All for one nodded, approving Midoriya's story. Shigaraki. He can stay. His story is convincing enough. Just make sure he doesn't try to leave. All of a sudden the screen switched off, leaving on the reflection of Midoriya's face on the screen. So he only wanted to hear my exposition then? Oi, Midoriya. Midoriya turned to Shigaraki, who had stood up, making his way toward Midoriya. You're gonna need to stay incognito while you're here. We can't have people knowing who you are right now. Shigaraki turned to Kurogiri. Kurogiri, give him one of your uniforms. He's gonna work at the bar with you until he's ready to work for the league. Excuse me? Midoriya started to say. Working in a bar? Who would he be serving? There was no one there. Kurogiri nodded, pulling Midoriya to the room behind the bar, then selecting a uniform for him, saying, Put it on, then come out front, before leaving swiftly. What the F dash? It had only been an hour or so, but Midoriya was questioning all his life decisions. He looked in the mirror that was slightly dusty. His uniform was slightly different to Kurogiri. The suit vest was darker, with 2 pockets at the side. His shirt was a jade green, matching his unusual hair and eye color, with sleeves that could button up to make the sleeves shorter. His trousers were also black to match the vest. He had a tie which was a deep red, which was quite a challenge to put on. In his pockets, he had the pocket knife, a notepad and money, though he didn't know if it would be useful. His jade hair was still an unmanageable mess, though he managed to comb it back slightly, making his fringe slightly shorter and higher up. This was not the kind of look he was used to. Oi Midoriya, come out here a sec. Midoriya grumbled, rolling his eyes as he exited the room. Kurogiri turned, giving him a slight nod of approval before putting more glasses away. Look on the TV. Midoriya obliged to Shigaraki's wish, turning to face the television. To his shock, he found his face plastered on the screen, with the reporter talking about his disappearance. Also about how he was most likely kidnapped. In reaction to this, Midoriya chuckled slightly. Guess I should have left a note then. Izuku was beyond annoyed. It had been a week since he had joined Shigaraki, though it wasn't very productive. Kurogiri taught him how to wash up properly, as he puts it, and Shigaraki sat at the bar watching TV most of the time. Though any time a notice came up relating to Izuku's disappearance, Shigaraki made it a point to always make a snarky comment to Izuku, such as imitating his mother in a mocking manner. That was really starting to piss him off. Even if he joined the villains, he wouldn't betray his mother and everything she did for him. Although he was still irritated that she never believed or trusted him, always saying how it may be best to find a new career path. Izuku, once again, stood at the bar, drying up shot glasses. He had seen 1 or 2 patrons but not many. At least not enough to call this a successful business. Though most of the glasses were covered in a thick layer of dust, which Izuku decided to clean out of boredom. Shigaraki was once again watching TV and Kurogiri was nowhere to be found. In absence of Kurogiri, he realized how all he did was listen to orders and do them, one of the reasons he was at a loss now. Oi Shigaraki. I have a question. Shigaraki looked up in response to Izuku's words. He huffed slightly, adjusting the hand on his face, which Izuku noted as a peculiar quirk of his character. What do you want? Why am I here? Shigaraki removed the hand in annoyance. You joined me. Why are you asking me why you're here? Because for the past week I've been sitting here cleaning old glasses. Also, why the hell do we need so many? You've been cleaning because you aren't trustworthy. Hell, do you even know how to collect information? Izuku bowed his head. Now that he mentioned it, how do you collect information? Who do you ask? Exactly. You don't know anything, you little shit. Now shut up and do as you're asked. Izuku gritted his teeth. Even if he didn't know how to collect information, he could learn. That aside, he already knew a lot about heroes and villains alike. An idea flashed in his head. He smiled slightly and turned to Shigaraki. He was drinking an energy drink with a pissed-off expression. Well then, handyman. Guess I won't tell you All Might's weakness. A waterfall of energy drinks sprayed out, almost hitting Izuku straight in the face. Bakugo sat in his classroom, staring at the sliver of window that peeked out of the curtain. The class was watching a presentation on a TV that they brought in to demonstrate the risks associated with being a hero, as if trying to deter students from becoming one. As much as they were needed, other professions suffered from lack of staff. Although half the students weren't paying attention, instead talking in groups of 2 or 3. Bakugo's lackeys attempted to make conversation, but all of them could see that each of them were on edge. News of Midoriya's disappearance had reached every one of them, for better or worse. No one blamed Bakugo out of fear that they would be targeted for his wrath. As for Bakugo, he didn't know how to feel. He hated the nerd. He hated his ambitions. He hated everything about him. Yet where the hell could he have gone? When he first found out, he denied it. He denied it with all of his heart. Though after thinking about it, the possibility became more and more realistic. Did Deku actually take his advice? If he did, what happened to his room? Why was it so effed up? Deku's mom came to his house a day or 2 later to talk to Bakugo's mom. Though it was mainly incoherent crying as his mom tried to console her. His dad came to talk to Bakugo, asking about how he was, not that Bakugo answered him. Bakugo was too conflicted to talk to anyone. It wasn't guilt. It was more like a numb feeling. As cliché as it was, he felt that the absence of Deku had him questioning a lot of things. Oi Bakugo! Bakugo turned to face the front where his teacher stood along with a policeman. The entire class turned to Bakugo, a mix of anger and sympathy painted on their face. A scowl from Bakugo left his lips as he stood up and exited the classroom. Listen Bakugo, the police would like to ask you a few questions. I'm sure you know why. Good morning, Katsuki Bakugo. I'm here to ask you about Izuku Midoriya. We have information that you disliked him for whatever reason. Your teacher filled us in on your relationship. Why did you dislike Midoriya? Because he's an idiot who doesn't know when to shut up. Katsuki replied with a scowl, unable to look up at the man. The policeman raised an eyebrow at Bakugo, then shook his head. Do you know whereabouts he would be? How the F would I know? Ask his friends or some shit. Why are you asking me? You are the only known contact he has, aside from family. I'm afraid we had no one else to ask. As far as we know, he had no one in his class whom he was close to. Teeth, whatever. Okay Bakugo. I will ask you one more question, then I will leave you be. Do you think it is possible that Midoriya took his own life? Bakugo's eyes widened at the question, shocked by the man's bluntness. What the F kind of question is that? We just need to know if you told him anything that could lead him to dash. No I didn't. The nerd isn't dead. Now can I go now? I don't want to hear any more shit like this. The teacher sighed, giving a gesture to the man signaling that they weren't going to get any information. The policeman looked at Bakugo. If you do have any information, please let us know. With that Bakugo turned away, heading back into his classroom. But not before overhearing a remark made to the teacher. If that kid turns up alive like he says, I'm gonna buy a lottery ticket? If he was being honest, Izuku loved the expression on Shigaraki's face. It looked like a mix of absolute shock and intrigue. Shigaraki looked him dead in the eye, edging him to continue. Though Izuku wasn't going to forget Shigaraki's previous statements. Thanks a-hole. I just cleaned that. Izuku said nonchalantly, indicating to the drink Shigaraki almost sprayed on him. Shigaraki rolled his eyes, tapping the bar table lightly with his finger. In return, Izuku picked up a cup and began to dry it. What? I thought that you didn't think I knew anything. I guess my information is useless to you. Shigaraki squinted his eyes, clearly offended by Izuku's sarcastic attitude. Listen, Deku. If you know something about All Might, why dash? Shigaraki's sentence was cut off by a swift blade landing in the gap between his index and middle finger. Startled, Shigaraki pulled away, almost instinctively. Do not call me that. Izuku retracted his pocket knife and placed it back into his pocket. Picking the glass back up, he looked at Shigaraki, still unnerved by the sudden attack that nearly sliced off his finger. It's his body. Shigaraki tilted his head slightly, his eyebrow cocked up slightly displaying an expression of confusion. Izuku, in return, rolled his eyes and continued as Shigaraki sat back down warily. He has a wound on the left side of his chest. He told me it affected his respiratory system and that he can only keep his muscular physique for around 3 hours at most. It could also be used as a weak spot to target if you need to defeat him quickly. Shigaraki's eyes widened slightly, nodding his head in response to Izuku's claims. Wait, he told you? Izuku sighed heavily. As much as I hate to say, he saved me from the Villian I mentioned a while ago. When he tried to leave, I grabbed him and accidentally saw his weakened form. All Might explained it to me more in depth. Honestly, he looks like a glorified skeleton when he's weaker. Shigaraki smiled again, the corners of his lips curling into a childish grin. By this point, Izuku had gotten used to this unsightly appearance that Shigaraki displayed. Izuku put the glass down onto a shelf below the bar, drying his hands slightly on his trouser before leaving his position. That's all I have to give you for today, Shigaraki. I'm heading to the rooms. Shigaraki didn't reply. Instead, he merely continued to smile. Odd but not too out of character. Izuku left the bar, heading off to the apartments where he was staying. The apartments were not too far away, maybe a 2-minute walk or so. He often was given weird looks due to his attire, though most people believed he was cosplaying or some shit like that. He always wore a coat when he was out with the hood up, which allowed his recognizable green hair to be covered. He brought the coat with him when he left home. The apartments, however, were from Shigaraki's master, as he said, who used an old apartment block that was abandoned to hide members of the association. How he got it in the first place, he had no idea. Izuku collapsed onto the bed in the singular room he occupied. All around his was screaming or yelling of some kind, and distant music could be heard. It was quiet enough that it couldn't be heard from outside, but loud enough to piss Izuku off. When he first came to the rooms, he was terrified, to put it frankly. All he had known was his mother's apartment consisting on respectful neighbors. Now he was with thugs and thieves with no quirk to defend himself. Though at this point, Izuku managed to block it all out. Despite being in the league for only a week, his mind had become desensitized to violence and death. A few days ago, he saw a body in the alleyway leading to the apartments. The person's body has been strewn on the floor with a variety of wounds and lacerations from an unknown assailant. Yet Izuku didn't feel fear. It was more like curiosity. He wondered who did it and if their quirk allowed them to paralyze them so they could do this. Then he just left it there, mumbling theories on different ways the murder could have played out. It wasn't the first time seeing a body, and he doubted it was the last. Though he had to wonder if he would have to do anything like that. Would he have to end someone? He had never done any direct violence against someone, let alone end them. Though as time went on, he realized he was becoming more and more extreme with his approaches. Like when he came close to slicing of Shigaraki's fingers. A week ago, he never thought he could do anything like that. Yet here he was, in a moldy room listening to the screams and cries above him. It was almost like his old personality became a mask he wore in public, especially if anyone greeted him. It was a major issue, as the fear of being recognized was an issue Izuku had to deal with every day. Maybe I should dye my hair, he said aloud to no one in particular. Maybe wear contacts. He wondered what his mother was doing. His phone had been blowing up with calls and messages from his mother and anyone who really knew him, not that there were many. He just muted his phone, annoyed by the constant vibrations echoing through his pocket. He noticed that recently the calls had been less frequent. Maybe they were giving up, losing hope? He still received a minimum of 15 calls from his mother, which was inconvenient, but what can you do? Bakugo didn't call or anything. Izuku wasn't surprised. Hell, he didn't know why he had his number in the first place. His mom said it was for safety reasons, whatever that meant. Bakugo was the least likely person that would help Izuku if there was such a crisis. Kaken's an ass. All Might's an ass. They are all asses. Izuku muttered to himself. Whether he was serious, he had no idea. He checked his phone again. 11:48 p.m. Damn it. He was supposed to meet Kurogiri at 6 a.m. Apparently for training. I swear to God, if it is more cleaning sessions, I will stab his eyes. Izuku had long since realized that he was beginning to act more and more like Bakugo, which he both loved and hated. Izuku loved seeing Shigaraki's pissed of expressions and Kurogiri's squinted eye smoke things. But he also hated Bakugo, so there was that. I don't know. I'm not turning into Kaken. Izuku set an alarm for 5:30, as to make sure he woke up as to not to piss Kurogiri off. Lord knows he needed more lectures. He then shut his eyes and fell asleep, drowning out the nonsense that was happening upstairs. You know, Kurogiri, I'm not exactly a morning person. Izuku sat at the bar, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Izuku had found it extremely difficult to not ignore his alarm and actually get up. His phone was currently charging on the other side of the room, as Izuku forgot to do it the night before. Kurogiri grunted in reply, not listening to Izuku's snarky muttering as he opened a portal. Now. Izuku rose up, groggily, and walked through the portal, closing his eyes so he wasn't as disoriented when he reached the other side. When he opened his eyes, he looked around, eyeing his surroundings. He was in an office of sorts, with a desk and 2 sets of tables in the room. To the sides were an array of bookcases, with the spines of the books having all different thicknesses and heights. The carpet was a murky green with black accents running through it. To be honest, Izuku wasn't really a fan. Kurogiri tapped Izuku of the shoulder, indicating to him to sit down. Still slightly confused, Izuku complied silently, still looking at the unfamiliar space. Hey Kurogiri. Why are we here? Is this the training you talked about? This is your training for information gathering. Now shut up. It wasn't long before a loud knock ran through the room as the doors swung open, revealing a man standing in the doorway, a faint hint of smoke parading through the room. Who the hell was this? As the doors opened, a man in a purple tuxedo and glasses too small for his face stepped through, a cigarette caught between his lips, which were frowning in disinterest. He was silver-gray hair which was pushed up slightly, and he was missing a tooth. With the cigarette still poking out of his mouth, he spoke, his voice gruff and ragged from repeated smoke inhalation. So this is the kid you told me about, Kurogiri. Seems a bit young to be a broker though. You said he had potential. Well, I ain't seeing any. The man bent down, directly face to face with Izuku, a smirk creeping on his face. He looks more like a lost puppy. Izuku frowned, slightly offended by the offhanded comment. Izuku spoke up, trying to keep himself from swearing at the man. What is your name then? The man looked taken aback. If he was honest, he was expecting a retort of some kind. He smirked slightly, curious on the boy's seemingly normal nature. It's Giran. What's your name, boy? Izuku Midoriya. Izuku chose his words carefully, as to not piss of the person who would seemingly become his teacher of some sorts, at least following Kurogiri's words. Giran sat down on the sofa opposite Izuku, briefly taking out the cigarette to tap away ash that had built up. So what potential were you talking about? Kurogiri took out a book, burns and tears littering the entire thing. Izuku realized that it was his hero notes that he had collected, well, one of them at least. Giran raised an eyebrow, picking up the book and flicking through it, eyes widening slightly at the amount of information present. All Izuku wondered was when Kurogiri took it. Kurogiri turned to him, giving him a nudge, signaling him to speak. That's my hero analysis book. It contains information on many newer heroes and hero schools. There are other books on older heroes, but I guess Kurogiri didn't bring them. Giran didn't reply. He just continued to flick through the damaged book, leaving a period of awkward silence. Eventually, Giran put the book back down as well as put out his cigarette, his smirk ever growing on his face. Well, Izuku Midoriya, this is quite a lot of information. If what you say is true, the other books could be useful. However, it is still not enough to convince me. Anyone can read information online and write it down. Kurogiri gave a nod before speaking up again. I spoke to Shigaraki yesterday. Apparently, this kid found All Might's weakness. Giran's looked taken aback. He had been searching for All Might's weakness for years, both for the League and to sell the information to rebel groups. Izuku looked at Giran and once again told the story on how he found out All Might's weakness. He didn't know if it was right as he technically didn't find the information on his own as All Might told him, yet Giran looked satisfied with his. Giran smirked again, looking Izuku in the eyes. I guess you do have potential, little puppy. Izuku frowned at the comment. Great, that will probably be a nickname from now on, though you still need to learn more. Though I guess I can help you there. Giran turned to Kurogiri, then back to Izuku. I have a few business partners in the area. Most have deals with brokers. You should be able to work with them for the time being, to get experience. After that, I will train you myself. Make you appropriate for the main branch. Izuku nodded. Brokers. People who find and deal information to groups of political leaders or gangs. Okay then, how long? Giran thought for a few seconds, lighting another cigarette which he placed between his lips once again. Do you know what UA High is? Yeah, it's a government-funded hero school which is known for creating top heroes. Why? Shigaraki believes it is a good target to strike a blow at the heroes, so I'll tell you what. The entrance exams are in 3 months. During that time you will train with the brokers and my business partners. When you return, I will train you so you can collect information regarding UA. You won't sneak in. You will use Kurogiri's quirk to enter and look through records, then you will report back to me. Makes sense? Izuku's head was spinning at the new information. The next 3 months had been planned out for him completely. He shook his head slightly before replying. Yeah, I do. Kurogiri nodded in approval before standing up. That will be all then, Giran. Send me the location of your partners in a week's time. Then we'll send him off. Yeah, get out of here, Kurogiri. Kurogiri opened a portal and ushered Izuku inside. Izuku looked back at Giran, still reading his book that Bakugo nearly destroyed. In the span of a single hour, his future had been solidified. In April, he would have to sneak into UA. It was possible that he would have to meet Bakugo again. Shit, I forgot to tell Giran that he doesn't have a quirk. Shigaraki sighed heavily, fiddling with the hands he held. Kurogiri looked up from the folder he was searching through. I doubt he needs one, considering he nearly sliced of your finger easily. Shigaraki shot Kurogiri a look before looking over at Izuku. Izuku was sat on the sofa, headphones on, reading an article of sorts. Shigaraki stood up and walked over to him, tapping Izuku on the shoulder, to which Izuku looked up, removing his headphones. What? Izuku spat, annoyed. Shigaraki looked at the article. Villian attack leaves 12 dead. Shigaraki gave Izuku a look. Why the F are you reading that? To learn more about Villian attacks maybe? Mind your FING business. You do realize you are in a league of villains, right? Why the hell are you reading that shit? Izuku sat up straight, looking Shigaraki in the eye. Maybe because I want to. What do you want? Shigaraki sighed, sitting next to the boy. Izuku, instinctively, shuffled away from the man. Shigaraki turned to the boy, a curious expression painted on his face. Izuku knew that he was not going to like what was going to come out of his mouth. Tell me about Bakugo. After being near Izuku for a week, Shigaraki was getting better at predicting his moves. Due to his lack of quirk, his movements were more predicated and calculated. That meant that Shigaraki had avoided getting stabbed quite a few times. Izuku wouldn't end someone, not yet at the least, but it never stopped him from showing his aggression physically. From what Shigaraki knew, Izuku was familiar with this type of aggression due to this Bakugo. Shigaraki moved backwards, his back slightly hitting the arm of the sofa, narrowly avoiding the knife that Izuku swung at him. Despite his predictability, his anger made him more sporadic and harder to calculate, especially if you brought up Bakugo or his nickname. A name that Shigaraki learned when going through his phone when Izuku was asleep. It was a few days prior to the meeting he had with Giran. He also learned about Bakugo this way, while looking through his contacts and seeing the messages they shared. though the last message between them was a few months ago. And it wasn't exactly a friendly chat. Izuku looked at Shigaraki, fury burning through his pupil as he stared Shigaraki down. Where did you learn that name? Izuku hissed at Shigaraki, still holding the knife close to his face. Kurogiri looked over before returning to the room behind the bar, not in the mood for this altercation. Shigaraki grinned slightly. Maybe don't make your password so obvious, fanboy. I thought you hated All Might. Shut up. Izuku got closer to Shigaraki, the knife now pinning Shigaraki down by the neck. What? Are you telling me I'm wrong? Get a grip, Deku. Shigaraki always had a warped sense of humor. Even when he was seconds away from his throat being cut, he still had to annoy Izuku, merely for the sake of it. Izuku, however, was having none of it. Don't you dare say that name near me. Izuku stood, removing his knife from Shigaraki's neck, leaving the room and slamming the door on his way out. Kaken, wait up. Izuku sprinted to try and catch up to his more physically adept friend. Both of them were running through a forest, pathways narrowing as they weaved in and out of trees. Come on, Vedette. Hurry the hell up. Bakugo turned and yelled back, still running far ahead than the young boy. Both of the children were in their first year of school and still no bigger than a cupboard. Bakugo was slightly older, his ashy blonde hair streaming behind him as he ran through the paths. Izuku, on the other hand, was a few months younger as well as shorter. He had paused, trying to catch his breath as the blonde ran ahead. Bravery was Bakugo's strong suit. Well, at least that's what he called it. Izuku was just like a dog that trailed behind him. Usually, there were 4 of them together, all exploring the woods and playing heroes and villains. Today, however, it was just Izuku and Bakugo. Bakugo paused to look back at Izuku. Come on, Deku. Bakugo was lucky enough to already have his quirk, which he demonstrated confidently before running off again. Kaken, wait. Izuku walked into his classroom, his head bowed slightly as he gripped his backpack's straps tightly. Bakugo was on the other side of the classroom, talking to a group of boys who were practically fawning over him. Izuku turned to his desk, eyes widening in shock. Words were littered over the entire thing. Black ink scrawled onto the wooden surface declaring murderer, quirkless, go jump of the roof Deku, and many more. Half the class turned to him, snickering slightly at the boy's face which morphed into an expression of complete despair. Sighing slightly to himself, he tried to rub off the markings before the teacher came in. Hey Deku, trying to ruin our work? Bakugo yelled over the chattering that surrounded him, which ceased as they turned to Izuku. Izuku didn't reply. He couldn't. He just continued to wipe the desk clean. Oi Deku, you ignoring me now? Once again, Izuku said nothing, shaking slightly out of fear. Oi Deku. A large bang sounded through the classroom, with a clenched fist landing hard on Izuku's desk along with a slight explosion. Izuku jumped out of surprise, his shaking escalating as he stared at the black ring now engraved onto his desk. This thought was cut short as 2 rough hands grabbed the center of his blazer, forcing Izuku to look straight at Bakugo. You ignoring me, you piece of shit? Izuku's shaking was blowing up into full-blown panic. He had to get the hell out of there. Not only do you have To try and end me, now you have To ignore me as well? Bakugo's rage was seething through his eyes, his face contorting into a face of pure hatred. When I say something, dash. Bakugo's statement was cut short by Izuku pushing the tyrant away before sprinting out of the room. Izuku ran as quick as he could up to the roof. A loud ring sounded through his ears as the bell screamed, indicating that his lesson was starting. When Izuku reached the roof, he collapsed to his knees in a corner of the roof, trying to stop himself from shaking as his breathing escalated exponentially. Every breath desperately trying to intake oxygen, his chest rose up and down shaky as Izuku gripped his arms trying to console himself. The amount of injuries he has sustained from Bakugo when he was in that state thoroughly traumatized the boy as he recounted all the bruises, cuts and burns that his body had endured. After a while, he was able to calm his nerves as he coerced his muscles to stop contracting, ending its painful spasm. After he could breathe slightly better, he wiped the tears that involuntarily flowed from his face due to his struggle to breathe. Yet, even though his attack was over, tears still spilled down his face. The boy let out a quiet sob as his body let out a cacophony of tears and hiccups. To no one in particular he whispered softly, unable to speak higher than a mumble. "How much longer do I have to put up with this?" Izuku collapsed onto his bed, his knife still held in his shaking hand. Memories of Bakugo shooting through his mind as he recounted all the suffering he was put through due to Bakugo. Why did Shigaraki bring him up? Did he do it as some sick joke? Although, from today's display he doubted he would mention him again. At least he hoped so. As time went on, Izuku's mind wandered to what he did. He held a knife to someone's throat, threatening them like a villain would. A villain? How was it that in the span of a week, he went from a quivering child to a knife-wielding villain? It was almost funny how quickly his ideology changed. Yet one thing slightly concerned him. During his walk home, when he thought about Bakugo, he wished him dead. He wished Bakugo would die a slow, painful death to make his pay for what he did to him. It was the first time he had ever thought something like that. But it didn't scare him. He wasn't afraid that he wanted to end someone. That would be his life now after all. If I ever end anyone, I'll make sure Bakugo knows. After that, who knows? Maybe he could finally put him in his place. Bakugo lay on the bed, his chest rising up and down, attempting to regain control of his breath. His heart raced, pounding like it was trying to escape the grasp of his ribs. Gripping his shirt slightly, he sighed shakily and looked at his clock. It was 2 a.m. He sat up, steadying himself as he went to the kitchen for some water. Wiping the cold sweat that had formed on his forehead, he placed the glass down, taking a large breath after. It had been several months since the incident, yet the pain he felt never seemed to go away. The scorching, burning sensation engulfing his entire body as he slipped in and out of consciousness. He was lucky that his body was resistant to burns, otherwise he was sure his body would be covered. When he woke in the hospital after the incident, he was hooked up to wires, machines and other boxes making loud whirling noises. Heroes came in, describing his bravery and how incredible his quirk was. The news stations described how he managed to fend off the slime villain for as long as he could. Since hearing these claims since he was a child, he learned to tune some of it out. It wasn't like he needed to hear that he was great. Though, despite this, the news also talked about how he was in the hospital due to battle injuries. The very claim made him grit his teeth. He was in the hospital due to Izuku's rash actions. Izuku. The boy's face was now on the news, but not for what he did, but for the fact that he disappeared a week ago, leaving no trace or any information proving his existence. The police's case began to go cold, and due to Izuku's quirkless nature and a wellspring of new cases, they began to lose interest, favoring cases that involved heroes or quirks. Many assumed he ran away, in guilt for what he did to Bakugo. Others suspect that he took his life due to the constant harassment. The media painted his class as bullies, but went on to describe their guilt. Though, in the classroom, little to no one expresses their sympathy. Most said how he deserved it or that it was his fault. Even their teacher didn't address it to the class, only to a select few did he talk to, including Bakugo. Over time, people stopped talking about it. Over time they stopped theorizing. Over time they lost interest. Over 1 week, most lost interest in what happened to Izuku. Like they forgot he ever existed. In Bakugo's case, he still hated Izuku. Nothing could change how weak the boy made him feel that day. Nothing could change the irritating nature the boy had. Bakugo hated Izuku wholeheartedly. Yet he was still curious. What happened to the boy that admired him so much? He refused the idea of him being dead. He refused the idea that he ran away from his mother, who was rarely seen outside her house anymore. He couldn't think of many other possibilities. He considered the idea that he was abducted, possible for ransom with his father being a CEO of a large American company. Bakugo sat back down in his room, looking at the ceiling. He was trying to forget Izuku. But the years they spent together, the injuries Bakugo gave him. It wasn't guilt that prevented him from forgetting. If he was honest, he didn't know why. But he sure as hell was trying. Izuku sat at the bar, Shigaraki being nowhere to be found. In front of him was Kurojari, his back facing towards Izuku making a drink of sorts. Izuku was stuck in a hazy daydream of sorts, remembering his life during middle school. Everything he had endured in those years. He didn't know how he managed to hold on to hope for as long as he did. How he kept managing to believe in the heroes that scorned him to the point where he nearly gave up. His thoughts were cut short by a cup being slid over to him. He looked up at Kurogiri, one eyebrow raised. "It's coffee. Drink?" Kurogiri retreated to the room behind the bar. In his hands were various binders and papers filled with reports from other factions. Izuku picked up a drink and took a sip, cringing slightly from the bitter taste and the heat. Turning on the TV, he saw news stations broadcasting this year's UA Sports Festival, which ended a few months back. Being the person he was, he took out a notebook and began to make notes on the students, as he lost motivation to do it when the actual event happened. He was impressed by the variety of quirks displayed. Shape-shifting, condensing the atmosphere's moisture into water for a challenge round, extended sensory abilities. UA High was a hive for powerful quirks and abilities, which why he assumed Shigaraki wanted to target it. "You doing your homework, Deku?" Izuku whirled round to see Shigaraki, his own coffee cup on hand. Did he not learn from his mistake yesterday? "Don't call me that." Izuku spat, whirling back round on his seat to face the TV. "Hey, you didn't try to cut my throat. Progress." Huff. Shigaraki looked at the monitor on the TV. He mumbled a slight whatever before sitting down on the sofa facing towards Izuku. "You didn't answer me yesterday." "What? You never told me about Bakugo." "Are you serious right now? Did you not learn from yesterday?" "I don't want to talk about that a-hole." "Fine, Deku." "Jesus Christ, Shigaraki." Kurogiri opened the door, cleaning his throat slightly as a sign to shut up. "Izuku, go to the store." What happened to Incognito?" "Go." Huffing slightly, Izuku got up, took the money from Kurogiri's hands. "What do you want?" "Alcohol and anything you want, I guess." "Fine." "Look, kid, you're not buying alcohol. Come back in a few years or so." The clerk looked at the boy. Izuku was lucky he took casual clothes with him. It made his identity as a villain less obvious. "Fine." The clerk's eyes widened as the young boy slammed the knife blade into the counter, dangerously near his fingers. Scared and shocked, the clerk ran to the staff room. "Huh, that makes this easier." As he said this, he turned and walked out, the store bags in hand, before bumping into a taller person. "Hey, watch it," Izuku said, startled, looking up to see a head of ashy blonde hair and ruby red eyes. "OF dash." Izuku froze, his eyes darting from the blonde's face to the floor. Bowing his head, he prayed that he didn't recognize him. Izuku knew that it was Bakugo. It didn't take much for him to remember the scowl that was permanently fixated on his face. Bakugo looked down at the boy, eyes wide as thoughts raced through his mind. He knew it was Izuku. He couldn't mistake the jade-green eyes and little dots that littered his face. He opened his mouth, yet no words dared to leave his throat. He looked at the hooded teenager, shaking slightly. Before he could say anything, he heard a slight mumble of a sorry before the boy tried to run. However, Bakugo's reactions kicked in, grabbing Izuku's wrist, stopping him in his tracks. Grabbing onto his shoulder, he spun him around so he could get a closer look at the boy who had been missing for a week. It didn't take long for him to see how different he looked. It wasn't just that his hair was a different style which made him look slightly less scruffy. His eyes were more dull and serious. Beneath them were eye bags which were more obvious in the light. His cheek were slightly hollowed with slightly paler skin. He certainly didn't look well. His clothes were another matter, stained and ripped in some areas. Where the hell had he been? "Deku, what the hell?" Bakugo started, his voice slightly louder than standard speaking. "You've been missing for a week." The boy didn't respond, merely pulling away and avoiding eye contact. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Again. He was still ignoring him. Where the hell have you dash?" "Do not call me that." Bakugo was startled by the boy interrupting him. Izuku looked up, looked him dead in the eye and repeated himself. "Do not call me that." Bakugo could see that something had changed. He was gone for a week, so anything could have happened, but this serious demeanor that he had was certainly not what he had expected. He didn't know what he expected actually. He had caught the boy, but now what? Take him to the police? His mother? How would he even take him there? He couldn't exactly drag him. Let me go. What? Get the F off of me. Bakugo's eyes widened. Something was definitely off. Izuku never swore. Not even when he was burning him, kicking him or punching him, he never swore. Not going to happen, Deku. Izuku gritted his teeth. That FING name again. He had to get out of there. He couldn't hurt Bakugo here, not right outside a shop. At any rate, the clerk must have called to police by now. He had to go. Don't call me that. What the hell are you talking abo-? Bakugo's statement was interrupted by Izuku yanking his arm out of Bakugo's reach, before sprinting away. His only issue was that Bakugo was far more physically adept at him, so the only way he could lose his was by confusing him. Izuku ran in and out of alleys, buildings and parks. Izuku knew the area better than Bakugo, giving him the advantage. Bakugo was still gaining on him though. His speed alongside his quirk made it difficult to outrun the blonde. Izuku could hear sirens distantly, screaming their headache-inducing song. Izuku had to now avoid Bakugo and the nearby police force. No other options available, he brought out his phone, dialing Kurogiri. It would slow him down, but at that point he had no choice. Yes. Make a portal to me now. What did you do? Just do it. A wistful portal sprung from beneath his feet, effectively sucking him into the floor of the alley, spitting him back into the bar within seconds. On the other hand, Bakugo ran down the same road to find Izuku had disappeared. He looked in and around corners yet saw no sign of the smaller male. Breathing heavily, he looked around a final time, praying that he'd find the boy, yet he found no trace of him. F-! Bakugo shouted, punching the nearby wall with an explosion, creating a small hole in its surface. He thought that he had him. He was so close to getting him back. Maybe then he would stop thinking about this whole mess. Police came running down the alley, guns in hand facing Bakugo. What are you doing? What the hell were you thinking? Shigaraki screamed, grabbing at the shoulders of Izuku's turtleneck jumper. His face was fiery red, his eyes looking on the verge of popping out of their sockets. I didn't mean to, he was chasing me. Izuku yelled back, equally mad and shocked, adrenaline flying through his veins. It wasn't his fault. He tried to get away, but Bakugo kept insisting on holding him there. Shigaraki was having none of it, raising his hand before bringing it down hard on Izuku's face. A loud smack rang through the room. Izuku held his hand to his swelling cheek. Eyes watering slightly, he looked up at Shigaraki, who seemed to calm down slightly. Consider that a warning. Don't do it again. He sat back down on the sofa, still eyeing Izuku. Izuku stared at him back, placing the bag on the table, taking out all the bottle, glaring at Shigaraki. Kurogiri took them and out them on the shelves, still not talking to either of them. Like I said, Shigaraki, I didn't mean to. I was walking out and Kaken grabbed me. Whatever. Get out of my sight. Izuku rolled his eyes before leaving the bar bag in hand, using Kurogiri's portal this time to avoid any more incidents. When he got to the room, he headed straight to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. He well and truly looked like shit. His cheek was now much more red, and his appearance seemed much more worn and tired. Granted, he hadn't been sleeping much at all. Still, he enjoyed being in the league. It felt way better than being in school at least. He could take a few hits here and there, but it wouldn't really change anything. He was sure that Shigaraki would calm down eventually. Staring in the mirror, he pulled a box out from the plastic bag that he got at the shop. The box contained hair dye, black hair dye. It was the easiest way to change his appearance and allow him to go out easier. Of course, he also bought concealer to cover his freckles and contact lenses at a cosplay shop. He took out the tube containing hair dye and looked at the instructions. Jesus! How do you do this? Shigaraki had calmed down overnight. The slap he gave Izuku seemed to be enough to teach him a lesson. All things considered, he still enjoyed having the boy there, snide and sarcastic as he may be. Also, he was useful. What Shigaraki was not expecting was how Izuku looked the next morning. His jade hair was now a jet black, which was swept up into a half fringe. His freckles were covered, leaving his face free of any imperfection. He was blood-red contact lenses, with hints of black and orange in the corners. He wore his suit more professionally, his shirt tucked in and his tie adjusted correctly. Red? Really? How original. In reply, Izuku shrugged. Only one's left. Whatever. Shigaraki turned back to his papers, documenting all activity in the league that week. Hey Shigaraki. What? Who is all for one to you? It didn't take long for Bakugo to convince the police that he wasn't the one that attacked the shop's clerk. A witness account and an alibi was all that was needed to prove his innocence. Upon leaving the station, questions flew through his head like wildfire. He had heard the description of the person that threatened the man at the register. A description which oddly sounded a lot like Izuku. Messy green hair, jade eyes and a hood pulled over the face. But it was impossible, right? Izuku threatening someone with a knife and stealing? Izuku had been dreaming of becoming a hero for years, maybe even longer than Bakugo himself. So why the hell would he do something like that? He did look a little worse for wear, being even skinnier and more tired than he usually was. But was it even possible for his personality to change so drastically over 1 week? And why would he do that? Supposedly he took alcohol, which was even more unbelievable. This 15-year-old hero fanboy stealing alcohol from a public store? Especially Izuku, who never touched the stuff to begin with. There was always the possibility that he was lying. He could have been doing this for months, which wouldn't have surprised Bakugo much considering what he tried to do to him. Bakugo's mind was going back and forth like a pendulum. He couldn't get his head around Izuku's intentions. At first, he thought Izuku was trying to save him when the slime Villian attacked. But the way he looked at him after he was discharged was strange. He looked dull, disappointed. Almost like he was upset about something. As far as he was told by heroes, Izuku wasn't persecuted and was let off the hook without any repercussions. If they were telling the truth to Bakugo, then Izuku's sudden change in ideology would be strange. There would have been no reason to feel upset if he wasn't punished for it, right? So everyone started spreading the rumor that he did it on purpose. Is that why he was so different now? Was that why he was so aloof? Bakugo had no idea. When he eventually got home, he collapsed onto the sofa. His parents were still at work, so he was alone. They didn't really care that he was at the police station. Sure as hell wasn't the first time. This was good, he needed time to think about everything. Especially his decision of not telling the police about Izuku. Hey Izuku, come with me a second. Izuku turned to Kurojari, who was going down a set of stairs connected to the back room. Izuku took the piece of toast out of his mouth and followed him, willingly for once. It had been a few days after the Bakugo incident and, like he predicted, things had calmed down. Shigaraki was more lenient and Kurojari was more laid back. You asked Shigaraki about all for one, didn't you? Kurojari said, his eyes glowing as they descended down the flights of stairs. Yeah, I did. Though I didn't get any answers. He just avoided my question. That's because he doesn't know much either. Kurojari stopped at the base of the stairs, just in front of a wooden door. We don't know much about all for one. He never tells us much. All I can tell you is that he saved Shigaraki from his family. He is also extremely powerful, as I'm sure you recall. Yeah, he has a bunch of quirks, right? Izuku had spoken to all for one twice now. The second time was more exposition on the league and answering Izuku's questions. Yes, which he stole from others. However now, he is attempting to combine many quirks into a single body to create a strong fighter. He called it a Nomu. Nomu? Yes, tomorrow I will be taking you to the lab to see them. However today, I have been asked to test you on something. Izuku raised an eyebrow slightly. Test? Namely, Kurojari took the handle of the door and threw it open. Izuku walked in, his eyes still concentrated on Kurojari. When he got in the room, he turned around to look at the room. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw what was at the base of the room. How strong your stomach is. The room was littered with bodies. Old and young, but all painted in the familiar color of red. The red of a rose. These were failed attempts to create nomus. You will be seeing a lot of this kind of thing when you work with the other brokers. Namely, you may need to deal with violent information extraction. Izuku wasn't shocked about the bodies. He had seen them before. What shocked him was the amount. And the smell. God, the smell. It smelled like pure, unbridled rotting and meat. This wasn't expecting this on a Tuesday morning, I'll tell you that. Kurojiri chuckled. I'm aware. You'll get used to this as you get older. Yoket, why are they down here? Isn't it a liability? It's hard evidence against you if you get caught. Don't worry. You didn't notice, but as we went through the door you weren't looking at the room. This isn't the room under the bar. I just made a portal to here when you weren't looking. The room down there, it's just filled with bottles. Then what was the point of going to the basement? To confuse you. Also, Shigaraki said to come on, let's go. Kurogiri opened a portal, back to the bar Izuku presumed. Kurogiri was also strange, in the sense that he liked to confuse Izuku. Shigaraki was more malicious in his sense of humor. Fine. Inko sat at the table, her eyes fixated of a picture. Her son had been missing for over a week. Her husband couldn't return home as his company wouldn't allow him to leave even for his missing child. She mainly sat in her house, going from her son's room to a newspaper, checking for any sign of evidence. She didn't find anything. She couldn't find anything. Where had her boy gone to? Who took him away? Why wasn't he picking up his phone? She had stopped calling him. Maybe he ran away from her. Maybe he was disappointed or upset with her for not believing in his dreams. She only wanted what was best for him. She didn't want him to get hurt. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't do anything. The slight clicks of Izuku's shoes echoed through the corridor as he was led down winding pathways and levels. According to Kurogiri, these nomu were stored with all for one wherever he was. However, the actual experiment ions and testing was in a laboratory far outside the city's border. This specific lab was a cover-up, with the outside suggesting a more medical research facility rather than a Villian-run organization. Giran had a lot of connections with government officials and corrupt law enforcement, so keeping this place of the radar was relatively easy. Kurogiri seemed to make no noise, rather he simply seemed to glide through the corridor, his mist masking most of his body. Izuku strutted alongside, red eyes reflecting of the glossy varnish the tiles on the wall had. Kurogiri mentioned how many corrupt researchers worked here, or researchers who had strange obsessions with quirk activity, which was useful to the League's goals. As for the participants of the research, it was mainly death row prisoners or oppressive individuals such as bullies. Mainly people who don't benefit society. Before being led by Kurogiri, Izuku was shown one of the holding cells, which contained the participants. In each cell was around 6 people, each with their own bed, which were separated into 3 sets of bunk beds. The cells were musty and gray, with an odd scent permeating through the room. The people in those cells would stay there up to around 2 weeks before the experiments. Some people begged Izuku to release them, others stared into space, their expressions dulled. Izuku paid them no mind, rather he kept walking and asking Kurogiri questions. As they reached the end of the corridor, Kurogiri turned round to Izuku. This is one of the experiments they perform. I'm showing you as you may need to participate as a researcher at some point, if we don't need you to get information. That's news to me. Kurogiri opened the double doors which lead to a medical standard room. There were needles, scales and tweezers on a metal table which were in front of a chair which held a young man, maybe in his 20s, strapped down. In front of him was a masked doctor, holding a needle in hand. They are attempting to concentrate the DNA which is correlated with the development of quirks into a liquid form. They are now trying to inject this formula into someone to see what happens. Kurogiri said quietly, as to not disturb the researcher. The doctor took the man's arm and put the needle in, injecting the contents into his body. The man winced slightly, eyes watering as he looked at Izuku with desperation. After a few minutes, the man's head fell, his eyes rolling into the back of the head. Seconds later, the heart monitor flatlined. The researcher sighed, turning of the heart monitor and releasing the man. He had various red spots over his arm, where he was initially injected with the serum. Seems his body rejected the injection quite quickly. Shame really, Izuku muttered to himself. Kurogiri nudged him slightly, calling him to follow him out his room. Hey Kurogiri, why are you testing this anyway? It allows us to create soldiers perfectly designed to beat top heroes. It also allows us to learn more about quirks. The research isn't progressing how we would like though. Many experiments end up as failures. Maybe adjust the concentration? We tried that, It only took longer for the heart to fail. I see. Come. Kurogiri opened a portal, presumably back to the bar. That's all I needed to show you. There's something else we need to talk about. Both Izuku and Kurogiri were sat at the bar, a large blue folder in front of them. Kurogiri handed Izuku a paper. It contained information on brokers and information dealers, apparently the ones he would be working with according to Kurogiri. On the paper were their quirks, affiliations, and basic data. You will be going on a rota, switching between these people every 2 weeks. It should allow you to have the best experience. Also, a loud bang sounded as Kurogiri dropped something on the bar's table. You will need to wear this. On the table was a mask, one that looked quite similar to Jason's mask from Friday the 13th. One side was a black color, the other a jade green, which were separated by a wavy line. Above the 2 eye holes were 2 triangular stripes, both a dark red. The mouth section wears 6 holes, presumably for breathing. Izuku looked up at the bartender. A mask? It's part of the protocol for newcomers and it allows you to keep your identity a secret for the most part. I didn't choose the design if you're wondering. Fair enough. Izuku picked up the mask, surprised by the weight of it, and put it in on his face. There were straps at the back which allowed him to wear it comfortably without it falling off. It fits quite nicely. Yeah, I guess, Izuku muttered back. The look of it was quite strange, but paired with his Villian outfit it blended in okay. As he was looking at himself with his phone's camera, Shigaraki walked in yawning. Hey Deku, what the F dash? Morning Shigaraki. Izuku said, his voice surprisingly not muffled by the mask. What are you wearing? A mask, apparently I have to wear it during training. Well, it looks horrific. Guessing that was the idea. Izuku sighed, removing the mask from his face. It was quite heavy. Hey Kurogiri. When am I leaving tomorrow? Around 2 p.m. You will meet with Giran and his associates, then you will leave. Maybe then I will get my analysis book back from him. Well, I'm going back to the apartments. I don't have anything else to do today. By Deku. I swear to God Shigaraki. All Might closed the door to Nizu's office. All Might was conflicted from what Nizu wanted. He wanted to give one for all to a second-year student, Mirio. He supposedly had the qualities that would make a spectacular hero. All Might was uncertain. The boy was honorable. The dedication and perseverance he held was unquestionable. Plus, he was one of the top students. But All Might wasn't sure if it was the right choice. He did want to give his quirk to someone without a quirk, so they could experience what he did when his master passed down one for all to him. But no one really possessed the qualities he wanted. All Might would keep searching. Though, he remembered a quirkless boy he saved a few months ago. He did consider giving his quirk to him, but he did almost get the young hostage ended in his impulsivity. That was really the reason he chose not to. However, he recently found out that that boy went missing, following a news broadcast. Honestly, All Might did feel a bit responsible. He did feel a little harsh when he reprimanded the boy, and when he crushed his dreams on the rooftop. But he needed to hear it. He couldn't live his life in denial, right? Either way, All Might was the symbol of peace. That meant he had a duty to perform. So it was his duty to find and help everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. Children's chanting sounded throughout the park. Hopscotch, hide and seek, tag. They played any game that came to their mind. Though some chants were quite sadistic, right? Ring Around the Rosies, a song about people dying of the plague. London Bridge, a Gant bridge collapsing far down. Yet the children sung them happily, dancing in circles and through trees. Of course, Bakugo remembered when he too participated in those chants. Chanting about death as toddlers, hand in hand with other smiling kids. Maybe that was why children were more aware with death than they thought. Maybe that's why he mentioned it a lot to Izuku. Just like the nursery rhymes they sing together. Maybe that was why Izuku was comfortable threatening someone's life. Yet nursery rhymes are used as entertainment. As a childhood memory. Robbery and assault were nothing like that. Of course Bakugo was no better. Attacking Izuku to the point of unconsciousness was not exactly entertainment. Maybe they were similar in that sense. Bakugo didn't know how Izuku had gotten to that state. Harmless teasing couldn't have done that, right? Harmless? He beat that boy to the point of hospitalization at one point. He scared, hit, mocked and hurt this kid who was one of his closest friends. How could he even say harmless? Friends, could they even be considered that anymore? After everything they did to each other, what even were they? Who was worse? Maybe they were the same. Bakugo sat solemnly on the swing him and Izuku spent a lot of time rocking slightly on his heels. He wanted some time alone and his legs brought him here. He had to wonder how much damage he did. To Izuku, he was trying to show him what being a hero would entail, especially a quirkless one. As if he was trying to deter him from becoming one, like the videos they showed them in class wanted to do. Just with more brute force. Despite everything he did, he still hated Izuku. Even though he accepted that it was partially his fault, he still hated him. Sympathy, yeah. Guilt, maybe. Nothing more than that. He still lived with the trauma he received with the Villian. The scorching, overwhelming pain and screams enveloped his dreams continually. And he wanted someone to blame. It was just the kind of prideful person he was. He hated him. Yet he still wiped the tears that consumed his face as he recounted everything. All the guilt he had built up and denied. He hated him, right? Izuku stood behind the bar, organizing files and papers. He would be leaving in an hour or so. He managed his time by looking over the notes of the Villian he would work with and the heroes he would face. Whether it would be useful he didn't know. Kurogiri told him to pack only essentials. What he defined as essentials he didn't say. Izuku packed his Villian outfit, an extra jumper, notebooks, pens, his phone, and his knife. Oh, and his mask, which took up most of the space. It was weird to think that he was going somewhere where having a weapon is absolutely necessary. Death, murder, and the such would be more common than what he was used to. It was sure to a fantastic few months. Speaking of a few months, the UA exams were coming up. Izuku was sure that Bakugo would enroll. From what he saw when he was almost caught, his quirk had gotten stronger as well as his physique. What was weird was that the news didn't mention that he was the one who robbed the place. Or that he threatened the clerk. Also, no wanted posters or warnings were posted. What he concluded was that Bakugo didn't tell them, or that they didn't want to release the information yet without evidence. Especially considering how he was reportedly attacked and kidnapped, according to the reports. Basically, it would give the police a bad reputation if they were wrong about either one, so they may just not tell anyone. Hey Izuku. They're here. Izuku looked up to see Kurogiri, behind his Giran and some odd-looking people, around 7. Giran smirked. You look different. Good to see you too, Giran. Izuku rolled his eyes, putting the papers down and stepping forward. These the guys? Yeah. You will be working with them for the next few months. Introductions then, this Izuya Kurozuri. 27. Occupation, hostage dealerships and information withholder. Status, widower. Your wife was ended in a police standoff after being wrongly accused of murder, which was swept under the rug by the heroes and police. Yada yada, can we continue? Giran chuckled softly, the man next to him clearly shocked. Seems you did your homework. Okay, you will work with him first. Come forward then. Rest of you stay here for your next assignments. Izuku moved forward, shoulders broad to portray a more confident appearance on his thin frame. Giran nodded to Kurogiri, who opened a portal leading God knows where. Taking the mask out of his bag, he clipped it onto his face, the weight still feeling unnatural. Before going through the portal, Giran gave him a nudge. Shigaraki told me your code name. From now on you will be referred to as Deku. Respond only to that. Izuku's face dropped. Of course he did. Izuku stepped 1 foot through the portal, completely unhesitant, right into his new life as an official Villian. Bakugo got home late last night, around 9 p.m. He removed his shoes at the doorstep and went to his room and slept. Today was the entrance exams to UA High. 3 months before actual enrollment. Bakugo was determined to become a hero. He would become a hero. He would prove himself to everyone. His quirk was amazing enough so he would be able to pass the exam with ease. For a moment he wondered if Izuku would be there, but quickly shot down the possibility. If the weekend proved anything, it was that Izuku had left the hero path far behind. Damn Deku! He would prove that he was better than him. He would never be taken down like that again. Never again. He couldn't be taken down like that again. Putting on his shoes, gym bag in tow, he opened the door and stepped out, without hesitation, right into his new life as a hero. He just had to pass the exams first. Warning, someone dies here, no one important per se. Even with their experience, the brokers had never dealt with a hero. Angry patrons, yeah. The occasional policeman. But not a hero. Heroes were centered more around city centers where more obvious acts of villainy occurred. This left underground crime syndicates to flourish in the outskirts of the city. But here was a hero, plain as day, standing before them in an alleyway. He wore a simple hero costume, with what looked like a fin on the back of his head and orange gloves. According to their intern, his hero name was Manuel, a hero stationed in Hosu City and has a water quirk. Before coming to Hosu on a job, they had the boy research the hero agencies for them, which proved to be useful. This is a restricted area. Who are you? The hero shouted, his voice echoing throughout the alley's crooked walls. They didn't reply, as there wasn't a good answer to their question. He repeated himself, except louder and more forceful. They didn't reply, they just looked at each other at a loss of what to do. If you do not answer, I will be forced to take you into custody. The men looked at each other and nodded, activating any quirks they had. Not that many were that powerful though. Most were physical mutations or small enhancements. Nothing that could take on a pro hero with years of training. Stand down. The hero shouted, feeling slightly overwhelmed but confident in his abilities to capture them all. Deactivate your quirks or IY-. He never finished that sentence. Instead, he was cut short by a sharp pain in his back. He turned, his breathing increasing as a warm stinging spread over his body, to see a small figure, wearing a green dress shirt and red tie, with a notably strange mask covering the majority of his face, with cracks and bumps dotting its surface. A warm, crimson liquid fell to the ground as the hero stumbled slightly. Before he could fall, another sharp pain hit him in his throat, cutting of his muted scream. He was dead before his body hit the ground. Bakugo leaned back in his chair, dropping his pen on the table in boredom. It had been 3 months since he saw Izuku near the shop. Since that day, a lot had happened in Bakugo's life. He received his acceptance message into UA, from All Might no less. He had been the top scorer in the entire exam. He started classes tomorrow with some of society's best quirks. He wasn't nervous. He was better than all of them anyhow. He got out of his chair and went downstairs, to meet his mother on the sofa watching TV, his dad reading a newspaper. Oi Katsuki. Another hero got attacked yesterday, this time in Hosu. Be careful when you go to UA. His mother barked, not turning to look at him. Yeah. A string of attacks had sprung up recently. All pro heroes which were all ended with a knife. They first thought that it was tied to the hero Ender's victims, which had also started appearing more prominently. However, one attack happened at the same time as a confirmed hero Ender. Attack which was proven from witness accounts. So it was concluded that this was the work of a separate person. The attacks were always quick and concise, always sticking to vital points or areas that could easily disable a person, momentarily so they could deal a final blow or permanently, which acted as a kind of cruel mercy. No one had seen the culprit. No one had heard any screams or signs of struggle. The Ender knew what they were doing. One odd thing was that no sign of quirk usage was seen, at least from a hero perspective whose quirk could detect remnants of quirk usage up to 2 days after their use. It was quite useful for murder investigations as they could specify the kind of quirk. The two theories were that the culprit had a quirk that wasn't easily detected, which was the more popular theory, or that they simply didn't use a quirk. Some even say they could be quirkless. This was the least popular theory as they took down pro heroes who spent years honing their skills. Bakugo grabbed a drink from the fridge and headed back upstairs, finishing his notes on how he could use his quirk more effectively. He wanted the best chance he could get for proving himself on the first day. Thanks, Deku. I think we would have been dead without you. Yeah, thank you, Deku. Yeah, it's fine. Izuku said back nonchalantly, adjusting his mask slightly. After 3 months, he had gotten used to it being his face for the majority of the day. He stared down at his phone, messaging clients and other factions about their missions. Izuku had changed a lot over 3 months. The brutal training he received from the different brokers changed his appearance and mannerisms. His posture had improved after constant grueling from a particularly well-mannered man whom he worked with for a week or two, making him appear taller. He had a more mature appearance, with his outfit more angled and professional. He had adopted a new sense of pessimism and lost interest in pointless arguments, especially since he worked with people whose daily lives consisted of arguing with each other. He had gotten stronger, mentally and physically. Just an occupational hazard that came with the job. He had ended people. He had extracted information from people. He dealt with hostages and ransom. Desensitized didn't even describe it. It was normal. It was strange how humans could adapt so quickly. Oi Deku, you're going back to Giran Tamara, aren't ya? Gonna miss your remarks, have to admit. Yeah, I'm gonna miss you all too. It's fine though, I'll still see you at meetings. One by one, all the members of the faction went to the rooms, which was a glorified way of saying a large room with individual blankets and mattresses. They were in a large complex, previously used as a supply base for planes and militaries. But after a better area was found which was more desolate, they transferred everything there, leaving a large empty complex people didn't come to due to its supposed inhabitability. Izuku stayed up, leaning against the wall, this time on the phone to Kurojuri. He raised up his mask so he could hear him better, revealing his eye bags and cold gaze. He still wore contacts and dyed his hair for security's sake. Though buying hair dye was an effort and a half. It wasn't the money, after many dealings he had racked up quite the fortune, but rather making sure he wasn't recognized. He wasn't sure if his identity had been discovered yet as he was indoors most of the time. After a few seconds, Kurojuri picked up the phone, answering in his usual deep tone. How are you? I'm okay, Kurojuri. Apparently I'm coming back tomorrow. Well, according to Giran anyway. So I've heard. Anyway, have you contacted the new link I told you about? Yes, I have. I believe he can supply us an access point into the Todoroki Hero Agency. The man seems to not like Endeavor but is forced to work with him due to his parents' debt not being paid of after their deaths. Anyway, apparently Endeavor has a son joining UA this year who seems to be his life work. In my opinion, you have 3 choices. Leave the boy alone, use him for ransom, or end him to get back at Endeavor. There are many that wish Endeavor to suffer. Though, the boy has a strong sense of justice and admires All Might from what I've seen, so I doubt you could get him to join us. You've seen? Yeah, I did a bit of digging myself. I have also kept an eye on him. Seems like he has a vendetta against his dad. I'm not sure why. Can't you use that to make him join us? No. As I said, he idolized All Might, whether he admits it or not. Also, his mother and siblings seem to be a big part of his life. He won't be so quick to betray them. Also, there is his own sense of honor to consider. I see. All for One wants to infiltrate the agency and extract any information on the heroes that work there. It's one of the top hero agencies, so I should be trusted with some valuable information. Okay, I'll do some more poking around and I will let you know. Okay, good night, Izuku. You too. Izuku took the phone away from his ear, hitting the end call button. Sighing slightly, he stretched his arms above his head, cracking his back slightly in the process. He looked back down at his phone to see the time. 4:53 a.m. Giran would collect him in an hour or two. He said they had a lot to get done, so the early hours were needed. Izuku sat on the sofa, switching on the TV. Back-to-school ads and adverts with hero representatives flashed across the screen. Flicking through the channels, Izuku landed on a news channel and considered it good enough. Leaving back, he took out notebook and wrote some notes on today's events. His Villian costume was drying on a line. The bloods was easy to get off, he had a lot of practice. He just hoped it would dry before Giran got there. His bag was already packed. Pulling at the neck of his turtleneck jumper, he fidgeted uncomfortably. The lack of heating on an early April morning wasn't exactly a life of luxury. He had a lot to write, and not a lot of time. So he just got to it. Izuku grabbed a hold of his worn bag strap and swung it over his shoulder. Tapping his shoes free of dirt that accumulated from the uncleaned facility, he made his way over to the rooms. procting to enter, he looked over to see most of the people awake, looking at him with upset. Hey, I'm off now. See ya later, Deku. Yeah, have a good one, my dude. Go kick some ass. Izuku smiled as the beaming faces of all his companions shone back at him, all wishing him luck. Chuckling as he left, he shut the door and left the complex. He was meeting Giran in a business site not too far from where he was. One of his partners was affiliated with the office, so it wasn't hard for Giran to gain access to. This also meant Izuku could get in, granted he said that he was with Giran. As he made his way through the streets, it felt strange to not wear his mask. He took it off as soon as he left the complex to reduce suspicion. Instead, it was tucked away in his bag along with his Villian outfit, which conveniently dried in time. His generally normal outfit and somewhat normal appearance meant he could go into the public without anyone realizing he was essentially a murderer. A serial ender if you really wanted to stretch it. He still wore contacts in case he ran into anyone he knew, like Bakugo or his mother. Speaking of which, his mother stopped calling him around halfway through his internship. He noticed it straight away, as the usual 40 calls a day was becoming normal. Rather annoying when he was on conference calls. Not to mention the newscasters stopped talking about his case, leading him to believe that his case went cold and they dropped it. It wouldn't be surprising after 3 months of no leads. Well, except the shop incident, which he didn't believe was connected to his case by the investigators. It was convenient in that sense. As he got to the entrance, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Spinning around, he saw a familiar silver-haired man with a cigarette poking out the side of his mouth. A smirk rose on Izuku's face. Hey Giran. Long time no see. Even though he was working with Giran's associates, he hadn't talked to him for a long time. That was left up to the higher-ups. Yet, after 3 months, they were once again sat apart facing each other. Izuku had told him what he had been up to since they last met, which Giran already knew thanks to the brokers. So you're the serial-crazed maniac that has ended all those heroes. Wouldn't have though, it would be you, kid. I get that a lot. Most don't believe me thanks to my lack of quirk though. Though nothing a little demonstration wouldn't fix. Agreed. Showing is a lot easier than telling. Either way, I'm still shocked about how much you changed. You were a little angry runt when I first met you. Funny coming from the guy who has a phone case with bunny ears. Snarky as ever I see. Giran chuckled, tapping the ash from his half-burned-out cigarette. I'll take that though. No comeback? I thought the cold, unsympathetic, self-assured businessman was better than that. I'm disappointed. You got me there. Anyway, Kurogiri should be here in a sec to take you back to the league. Izuku tilted his head in surprise. Already? I thought you had to train me first. According to my vast conglomerates, I think you have had enough training. He said with a wink. Izuku rolled his eyes, smiling. Of course you would sneak in a brag about all your business affairs. You caught on. Yeah, I think you've had enough training. Anyway, time is money and we ain't got a lot of either. Don't lie. We haven't got a lot of one then. As if on cue, a portal opened to the right of them. Stepping out was both Kurogiri and Shigaraki. Izuku smiled seeing that neither of them had changed. Shigaraki looked down, taking the hand of his face and smiled. You haven't changed at all, Deku. Izuku smiled and rolled his eyes dramatically. Oh you, he said sarcastically, the smile still pasted on his face. Kurogiri looked down and offered Izuku a hand, pulling him up. That will be all, Giran. Thank you for everything. He said in his deeper tone, a hint of glee etched into his words. Yeah, get out of here. Oh, and kid. Izuku turned round to see Giran take the cigarette out of his mouth. Make me some good money, got it? Yeah, see you soon, Giran. Stepping through the portal for the first time in what felt like a century. Back to where everything really began. You're the guy they talked about on the news? Shigaraki stared at Izuku in disbelief. Izuku was telling the two of them about his time with the brokers per Shigaraki's request. Seems his childish attitude never changed. Not that big a deal though, it was just for the job. Izuku sipped his coffee which Kurogiri so graciously prepared. Not that big a deal. 30 heroes? Yeah. Like I said, it was just for the Wait, 30? Izuku put his cup down, some of it spilling over the side. Guess they missed some. Oh, they must have confused it with the hero ender. They are quite similar cases, I guess. Wait, miss some? How many did they miss? Around 15, give or take. So around 45 heroes? Yeah. Shigaraki laughed, giving Izuku quite the shock. Well, he wasn't expecting that. Man, was I right to pick you? Izuku paused before chuckling at his remark. Yeah, some things never do change, do they? Though in this case, he was kinda happy about it. Bakugo stood at the entrance of UA. He was early, around half an hour early. He yawned slightly as he basked in the great stature of the building. It had a large budget, which was shown in the large structure. Everything looked like it was layered with glass, creating a modern aesthetic. As Bakugo made his way inside and through the halls, he looked at pictures of graduates who became pro-heroes. From underground heroes to the best of the best, UA's alumni were guaranteed a hopeful future. His classroom had a large door, around 10 feet tall. Bakugo presumed it was in case someone had a quirk that enhanced height or an appendage that reached high up. Despite this, Bakugo opened the door with ease, revealing a room with 20 desks in front of a large chalkboard. Sitting in one of the desks, Bakugo stared out the window. He daydreamed about his future as the top hero and everything that came with it. Since receiving the acceptance letter, he seemed to do it a lot. Soon students filed in, the first being the noisy one from the entrance exam. He lectured Bakugo on having his feet on the desk or being unproductive with his time. Essentially, it ended with Bakugo telling him to F off. The variety of students was interesting. One had 6 arms, connected by a layer of skin making it look like a bat's wing. Another had purple orbs fixated on his scalp, not to mention his short height. Here was also a bird. Just a straight-up bird. Bakugo appreciated the variety of quirks he could see of the bat, or couldn't see it. There was an invisible girl too. The be-all end-all was that he still thought his quirk was the best, at least from what he had already seen from the entrance exams. After a while after chatting, a gruff, tired voice sounded from throughout the room. If you're here to make friends, you may as well go home. Leaning back on his chair, Bakugo looked at the doorway. There stood a man in a sleeping bag. What the? Exclaimed a girl who just so happened to be standing in the doorway. I am your teacher and welcome to the UA Hero course, said the unenthusiastic caterpillar-looking man as he pulled out a pack of some sort, which he ate the content of. The man that was supposedly their teacher instructed them to go outside, to which he put them through a variety of exercises and trainings to test out their abilities with the threat of the person coming in last being expelled being weighed on their minds. Ball toss, side steps, and long jump were a few examples. To spare you the details, Bakugo came third, under 2 recommendation students. Bakugo was more than a little surprised by this. He had the best quirk right. In the end, a weak background character came last and was sent home. Apparently her quirk was to do with water, but that didn't matter now. Their class size was reduced down to 19. As they got back to the classroom, the teacher, who they now knew as Aizawa, made them introduce themselves. Bakugo didn't exactly pay attention as he wasn't exactly interested in his classmate. The irony was he was more interested in the quirks rather than the people who used them. You blondie, you're up. Yeah, shut up. Bakugo stood up, not even bothering to go to the podium. The name's Bakugo. My quirk is explosion for the dumbasses who don't know. Whoa, Kaken. Your quirk is so cool. Hey, how does it work? I hope I get my quirk soon, Kaken. What do you think it may be? Kaken? Bakugo. Sit down and answer me when I talk to you. Yeah, shut the hell up. Bakugo sat back down, murmurs echoing behind him. What the hell just happened? Flashbacks? Christ. He murmured, under his breath so no one could hear him. What the hell was going on with him? If Izuku had to guess, he would say that the probability that Bakugo was in UA was around 85%. His quirk was more than capable of getting him in. But that was it. His personality, his attitude, his reputation were all not indicators of a good hero. He was an awful person. No more than that. He was a disgrace to the so-called hero name. How anyone like him could become a hero was beyond him. Though the hero world had many selfish and egotistical people, so he could fit right in. Take Endeavor. He was a self-assured maniac who would stop at nothing to beat All Might. He was more of a villain than he was. Izuku looked over his notebook. The previous books contained a lot of admiration and fanboy-esque comments that made Izuku want to vomit. The newer ones were strictly professional, outlining weaknesses and strengths with precise detail. Endeavor was a popular target for many people, so many found his information worth buying. He had accumulated a lot of information on Endeavor, from spies to kidnapping employees. It made him quite well known throughout the underground crime syndicate for his extensive knowledge. That wasn't all. He was also hired for tailing people for jobs about revenge or marriages. He also found and gave information on governmental officials for rebel groups seeking to overthrow the government. Not that they ever succeeded. This allowed Izuku to have a dictionary on all the important people in the country in his head. He looked over at the man in the corner bound to the chair, staring at him in anger and disgust. Izuku wasn't concerned as he had his mask on, so when he let him go, he couldn't tell anyone who he was. Shigaraki told him to get information on UA. So he did what he did best, taking someone who knows what he wants. You know, power loader, as a hero you must be quite shocked to be here right now. Rising from his chair, he went to the corner of the room that the man was sat. He had a large excavator-looking thing on his head and his hands had orange claws. Well, anesthetic works great to knock you heroes out, and it affects quirk output too. We tested that a while ago. You should watch your back when you walk home, you know. Izuku put his hand on the arm of the wooden chair, gripping it lightly, staring down at the man's face, at least what he could see of it. You're here because you are a teacher at UA. Now I need some information on UA, so I need your help. Though. Picking up him knife from his pocket, he kept staring him dead in the eye. I have heard that you are quite strict with your students. My guess is that you won't bend so easily. Izuku brought the knife to the man's face, watching as his face morphed into pure despair. Nothing a little convincing won't change. Also, it would be extremely easy to convince one of your students to help. So if you don't want your students or you to die. Swiftly he brought the blade down onto the chair, right between his fingers. I suggest you start talking, hero. Izuku strolled into the bar, stretching his arms slightly as sat down on the bar stools. Kurogiri was in front of him, glass in hand, looking down at him expectantly. Shigaraki was on the stool next to him, also looking at him. Well? Izuku took the notebook from his bag and put it on the table. There is a facility connected to the school which is far away from the school site. It's a disaster zone of sorts. In about a week, a first-year hero class will be going there for a practical lesson. It's secluded, far from the pro heroes. The most you will have to deal with is 2 or 3 teachers and the students. As first years, it should be easy enough to take them down or take them as hostages. However, their quirks are quite powerful, so we will need to plan around that. Also, Izuku took the coffee from Kurogiri's hands and sipped it, being careful not to burn his tongue. All Might is a teacher at UA. Shigaraki's eyes widened in shock. The top hero was teaching students? He may be at the facility that day. That alone shows you need to be cautious. Shigaraki brought his hand up to his lip, in deep thought, before a large grin broke out over his face. But it would be a good time to test out the Nomu. Izuku nodded. That's what I thought too. It will need to be one of the stronger ones, just in case All Might is there. Kurogiri put down the glass and picked up the notebook Izuku put on the desk. I'll inform All for One to bring a Nomu and the other factions so they can fight with us. However, how did you get this information in the first place? I talked to one of the teachers. Won't that teacher tell the school about what you asked? This means they will be on their guard. Shigaraki looked at Izuku in confusion. It's quite risky to outright question a teacher and essentially give away their entire plan. Don't worry. I'm going to release the guy when the mission is done. Even then, if he says anything, it won't be useful to them. The only thing he knows is what I look like with my mask, which won't matter after the mission. After all, they would have already seen my mask. So I assume you're coming. Yeah, might as well. At the very least, it will give me some information on the students. Fair enough. Be careful though. Don't forget you are quirkless and we are going against some of the more powerful quirks. Izuku shrugged, leaning back in the stool slightly. Never stopped me before. Shigaraki looked at Izuku, a look of intensity bore over his face. You need something, Shigaraki? You said release. Huh? You said you would release the teacher you talked to. So you kidnapped him? Yeah? That's a bit much for only information, don't you think? Izuku rolled his eyes. Shigaraki. We are literally villains who end people. Now is not the time to question my methods of getting information. Izuku stood, adjusting his jumper, and walked over to the door. Sorry for the flying visit, but I got shit to do. Yeah, don't want to interrupt your meetings. Izuku left, heading out to the meeting place for one of his clients. They wanted information on one of the pro heroes whom they had a grudge against. Though their reasonings didn't really matter to him. If anything, it would be interesting. Izuku stood in the alleyway, looking down at his phone with his back to the wall. His mask hung on his face, reflecting off his phone screen. He had finished with his client, got the money and watched the guy leave. Izuku made a mental note of the guy, just in case he saw him on the news or something like that. Izuku Midoriya, aspiring hero with a big secret. In a world full of quirks and werewolves, mates are a huge deal. However, Izuku is forced to watch not one, but two of H. Hey! Izuku turned around to see a hero, dressed in a kind of jumpsuit. Yes? The hero pointed at a sign, which read restricted area. Izuku looked at the guy in disbelief. You really think I didn't see that when I came in here? Even for a hero, you're dense. Excuse me? The hero walked up to him, grabbed him by the collar of his jumper. Explain yourself. Izuku looked down. God, you're annoying. Quickly, Izuku brought a knife into the guy's abdomen. A look of disparity shone over the guy's face as he looked Izuku in the eye. If you couldn't tell that I was dangerous from the mask, you're dumber than I thought. In a quick slice, Izuku cut a straight line from his left to right side, causing the guy to collapse in agony. Tears streamed from his eyes as he looked Izuku in the eyes a final time. Though, I'm not one to cause people an agonizing death. In a single move, Izuku brought the knife to the side of the guy's head, finally ending his suffering. That's more of your style. Isn't that right, hero? Taking his phone back out, Izuku rang up Kurojiri. Hey, can you make me a portal to the apartments? Can't you walk? Well, unless you want me to leave bloody footprints straight to a villain's lodging, that's fine. Sighing heavily through the phone, Kurojiri opened a portal in front of Izuku. Thanks, he said as he walked into the portal. Bakugo sat on the sofa, looking at the TV screen. He had finished all his work and studying he had to do, which left him with a bit of free time. His mother was in the kitchen, peeling potatoes, and his dad was out shopping. As he scrolled through the channels, he saw a news reporter and the headline, "Another hero found dead." Frantically scrolling back to the channel, he watched as the reporter described what was suspected to be the 32nd victim of the recent string of murders that were showing up over the city. This one supposedly had a large wound in the abdomen and a wound on the head. Once again, they were precise lacerations, which targeted the vital organs for a quirk death. Though no one had seen a bloody guy leave the alleyway where the guy was found. The reporter recommended that unexperienced heroes or heroes in training should not go into secluded areas alone. This guy and the hero ender were targeting pro-heroes. This new guy was also given a nickname, like the hero ender. He was called Genocide. This was given by the media as reference to his quick yet brutal means of ending heroes. Also, his body count was enormous, putting him higher than most serial murderers. Bakugo wasn't scared of him though. Honestly, he wanted to meet the guy so he could defeat him himself. One of the heroes Genocider had ended was a hero Bakugo used to like when he was younger, purely for the similarities in their quirks. If he defeated him, he would surpass him. His mum looked over at him, also looking at the screen. I swear, Katsuki, you better be careful out there. I will, old hag. What was that? Nothing, I'm going for a run. Hey, dinner is almost ready. I'll be back in time. Shut up. Bakugo went to his room, put on his exercising clothes and set off. He wasn't really sure where he was going. He wanted to clear his head of all the noise about Izuku, heroes and genocide. Everyone was concerned that he would get hurt, but that was impossible. He would never get hurt by a damn psychopath. That he was sure of. As he ran, he saw a familiar set of long green hair and came to a halt. He was at the fence bordering the park. Him and Izuku came to a lot where he saw Izuku's mother sat on a bench, staring at nothing. Miss Midoriya? Inko looked up to see a familiar set of blonde, spiky hair standing in front of him. Hey Katsuki, she said solemnly, returning her gaze to the floor. Bakugo noticed this, and sat himself beside her. Are you okay? We haven't heard anything from you in weeks. He left me, you know? Huh? Inko gripped her knees, eyes glistening as tears sprung from the sides of her face. Izuku left me alone. He hates me for not believing in him. He left because he hated me. Bakugo's eyes widened, looking at the woman. He couldn't say a word. The most he could do was grip her shoulders, pulling her into an embrace. He wasn't good at consoling even on the best of days, but Inko sure as hell needed it. The woman completely broke down, shivering and sobbing in Bakugo's arms. I just want him to come back home, Katsuki. I miss him so much. I love him more than anything. Bakugo looked down in shame. He saw Izuku. He knew he was alive. But could he tell her? Could he tell her what her son had done? Her heart would break. Not to mention, he knew he was partly the reason Izuku probably left. There was not really any other explanation for his sudden action of leaving. Inko continued to cry, still quietly begging for her lost son to return. It looked like all the emotions from the past few months just overwhelmed her and came pouring out. After a while, Inko pulled away, wiping her eyes, and looking at Bakugo. I'm glad he had you, you know. Maybe he hate me, but I'm glad he had a friend who he cared about. Just like that, Bakugo's heart broke. Shattered into pieces as the word replayed over and over on his head. Friend? No. He wasn't. Inko stood looking at the stunned boy. Thank you Katsuki for everything. I'm going to head home. Have things to do. And just like that she turned away. Bakugo stared at where she stood, in shock and confusion. After about 10 minutes, Bakugo gripped his head as reality set in. It didn't. She had no idea what he did to Izuku. She had no idea the suffering Bakugo put him though. Izuku never told anyone. He took everything Bakugo did and never complained. Never said anything. He never fought back. He never hurt him in return. He never reported him. He didn't do anything. He never said anything. He didn't say anything. He didn't. Bakugo never cried. He never cried even when he was hurt by the 11-year-olds when he was 8. He never cried even when he fell of a log into a river. He never cried. No matter what. He never. Izuku entered the bar and looked around. In the room, around 20 men and women were either sat at the bar, stood or sat across from each other on tables. It was quite crowded, everyone shuffling to get past each other. Many people looked at Izuku in confusion, mostly due to his young age. Izuku rolled his eyes in return and kept making his way to the bar. Shigaraki was on one of the stools, fiddling with one of his hands, which were littering his entire body. Kurogiri was checking down names and looking over Izuku's notes. You know, it would have been easier to call everyone to a larger location. Shigaraki looked up from his hand, shrugging slightly. We are leaving in about 10 minutes. We someone already at the USJ, keeping a watchful eye on the door. Okay then. Shigaraki looked Izuku up and down, before landing in the mask that covered Izuku's face. You're wearing that thing? Why wouldn't I? It looks really weird, you know? Have you met Kurogiri? Kurogiri said now looking up from the book on the bar table. Am I wrong? Izuku said in return. Izuku looked around at the cacophony of people that littered the bar. Many had scars or wounds over their bodies. Others had worn, tattered clothes with stains and burns. Some also wore masks like Izuku and others were bare-faced. Izuku. You will be staying close to Shigaraki and the Nomu. Yoke. It's because I don't have a quirk right. We can't risk losing you. Yoke. Thanks, Kurogiri. Straightening his waistcoat and adjusting the cuffs on his jade shirt, Izuku looked over the plan in his head. Split up the students and attack them like that. The teachers would be dealt with by Kurogiri and the Nomu. Izuku would keep notes on anyone he saw, and if anyone tried to attack him personally, Kurogiri gave him permission to disarm them. The whole incognito thing went out the window when Izuku began to end people. Okay guys, I've just got word that the students have entered the building with 2 teachers. Remember the plan. Cries of joy and excitement erupted over the bar, deafening Izuku slightly. Kurogiri left the bar and went to the largest wall in the room, opening a portal covering the entirety of it. The more excited men went in first, followed by the others who lagged far behind. They expected the other factions were doing the same, as they were all meeting at the USJ. Izuku and Shigaraki were the last to go through, both taking their time and conserving their energy. Bakugo froze on the spot, as did most of the class. Confused, the teachers who were facing them turned around, eyes widening as they saw a large purple mist envelop half the facility. From the wall, around 150 men came through. All were beyond threatening, scowls and scars covering the faces of most of the people. From behind, 3 people strolled out front. One was a man with silvery blue hair, hands covering his body head to toe. He was wearing black garments and his red eyes shone through the hand covering the majority of his face. The second was an entity, completely covered in the purple mist aside from a single piece of armor on his neck. His yellow eyes glowed mystically, carrying an aura of danger and power. The third one was different. They had a smaller frame and had dark hair. Like black and dark green combined. They wore a suit vest, green shirt and a red tie, with dark black dress trousers. They also wore a mask, green and black with red triangle on the top of the eyes holes, with 6 holes at the mouth, acting as a gateway for air and speech. In the eyes holes, scarlet red eyes bore through every student and teacher, like he was analyzing their every move. Each looked equally as threatening. The students shivered in fear, whereas the teacher took stances as if gearing for a fight. The handmen spoke up, essentially introducing themselves as the League of Villains. He then introduced the 3 of them. His name was Shigaraki, the mist man was called Kurogiri, and the smaller one, he just referred to as Genocider. The entire class held their collective breath. This small person was responsible for so many heroes' deaths. Genocider turned to Shigaraki, elbowing him hard in the stomach. "Shut up, Shigaraki," he said, audible to the entire class. That made it so much worse. He sounded and looked like a child. As if he was around their age. If that were true, that means someone their age ended pro-heroes with ease. They shuddered, all terrified of the 3 of them. Kirishima looked at Bakugo, who was staring at Genocider, though not like the rest of them were. He was looking in shock and confusion. Holy! Hey Bakugo! Are you Okadash? DKU? Izuku froze, looking up at the students. He knew who it was. He was fully aware. Like himself, the students, teachers and the villains stared at Bakugo. He looked at Izuku in confusion. Shigaraki turned to him and then back to Bakugo. He smiled, though it was invisible behind the hand on his face. You must be Kaken. Izuku saw Bakugo visibly shiver. I have heard a lot about you. Tell me, how did you know? His voice, his appearance, everything lines up. Lines up to the appearance to your childhood friend? To the kid you nearly bullied into suicide. Everyone turned to Bakugo, even Kirishima, in shock and disgust. Izuku was actually enjoying the humiliation he was going through, almost forgetting how Shigaraki completely blew his cover. Even if Bakugo shouted his name, Izuku could have just denied it. But Shigaraki completely outed him as being Genocider, as the media called him. Oi take that mask off. Never really liked it anyway. Izuku turned to Shigaraki in annoyance, but complied, curious to see where this would go. Izuku removed the mask, allowing everyone to see his face, including Bakugo. Despair. That's all that could be described. Despair fell on Bakugo when he saw Izuku. The bags under his eyes grew, giving him a weary expression. His eyes were cold, red and staring him down. His freckles still covered his face, symmetrical on each cheek. He looked like a Villian sure enough. But Izuku was Genocider. The Villian that had ended 32 pro-heroes. That was Izuku. Bakugo gritted his teeth, matching the malicious gaze that Izuku gave him. The villains had gotten closer to the students, Not that any one of them had noticed. What the hell are you doing? Izuku got up close to Bakugo, making it so their eyes were inches apart. Do not call me that. The cold, soft words filled with malice caused Bakugo to stiffen up, the bloodlust emanating through his entire body. What are you doing? I'm a Villian now, Kakin. Kind of obvious, right? Everyone was silent, all watching the pair as they interacted for the first time in months. Izuku stepped back, watching Bakugo's every breath. Why are you doing this? Call this my revenge. Revenge? Revenge against all heroes who turn their back on the weaker, not acknowledging that they need help. All that heroes care about is money, fame, and fortune. Once again closing TH's gap between them, demonstrating his growing confidence. They only care about themselves. You're wrong. Izuku turned to see a girl with short brown hair. She wore a skin-tight hero suit and had large brown eyes. Izuku gritted his teeth. Who was this? Sure, some heroes are selfish like that, but not all heroes are. There are heroes that go out and save people for the sake of helping people. You're wrong about heroes. You just sound like a kid whining about not being able to be a hero. Please just stop. Shit. Izuku gripped his knuckles tightly. Bakugo watched as his face morphed into a face from cold to anger in a split second. Hey, round face. Stop. But she didn't. She realized he wasn't going to realize what she was saying without more pushing. There are people who want to help people. You just end those who you feel are wrong when they are trying to help. How are you any better? Izuku was going to lose it. Bakugo had been around him long. Enough to know. Uraraka, stop. Heroes are not like you. There are good people. Then why didn't anyone save me? Uraraka froze in shock. She felt a gaze burn into her as she looked up and saw the boy's face. Despair and anger were crudely mixed into an emotion of complete negativity. If the heroes are so good, so noble, why did all of them turn away from me when I needed them? Both Bakugo and Uraraka knew what he meant. The Shigaraki guy said how Izuku was nearly bullied into suicide, Bakugo knowing about it firsthand. Even All Might for God's sake. The so-called hero of peace turned away when I practically begged for help. Everyone looked in shock. The two teachers looked at the floor in shame. They knew that they couldn't save everyone. This was a direct consequence of not paying attention to people. Tell me, what am I wrong about? I know what it's like to be quirkless in a society of heroes and what you people think of me. I am not wrong, you beach. Uraraka looked down. She didn't know what to say to that. Her entire life she had been taught that heroes save everyone. She was starting to realize how naive that was. Here was living proof of that. Shigaraki walked up to Izuku and put his hand on his shoulder, one finger extended. Down, boy. I'm not your damn dog. He said with a growl, irony I know, but seemed to calm down at the man's words. Shigaraki looked at the students and then to Kurogiri, nodding. While their heads were in confusion and shock, it was a perfect chance to scatter them. Kurogiri nodded in return, creating a portal to surround them all before enveloping all of them. Shouts of shock and confusion erupted as all students were sent to different areas of the USJ. The teachers were left behind looking around in confusion. Then turning back to the villains, shocked to see most of them were gone. They had gone after the students. Shit. Hey Izuku. Go to the center and wait for the Nomu. Looks like you need some time to yourself. Izuku didn't say anything, just turned and walked away. A singular thought pervaded in his head, unable to escape. He was going to end the both of them. Bakugo and that Uraraka. Uraraka stared at Bakugo and Kirishima, still in shock about the whole ordeal. They were all fighting villains that popped out of the disaster zone they were in. It looked like a large building on the verge of collapsing, with little to no windows visible. Kirishima was repeatedly punching or kicking any threat that was near him, regardless of who or what it was. Uraraka was using her quirk to float debris to attack people or making people float so Bakugo or Kirishima would have an easier target. Bakugo wasn't saying anything except for shouts of anger or grunts if he was hit. It was to be expected. Honestly, Uraraka didn't say much either. Kirishima was the only one carrying this one-sided conversation, asking about a plan or how each other were holding up. Neither knew how to respond. Bakugo was by far the worst looking. He was convincing, hiding his dread behind a layer of deceit, his anger a facade to hide the crippling weakness he was feeling. Everything from the past 3 months was crashing down onto him. The dread, the guilt, the pain. All with a single sentence. The one that nearly drove him to suicide. How the hell could he react to that? Knowing he was nearly the reason for someone's death. Someone he used to be friends with. He didn't like Izuku. He didn't care. That's what he told himself anyway. Bakugo! Bakugo whirled around, his 2 classmates looking his fatigue and shock. He looked around and saw the surrounding villains knocked out or barely conscious. What the hell happened down there? Kirishima looked expectantly at Bakugo. Uraraka followed suit. I'll tell you all later. For now I have to find Deku. Deku? As in the kanji for one who can't do anything? Tough round face. Did you call him that? I said if. Bakugo please. What happened between you tw-? Her sentence was cut short by a brief explosion erupting from Bakugo's hands which was sent close to Uraraka. Kirishima pulled Uraraka aside. The explosion probably wouldn't have hit her, but it was more of an instinct. Bakugo, what the hell? Kirishima stared at Bakugo. Uraraka still stood behind him. I said if. I have better things to deal with than your childish whining. I have to stop Deku and you a-holes aren't going to stop me. With that Bakugo turned away and ran, using his explosions to make a clearer path. Uraraka and Kirishima looked at each other, nodded and ran after him. Izuku was sat on the Nomu that had passed through Kurogira's portal. He gripped his chest, attempting to calm his anxiety attack. He hadn't had one in a while and God he had not missed them. He remembered what he learned when he was in middle school. Breath in for 7 seconds, breath out for 11 seconds. Izuku never really told doctors or his mum about these attacks. When he went to the hospital in regards to the injuries Bakugo gave him, he never took the opportunity to ask what to do about them. Shigaraki and Kurogiri were dealing with the teachers. However, one person got out when everyone was distracted. Kaminari, I believe. What was more worrying was that his quirk allowed him to make radio transmissions using electromagnetic waves that he could utilize. Though it may be for the better, as that would mean All Might would come, which they could test the Noma with. Izuku had managed to compose himself. He held his mask in his hand, moving his thumb across the crack aimlessly. He watched the students and teachers as their battles progressed. It was hard to see much, considering the distance. However, his eagle-eyed view due to the Nomu was useful. Izuku put the mask back on his face. He felt more comfortable with it on, not that it was really needed anymore. Du. Izuku turned to see Bakugo practically flying through the air towards him. Sighing heavily, Izuku adjusted his suit vest and stared at Bakugo as he landed on the floor. I told you not to call me that Kakin. Jesus Christ, it's like a broken record. Deku, what the hell are you doing? I already told you, idiot. This is my revenge. Revenge against what? You were the one who tried to end me. The heroes didn't make you do that. Oh please. And you? I was trying to help you, Kakin. Then the heroes punished me for it. Punished you? Did you get a little telling off? Don't lie to me. Is that what they told you? Izuku said between laughs, before becoming deadly serious and looking Bakugo in the eyes. You don't know shit. Gritting his teeth, Bakugo heard yelling behind him. Bakugo, what the F is that? Kirishima ran up to him, eyes wide in shock. Bakugo turned and just now recognized what he had missed. Izuku was sat on a large, very large person. Their skin was a dark purple and their brain was exposed. Izuku tilted his head slightly, smiling. This is a Nomu. A genetically created Villian created solely for quirk injection. Quite the beauty U.A. Kirishima, Uraraka and Bakugo all looked, intimidated by the creature and his seemingly emotionless state. He simply stood, completely still, and stared at the door. Hey guys! Behind them was Todoroki, the boy who froze an entire building in one of their classes, allowing a slight sigh of relief. Kaminari got out and sent a transmission to the teachers. They should be here soon. The group all took an exhale in relief. That's good. Laughing. Laughing is all they heard. What the hell is so funny, Deku? But Izuku wasn't paying attention to Bakugo. Instead, staring at Todoroki in hilarity. Hey Todoroki. They all froze, staring at the taller man. He himself looked shocked. How did he know his name? They never said it right? I can see the gears whirring in your head. I'm a broker, sweethearts. Like hell I wouldn't know your names. Izuku wiped an escaped tear from his laughter from his eyes. I digress. Shudo Todoroki. Son of Endeavor, who is a absolute D-dash. More than Bakugo if you can believe it. Anyway, your quirk is half cold half hot yada yada. What's funny to me is... Hoping of the Nomu, Izuku took a quirk step toward Todoroki, who stepped backwards. You have no idea that I have been keeping a close eye on you. My associates have quite the interest in you, you know. You've been stalking Todoroki? Come now Uraraka, that's a bit rude don't you think? How did dash? Like I said, I'm a broker. I know a lot about everyone. Like you have a gravity quirk and that you are only a hero for money. God, I bet the hero ender would have a field day with you. Izuku said sarcastically. Seriously, these kids are all idiots. Kirishima. For being a so-called manly man, you should probably start acting like one. I mean, you cut your own eye with your quirk and cried about it. Not exactly manly. Listen kids. You're all out of your element. Honestly, you're just like them. You make fake promises to satiate your inner desire to appear better. Trust me. You're all well on your way to become heroes. Drop the whole righteous attitude first and you'll be set. The students stared at Izuku in shock. His bluntness and sarcasm radiated in their bodies. They weren't fake promises. They weren't. Who are you to say anything? What do you mean, Kirishima? You're a murderer. You deal information about people knowing what the information will most likely be used for. You do all this while hiding behind that damn mask. Oh, does my mask offend you, manly self-indulgence, Kirishima? Does it offend you that I'm doing all of this behind a mask and not taking the consequences of my actions or the blame? It's quite simple. Izuku leaned in closer to the fore, removing his mask, showing the students his worn and tired face with cold, dead eyes. This is exactly what the heroes did to me. Remember Kakin? When you were attacked and I tried to help. The media, the heroes, the police, all blamed me for it. A quirkless teenager. So tell me, Kirishima. Tell me that heroes aren't selfish. Stepping back and staring at Shigaraki in the distance, he continued. He was the only one to not blame me for shit. He acknowledged the faults of this world and I am helping him change them. Deku, you idiot. Don't you see he is manipulating you? You think I didn't know? But at least he doesn't throw me away. At least he isn't like all of you. Izuku practically hissed his final statement, leaving all the students in awe. Izuku turned to the door that all the students came in. 13 was badly injured by Kurogiri and Aizawa was fending off stragglers from the different factions. Shigaraki had began to walk over to them, alongside Kurogiri. Well, that's my cue to leave. Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. Then choose which side you want to be on. The students didn't say anything back. Bakugo didn't even have a snide remark to retort with. Instead they watched as Izuku turned his back to them and walked away. Hey Shigaraki. Hey Deku. Shigaraki ISW-. How are you doing? Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Shigaraki looked empathic toward Izuku. This was FING weird. I'm fine. Okay, good, I don't want to deal with more of your whining. Shigaraki, I swear. Izuku turned to Kurogiri, who seemed to be keeping an eye on the doorway. He seemed concerned about the student who sent a transmission. The teachers would be here any minute now. As if on cue, a loud bang sounded throughout the USJ, leaving a ringing in everyone's ears. The first thing they heard was that damn voice. The voice that was so sickly cocky it made Izuku want to ruin it. I am here. All Might practically flew through the doors of the U of A. He stood at the top of the stairs leading down to the center of the facility. His face was displaying an emotion of pure anger and disgust. All the students looked up, small smiles erupting onto all their faces. Aizawa walked up behind him, badly injured from his fight with the Villian fodder. All Might stared at Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Izuku was behind them, invisible to All Might. But he was visible to Izuku. Disdain and anger fluctuated between each other as Izuku stared at All Might. He remembered how he treated him like a nuisance and pushed him away when he needed it. No way in hell was that going to happen again. All Might leaped high into the air, landing about 20 feet away from Shigaraki, whose smile was slightly visible from the edges of the hand that was over his face, the corners of his lips peeking out from the side of the hand. Izuku gripped his mask, adding pressure to an existing crack, furthering it until it reached the eye holes, creating a line from bottom to the eyes. Izuku didn't pay attention to this, however. He just paid attention to his breathing, making sure he wouldn't lose his temper again. All Might spoke, his loud, obnoxious voice sounding out. "Are you students all right?" "Why is All Might?" All Might noticed the hesitancy in their eyes as they spoke, something clouding their trust of All Might. "Do not fear, students. I will protect you." All Might attempted to use his words to comfort the students, as if implying to them that they need to escape. The students, still, looked at All Might, all seemingly unsure. "Are you okay? What happened?" Shigaraki laughed, a quick chuckle escaping the confines of the hand. "What is so funny?" All Might bellowed at the Villian. His concern for his students was ever growing. Did this Villian do something to cloud their judgment? He wasn't exactly wrong. It just wasn't Shigaraki who did. Shigaraki turned to All Might and swirled his head to look behind himself. "This." With that, Shigaraki turned to the side, revealing a small boy staring at him. All Might's eyes widened. Yes, his appearance had changed. Yes, his eyes were more cold and stoic. Yet All Might knew. He knew who he was. The freckles, the short stature, and the notebook at his side. This boy was Izuku Midoriya, the boy he failed to save. Izuku relished the look on All Might's face. He looked shocked, to say the least. Shocked and guilty. He recognized him, there was no denying that. Izuku couldn't speak, he just stared daggers towards All Might. His burning gaze attacked All Might, releasing the burning hatred he harbored for the man. He was lying to everyone. He was no hero. He was a weak man who left it up to others to make the first move, then sweep in and take all the glory. That was all he was. Pathetic. "Izuku Midoriya? That's you, isn't it?" All Might stuttered on his words, the realization settling into his mind as he recounted what he did. What he had done. "No, I'm your fairy effing godmother. Who else would I be?" Izuku retorted, his sarcastic remark portraying to All Might his lack of fuse when it came his heroic antics. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, I don't know. Maybe I joined a Villian League and became a self-fulfilling prophecy. After all, you're the one who treated me like one. Isn't that right, hero?" All Might looked at the students, finally understanding why they were so suspicious of him. "What did you tell them?" All Might said, signaling towards the students. Izuku stared at him, before letting out a laugh in disbelief. "Seriously? Your friends are dying and all you care about is your reputation?" All Might took a step back in shock, before resuming his powerful stance. "That's not what I dash. I told them what they needed to know." All Might visibly tensed, dread settling in his system. "Don't worry. I didn't tell them about your crippling weakness." The four students turned to All Might in surprise. "All Might, what is he dash?" "Don't worry about that for now, Kirishima. We have more important things to do. Right, Shigaraki?" Shigaraki nodded, his happiness radiating throughout his body. "Nomu." The Nomu shook and stepped forward, earthquake-like shudders radiating throughout the floor as he took a step. Izuku smiled, walking away to a higher vantage point. "Have fun, hero." Izuku watched the entire battle unfold, excitedly taking notes the entire time. He listed All Might's strengths and weaknesses in an actual battle as well as the Nomus. The result in the experiment, however, was undesirable. All Might decimated the Nomu, though taking some heavy hits as well in the process. He used brute force in order to overpower the Nomu and eventually send it flying out of the facility. Despite the utter failure of an experiment, it yielded some interesting notes. Mainly, All Might getting weaker. He remembered watching videos of All Might fighting and completely overpowering villains of a similar caliber to the Nomu. Yet it took a long time for him to defeat the Nomu. That was interesting. Hoping down from the tree, he walked quietly to Kurogiri, who was being pinned down by Bakugo and Kirishima during the battle. Get the FO dash. Blood splattered over the floor as Bakugo felt a sharp burning sensation go through his body. Izuku used his foot to push the boy back down, still holding onto the knife, allowing it to be ripped out of Bakugo's shoulder. Bakugo? Please, he isn't dead. It was just a stab to the shoulder. Trust me, Kirishima, I know my way around this shit. Now, get of the Kurogiri. And remember. Bending down, Izuku got to Kirishima's ear, who was shaking violently but still keeping his quirk activated. Killing heroes is my speciality. I could easily end Kaken right here and now. So get of him, and I want end your precious friend. Kirishima backed of, jumping of Kurogiri and, instead, going to Bakugo's side, who was writhing in pain. Izuku poked Kurogiri. Oi, open a portal. I'll grab handyman over there. Kurogiri nodded, activating his quirk, to which Izuku grabbed Shigaraki, his mask and Kurogiri and dragged them all inside, leaving a mere warning to the heroes, who were too exhausted to stop him. See you soon, heroes. He would end them all at a better time. The students were sent home early, all taken back under supervision. Bakugo had his wound patched up by Recovery Girl, who had arrived quickly on the scene along with many heroes and paramedics. Aside from the teachers, Bakugo and a few other students, there were no other injuries. Bakugo was dropped off at home by the school's bus only to be greeted by his mother. Katsuki, what the hell happened? Bakugo didn't reply. His mother just led him to the sofa gently, realizing something was really wrong. His father ran into the room also, placing himself on the other side of Bakugo. Katsuki, the school told us what happened. Are yo dash? He was there. The two parents looked at each other in surprise, then back down at their child, whose head was bowed. Midoriya? He was one of them? The couple's eyes widened in disbelief, shock overwhelmed their minds. Izuku Midoriya, their son's childhood friend and the boy who had been missing for 3 months. Their thoughts were interrupted by Bakugo's head bowing further, gripping the hairs on his head roughly with his bruised hand. This father gripped his unwounded shoulder gently, worry plastered over his face. Katsuki. It's all my fault. Mitsuki looked at her husband, then back at her child once more. What do you mean? It's all my fault. Bakugo shouted, voice cracking slightly. Mitsuki heard his sobs racking his body as he shook violently. Instinctively, she wrapped her hands around his body, hugging him and rubbing his back, trying to console her distraught son. Bakugo, however, kept repeating the same line, it's all my fault, as he cried in his mother's arms. Weakness pervaded his voice, indicating how low he was feeling as a result of the incident. Masaru shifted closer, putting his hand on his son's back. What are you talking about? It's not your F-dash. It is. It's all my F.A. fault. I'm the reason he ended up like this, I know it. The two parents' eyes widened, slightly distressed at the statement but decided to ignore the statement for the time being. Instead, they stayed there for a while. After that, they drifted into talking about normal things. They would talk about that later. Inko saw the news. She received the call. She had all of the evidence slapped in her face. Despite this, she refused to believe any of it. There was no way that it was true. She even received a call from the Bakugos, asking how she was and that their son needed to talk to her. She hung up. She didn't want to hear it. She didn't want to believe it. But with all the evidence and recordings shown to her, hell, he even responded to that name. It wasn't her son. Her son wasn't a murderer. Her son wasn't a villain. He wasn't a bad person. He was a hero. A hero. He was a hero. Yeah, they were all lying to her. Everything was fabricated. There was no way. She didn't raise a villain. So why did no one believe her? A knock sounded on the door. Inko was sat on the floor, unwilling to answer it. They would throw more lies to her. She didn't want to hear it. Miss Midoriya, we have some questions to ask you about your son. No. She didn't want to hear it. Inko remained sat on the floor, staring at the door as she heard footsteps receding away. She didn't want to hear any of it. The teachers were called to a meeting. They all knew why. They all knew what happened. They didn't know, however, about what they should do. How could they know? A serial murderer who had murdered countless pro-heroes turned out to be a quirkless, teenage boy who had been missing for months. A boy who was described as being a hero, fanboy, and wanted nothing more to become one. He was the ender of around 30 heroes. All Might wasn't at the meeting, instead recovering in the infirmary. Aizawa and 13 were also hospitalized. That left no key witnesses other than students with witness accounts and recordings. Recordings showing hundreds of villains and the brutality of some. 3 key ringleaders were obvious. Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and Izuku, who were all identified by the students and detained villains. They discussed security measures that had to be implemented, as well as the actual Villian League itself. However, without much information, their discussion derailed and eventually the meeting was postponed until the heroes that were present recovered. They knew it wouldn't be the last attack and they needed to prepare. If today's demonstration showed anything, it was that they wouldn't spare anyone. Not even children. Izuku stretched back, laying haphazardly on the sofa in boredom. Shigaraki was fuming, ranting to all for one about how badly the mission went. The man on the TV nodded slightly. Izuku gave the information that he had acquired from watching the battle, offering suggestions like what to change about the Nomus, suggesting a higher pain tolerance quirk which could outlast All Might's time in his hero form. All for one was glad that something good came out of this ordeal. He nodded slightly, considering something before shifting his gaze to Izuku, who tilted his head in confusion. Kurogiri, bring Izuku to my location tomorrow at 3 p.m. Izuku, I would like to have a word with you. It had been a while since the USJ incident. The school's reputation had depleted to say the least, and with the attack in Hosu City, faith in heroes had also decreased. Many believed they were incapable of preventing crime. Though the hero Ender, dubbed as Stain by the public, had been caught and arrested by Endeavor. Though that was complete bullshit. The hero Ender had been caught by 3 students from U.A, Ida, who had been seeking revenge for his brother's downfall, Todoroki, who heard yells coming from the alley and came to investigate, and Yaoyorozu, who had been sent to Hosu to help the civilians and had split up with her partner Kendo after Todoroki sent out his location. However, the recognition went to Endeavor, who wasn't even present for the capture of Stain. That self-assured a-hole, who was more beachy than Bakugo if you can believe it. Needless to say, Izuku was not surprised. Many of his associates in Hosu reported back to Izuku, allowing him to get a better picture of what occurred. One hero took all the glory. Sound familiar? Izuku leaned back, coffee in hand, and looked over his notes. He was writing about the students in the UA Sports Festival as there was a lot to write down and not a lot of time to do it. He wanted to use it to create strategies against their quirks, per All for One's request. Oi de. They will be here in a minute. I'll be done in a sec. Finishing up his notes on Tokoyami, noting his weakness to fire and light, he closed his book and turned to Shigaraki, who was sat on the sofa, messing with one of his hands. So who's coming? 3 people, according to Giran. They are supposed to be good fits for the main branch, so chances are, they will be staying here. He said more would come later. K. With that, a rough knock sounded on the door. Kurogiri got out from the bar and walked over to it, opening it only to be nearly flattened by an eccentric young girl bouncing in. Where is Genocider? Bakugo shot up from his bed, a cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He gripped his head slightly, pulling on his hair, trying to redirect his pain away from his lungs. Breathing heavily, he looked over at the clock. 3:50 Bakugo sighed, flopping back onto his bed with a loud, exasperated grunt. These nightmares were really starting to piss him off. It was a month ago when he last saw Izuku. At the USJ, during the attack, he had stabbed him in the shoulder, which wasn't exactly helping his skewed thoughts on Izuku. Since then, news stations shifted their opinion on Izuku, from a distressing case of a child abduction to a more distressing case about a serial ender who was to be avoided at all costs. Not that it changed anything. Since the USJ attack, Genocider had attacked 10 more heroes, ending all but one. The one that survived had a quirk that allowed him to heal his own wounds, at the cost of a lot of energy being used. But his quirk couldn't repair nerves, leaving him permanently paralyzed from the chest down following a stab wound to the back. Since the hero Ender was captured, hero death rate did decrease, at the cost of the people following in his beliefs, causing petty crimes to skyrocket. Bakugo got out of bed and looked over his suitcase, packed ready to go to the hero training camp in a few days. He was looking forward to it. It would give him the opportunity to make his quirk even more powerful. However, he wasn't looking forward to spending time with his classmates. Since the USJ incident, he had to explain to his classmates about what he did to Izuku. Leaving out more of the brutal details wasn't enough for the class to not to be shocked, some even disgusted by his actions. They knew he wasn't exactly the best person, but after this, they didn't really know what to think. They kept their distance for a while but recently started talking to him. Granted, it was mainly passing comments, but it was a change. This trip would be testing his patience with them, that's for sure. Bakugo had no idea what to do. With Izuku, his school, or his aspirations. He didn't know. He just pressed forward, hoping something would change. Changing into gym clothing, he opened the front door and went on a run. He really just wanted to clear his head. Izuku was stood, uncomfortable from the sudden tackle hug he was forced into by this girl. She had messy, blonde buns on either side of her head and a high school outfit. She looked at Izuku, a large, beaming smile plastered across her face. "I saw those pictures of you online. Covered in blood with those red eyes cutting through the darkness. Hey, do you mind if I take your blood?" Giran came up behind them, snacking the girl on the head slightly and dragging her back. "Introduce yourselves," he said, a bored etched into his tone, as he pulled out a cigarette and lighted it. "Okay. My name is Toga. I came here to meet you, Mr. Genocider, and join the league Mr. Stain was with." "He wasn't with us," Izuku muttered under his breath, not allowing Toga to hear. She was definitely going to be a fun addition. "Nim Switchy. But just call me Spinner. And I came here to pick up where Stain left off." The lizard man spoke confidently, his fabric mask flowing slightly as a breeze came through the cracks in the door. "Great. A fanboy. Nowadays I go by Dabi." This man was all kinds of effed up. He had multiple burns cascading over his entire body with sticking blue eyes clearly visible with his darker silhouette. "Nowadays? Come on, what's your real name then?" Shigaraki asked, a whining tone incorporated into his statement. "That doesn't matter." Izuku stared at Dabi for a second. The hair, the eyes, and facial structure matched that of someone he knew. Who was it? Those burn marks could mean that he has a fire queer. Izuku chuckled slightly, to which Dabi turned to him. "Something funny?" "No, don't worry. Anyway, I guess we should introduce ourselves as well. My name is Izuku, though handyman over there calls me Deku. I don't think I need to tell you what I do. I know why dash. Please be quiet, Toga." With Toga silently smiling in the corner on the room, the other two villains introduced themselves. After that, Giran left, leaving the three to sit down and do their own thing. Izuku rolled his eyes and turned back to his notebook, carrying on writing notes. "Hey Deku." Izuku turned to see Toga perched on the bar stool next to him, looking over his shoulder. "Yeah. What are you doing?" "Writing notes about quirks and weaknesses. Mainly about heroes and such." "Ooh. Can you tell me some so I can go end one?" "You're really good at ending heroes. I really want to end that Hawk's guy." Dabi came up behind us listening in on us. "That's not a good idea. He is one of the top heroes, you know." "HMPF. I don't care." Izuku chuckled, to which Toga turned back round as pulled Izuku into an impromptu hug, causing Izuku to let out a shocked noise. Awkwardly patting Toga on the back, she pulled away, a light blush flourishing her face. "I really want to stab you right now." "I'm sure you do." All for One smiled to himself, watching Izuku interact and smile with the rest of the new members of the league through the use of one of his quirks. He turned to Shigaraki, letting out another chuckle as he saw the annoyed look on his face. He had come to think as Shigaraki as his own child, raising him to be a sufficient heir to his power. He had done so quite admirably, stepping up to the task of leader with no quarrels. However, there was one thing that he didn't have: a resolve. He didn't have a definite reason to be a villain, which could affect his judgment as he matured. That's why he had that meeting with Izuku, to solidify his resolve. Izuku would bring out Shigaraki's resolve, whether Shigaraki liked it or not. Izuku was perched on a sofa, his notebook in his lap as he read over notes, updating any inconsistencies. All for One wanted Izuku to turn it in tomorrow at the latest, which would allow him to formulate a strategy of which only he and Shigaraki knew the purpose. It was annoying to say the least. During the meeting with All for One, it was said that he would bring out Shigaraki's resolve. If he couldn't, they would have to resort to other means. Izuku was relying on Shigaraki developing his resolve, so Izuku didn't have to force him to obtain one. Toga plopped down next to him, beaming widely, showing of he vampire-esque teeth that made her quirk more accessible, due her need of blood. In order to keep the girl safe, he did a background check in laboratories on the blood that she obtains, checking for any signs of diseases that could cause her harm. That of which she was very grateful for. There was always that risk concerning her quirk, so she was glad to say the very least. Toga rested her head on Izuku's shoulder, which Izuku paid no mind to. It became a commonplace gesture that the girl did to show her infatuation with him. Well, it was more the work that he did that she was drawn to. Nevertheless, she looked down at the notebook that was in Izuku's lap, which he was writing in. Deku, don't you do anything except write in that thing? Well, I have my work to do, you know. Huffing slightly, she sat up looking the boy in the eye. For once, he actually didn't have his contacts in, allowing for his forestry green eyes to pierce through her red ones. She was sufficiently disappointed to find that he didn't have naturally red eyes. You know what I mean. She whined, pouting at the black-haired man that chuckled at her. I don't really have anything else to do. Toga pounced up, excitement written all over her feature. Why don't we go and dash? No, Toga. You don't even know what I was going to say. I'm sure that I do, he said, laughing softly. This was the first person around his age that he had talked to in a long time. Most of the people he worked with were not adolescents. Toga was similar, as most of the people in her same age group feared her and stayed away from her due to her psychotic tendencies. Izuku was unfazed by that, and Toga adored Izuku's work. It left them feeling like normal teenagers for a change. Shigaraki walked into the bar, followed by Dabi and Spinner along with various other people. It had been a few days since the three had joined and various others had come since. One example was a man going by Muscular. His name was by no means an exaggeration, as his muscular physique and attitude presented him as a stereotypical musclehead. Izuku didn't really pay him any mind. There was a boy who called himself Mustard, who was around Izuku's and Toga's age, albeit slightly younger with the appearance of a middle school kid. Though they did not get along very well, with Mustard's overwhelming sense of narcissism and his own perceived higher intelligence meant he frequently talked down and berated others, except for the highest ranked in the league like Kurogiri. In regards to Izuku, it was clear to see that he was jealous of his position as its main informant and a mastermind behind many of the coordinated attacks. During their limited conversations, he frequently pointed out errors in his plan, which were mainly due to Shigaraki changing the default plan. Honestly, Izuku found it quite funny seeing this middle school kid trying to overstep his boundaries, especially considering Izuku's reputation. Must-An was a rank B villain, Izuku was ranked at S, the second highest rank. No wonder he teased the shit out of the kid. Izuku and Toga watched as around 5 or 6 people entered the room and sat down on the chairs, following Kurogiri's authority. Toga sat up, pouting as the two's conversation was cut short. Shigaraki stepped forward to face them all, marveling his and Giran's handiwork in collecting this many top-tier villains in one location. Izuku was also impressed. Many of the villains that were present were villains that kept under Izuku's radar, making them unknown to him. This was impressive as he was well known in the crime syndicate, having the reputation of knowing most of their identities. Here there were many that he didn't know of. He suspected it was because they recently turned towards a villainous path, following the hero Ender influence. At least he was good for something. Shigaraki cleared his throat before speaking up, addressing all of the villains in the room. All right, listen. Kurogiri called you here in regards to a mission of which we needed powerful villains. Ayu. Thanks to our informant over there, we have been able to locate UA's next secluded location. Izuku shot Mustard a look that said, "Hi." Mustard rolled his eyes and turned back to Shigaraki. It's in a forest region a few miles of the city center. You will go using Kurogiri's portal in a few days and capture a target. I believe he could make a good fit for the league. I know who it is. Who is it? Spoke a man called Twice spoke up. Please be quiet. Retorted another man called Compress. Izuku considered him the most able-minded out of the new members, frequently discussing with him about battle strategies. The boy's name is Katsuki Bakugo. I'm sure you can recall him from the sports festival. All of the villains were nodding, recalling the almost villainous attitude the boy displayed. One person did not share this response. Izuku was seething. Beyond that, he was in complete shock and anger towards Shigaraki. What the hell was he talking about? Bakugo joining the league. After everything Izuku had said about him, Izuku growled lowly, only audible to the girl perched next to him, who looked up in surprise before turning to Shigaraki in excitement. Handyman, I think Deku wants to stab you brains out. Shigaraki turned to Izuku, who had gotten out of his seat and walked over to him, making their faces inches apart. Some shifted in their seats, nervous about what the unpredictable and notably unstable boy was going to do. No way in hell. Shigaraki smiled at Izuku sadistically, looking Izuku dead in the eye. Oh, why ever not? I am not going to be working with that a-hole, and you know that. Really? What are you going to do, Mr. Genocider? Are you going to leave? Don't tell me you forgot. Shigaraki grabbed Izuku's neck, one finger extended. Izuku wasn't shocked by this. Hell, Shigaraki had done it so many times by now. Remember what I told you when you first joined? No backing out now. So you go sit back down and do as I say. I want Bakugo, and that's that. Releasing his neck, Shigaraki stepped back. A satisfied expression spread all over his face. Izuku grunted, saying, I'm not joining in. I'm not making your FING plan. You're on your own, Shigaraki. Let's see how well you plan turns out without me. After all. Sitting back down next to Toga, he stared Shigaraki down, his burning glare digging into Shigaraki's mind. I knew him better than anyone. And I know he isn't going to listen to you. There was silence for a moment, before Shigaraki exploded into a cacophony of laughter and mocking. After calling down slightly, he stared at Izuku. I can do as I please. An idea popped into Izuku's head. It was an important question Izuku had been meaning to ask him for a while now. Then tell me, why are you a villain, Shigaraki? What is your reason for following All for One? Shigaraki's eyes widened. Izuku smiled, deciding to press further. Haven't you noticed that people are paying more attention to the hero ender rather than you? I mean, most of the people here have only joined you because of the hero ender. That's because he has a strong resolve. So tell me, Shigaraki, why are you a villain? Shigaraki was silent, mouth opened like he wanted to say something. Yet nothing came. He couldn't speak as he had no words to speak. What was his reason? He joined because All for One took him in, but that wasn't a reason. After a few seconds of a silence that was screaming at Shigaraki, Izuku's voice spoke up once again. A leader with no resolve isn't a leader, Shigaraki. With that, Izuku rose, much to Toga's dismay. I'm off, Kurogiri. I have some things to attend to. As I said, I'm not helping you, so I don't need to be here. With that, he left the room, leaving all of those inside shocked and unsure of what to do. When they met Izuku, they did expect him to be unpleasant, but that was close to cold-hearted manipulation. Shigaraki stood, in awe of what he was told, still replaying the ending comment in his head. What was his resolve? What was it? He realized, quickly, and was disappointed by the result. He didn't have a real resolve. The only thing he had was a disgust for heroes. But that wasn't good enough, especially considering his role in the league. Izuku walked into All for One's laboratory. He was being tended to by a doctor who was concerned about his declining health and injuries. Izuku walked up to him, standing on the other side of him, looking down at the computer screens. You heard that, didn't you? Yes, I did. It is quite disappointing. Though as I said, I want you to bring out his resolve. I don't think I can. My reason is more tied to personal reasons. He doesn't seem to have anything except for his father's ideologies. I'm aware. I don't want you to go to the training camp. I have something else I need you to do. Trust me, I don't either. All Might will come after me. I need you to secure a location for the others to flee if necessary. You mean in case he takes you down? Correct. Neither of us have fully healed from our last battle. It's possible I may die with our next. Especially if Shigaraki's plan works. They will find Bakugo sooner or later. Then they will find me as well. Then why don't you stop Shigaraki's plan? You could easily tell him not to. Though this will give me the opportunity to check something. Check what? What I told you about earlier. About the last resort concerning Shigaraki's resolve? This will become a deciding factor. All for one turned his head to Izuku in an agonizingly slow fashion, portraying his weakened state that he was reduced to. Whether to let you or Shigaraki lead the league. Bakugo groggily got out of bed, slamming his hand down roughly onto his alarm clock that was blaring at him, ruining his peaceful slumber. Stretching the sleep out of his body, he got out of bed and went to his wardrobe, taking out his uniform and putting it on while rubbing sleep from his eyes. Today was the day they departed for the training camp, in a location far from the school. Bakugo realized that it would most likely be tougher from any class they did before, going by Aizawa's words anyway. He grabbed his suitcase and dragged it down the stairs, being mindful of his parents who were most likely still asleep. Any loud noise that would wake up his mother would surely cause Bakugo to be in a grave the next morning. As he got to the base of the stairs, he looked across the living room, noting how barren and lonely it seemed. Going to the kitchen, he put bread in the toasted and began to fry an egg. Following his mother's vivid teachings, he managed to become quite good at cooking. Though the methods in which his mother used could be considered unorthodox. He could still feel the bruises. Wow, Kaken. It seems you actually are good for something. Bakugo spun his head around, seeing a familiar set of red eyes staring back at him which were visible through mask which was slightly hidden by the darkness. Bakugo began to shake out of anger or shock he didn't know. You know, Kaken, I wouldn't yell if I were you. Wouldn't want to wake her up now, would we? Bakugo turned of the hob and walked over to the sofa, in which the boy had perched himself on. What are you doing here, Deku? He said, almost in whisper as if refusing to believe that this was actually Izuku. Izuku turned to Bakugo before chuckling. Wow, no explosions? Look how much you've grown. Or maybe you're scared of me because of what happened at the USJ. Hell no. Thought not. And I'm here to tell you something. Izuku got closer to the blonde, still maintaining eye contact. He removed his mask, smiling in sadistic grin at Bakugo. Your trip will not improve your skills, Kaken. You will not develop anything. And you won't ever stop the league. Bakugo's eyes widened, confused by Izuku's statement. You won't improve your skills? What's that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean? That's for me to know and you to find out. With that, Izuku walked over to the window which was already opened. Bakugo assumed that's how he got in. Deku, where a Y dash? You don't learn, do you? I said not to call me that. Anyway, I'm leaving. What? Did you just come here to give that weird-ass message? Bakugo said, still muted down to a whisper. So what if I did? Though, bear this in mind. The next time we meet, I probably won't be as merciful. You will die by my hand, Bakugo, that I can promise. With that last cryptic statement, Izuku flung himself out of the window, disappearing into the shadows of the alleys. Bakugo! Huh. You were spacing out, dude. Kirishima said, laughing at the blonde as he patted him on the back. Tisi, whatever. Cold response, quite unlike you. Oh, shut up, shitty hair. That's a new one. Bakugo rolled his eyes, returning his gaze back to the cars that drove past them as they sped down the motorway. The bus was filled with all sorts of commotion, laughing, gossiping, music, and what have you. What were you thinking about? None of your business. Come on, tell me. Not happening. Throughout everything, Kirishima still tried to talk and befriend Bakugo. He didn't believe that Bakugo was a bad person. He was just an idiot, though that made two of them. Hey, Kirishima. Yeah, Denki. Is Bakugo being a moody beach? Take a guess. Due to the amount of noise that the students were making, they had to resort to screaming at each other, despite the fact that they were only separated by the aisle. Bakugo turned to face them, a look of animosity layered over his face, causing Kaminari to burst out laughing. If you wanted to see a real idiot, he was the embodiment of it. Others began to join in, pestering Bakugo in a light-hearted fashion. Following Kirishima's example, they tried to get closer to Bakugo, especially considering what he went through at the USJ. Kirishima did some research when he got home on Izuku and found articles detailing how he nearly ended Bakugo, which he shared with the class to provide some reasoning behind his actions. It was shocking to say the least. If anything, Kirishima wanted to make Bakugo laugh with the rest of them, as did the rest of the class, as they had never heard him laugh. How they rarely saw him smile either. It was a little sad. Aizawa's voice rang out over all the commotion that was occurring on the bus. "We will be arriving soon, so get your stuff." His monotone voice was falling on deaf ears as most of the class continued with what they were doing. Bakugo kept staring out the window. Frankly, we was just ignoring all the noise going on around him. He was preoccupied with what had happened that morning. Mainly what Izuku had told him. "You won't develop anything, you can't stop the league." What was he getting at? He wouldn't reveal their plans flat out to Bakugo, right? It couldn't have been a warning. What was he talking about? Hold on. How did he know they were going on a trip? Izuku lay stretched out across the sofa, looking up at his phone. An inattentive look lay plastered on his face. The rest of the league were also doing their own thing, awaiting orders from Shigaraki, who appeared to be having a temper tantrum of sorts. He was far from everyone and ignored everyone's questions. They all looked at each other unsure of what to do. Some went over to Izuku to ask him questions relating not to the plan, but rather about the people they were facing, which Izuku was fine with answering. He just didn't help Shigaraki, like he stated before. Soon, many were coming to him to ask him on how they could develop their quirks, which Izuku had extensive knowledge of, connecting their quirks with other, similar quirks and giving advice on how to develop it. It was fun seeing Shigaraki's expression morph into one of disbelief. "Hey Deku." Izuku turned to see Toga, sat next to him, gripping his arm tightly. Do you enjoy being humiliated like a little beach?" I forgot to mention that Izuku had been drinking coffee, which he had just chalked on. Everyone turned to look at them, startled by Toga's statement. What? Why would you think that?" "Oh," Deke is embarrassed. "Okay, then how come you are okay with me calling you Deku? I mean, if being called nothing and useless is what you want, then dash." No. I just never bother to correct you." "Then why do you correct Mr. Handyman when he calls you that?" "Because he used it as a derogatory term." "How do you know I don't?" This time Twice spoke up, eager to join in the conversation. "He knows you wouldn't do that. Or would he?" "Oh yeah? How do you know that?" "Toga. Since you met, you have literally done everything to make me notice you. Calling me that name like Shigaraki does wouldn't exactly make me see you all that well." "I have not. You literally ended someone and wrote my name in a heart with their blood. You have no proof." With that, she flung herself off the sofa, in an attempt to escape, only to fall flat on her face, resulting in the entire room exploding into laughter. Shigaraki turned to them in shock, then back to Izuku, who had also started laughing along with them. Enmity filled his body as he stood up with a grunt before walking out the room. "Someone's in a mood. Tell me about it." Izuku stared at the door where Shigaraki had left. If all for one's word were true, this act of defiance, if you will, was not going to be good for him. Toga looked up at Izuku, noticing the conflicted look in his eyes. Standing up and sitting back down, she grinned. "Are you worried about Mr. Handyman?" Izuku laughed, putting his hand on her head. "You could say that." Bakugo rubbed his arms, which were overworked due to how much he had to use his quirk. When they got out of the bus, they were flung into a forest full of monsters by a lady wearing a cat costume. They were told to get to the center of the forest by going through forest. This meant they were using their quirks for hours on end. All the other students looked exhausted, defeated and drained, as they hauled their bodies to the camp they were residing in. Some collapsed under the weight of their fatigue, others stood, attempting to catch their breath. Due to how long they took, in the cat lady's eyes, they wouldn't have to do any training, as if they even could if they were quicker. They were nice enough to make food for the day, but made it very clear that they would be making their own food from then on. After everything, they would have consumed whatever was put in front of them. As the sun's rays fell below the horizon, Bakugo went to the sleeping areas and collapsed onto the blankets. All of them were unaware of the true horror this trip would bring them. Especially the young boy that was with them called Koda. Hey, shitty hair. Take these over to Round Face. Geez, I have a name, you know. Kirishima picked up the cutting board that had the recently chopped carrots and brought them over to Uraraka. Uraraka was chatting to Tsuyu while stirring the pot of curry. Hey, Bakugo wanted me to bring these over to you. Oh, are they the carrots he was cutting a while back? He is certainly good with that knife. Tell me about it. Remind me to never get on his bad side. Noted. Hey Achiko. Something wrong, Tsu? Where is that boy from earlier? What you mean Koda? I'm not really sure. Uraraka looked over the sea of debilitated students, who all seemed on the verge of collapsing. As Tsuyu pointed out, the 6-year-old was nowhere to be found. Kirishima furrowed his brow, also in confusion and weary. I'm not sure either. You should probably ask Mandalay. Yeah, sure. Tsu, could you watch over the pot for me? Sure, Achiko. I'll stay with Tsu as well. Thanks, Kirishima. Uraraka walked over to one of their supervisors named Mandalay. She seemed to be the leader of the Pussycats, a 4-person group that was training them for the week. Training, mind you, that left them all drained and tired. Mandalay? Oh yes. Where is Koda? Oh. Mandalay sighed, looking down at her feet then back at Uraraka. Koda doesn't take kindly to heroes. You see. She paused for a second, considering what she was going to say, before looking back up at Uraraka, whose head was cocked slightly to the side, displaying curiosity. His parents were ended by a Villian. He came to stay with me as his guardian. Because we are also heroes, he isn't too fond of us. Wait, shouldn't he be happy with your position? I mean, isn't he proud of his parents' accomplishments? That's what everyone tells him. He seems to blame the entire hero society in general for his parents' death. But don't forget, Koda is still a child. He's looking for someone to blame. It just so happens that the hero society is who he blames. I see. Mandalay looked at Uraraka's expression, turned to her smiling and patted her on the head. Don't worry, this isn't your burden to bear. Besides, you need to keep your wits about you. Don't forget the test of courage the others are insistent in doing. When Koda comes back, I'll talk to him about leaving. You never know what's out there after all. Uraraka smiled, bid Mandalay a farewell and ran back to Kirishima and Tsu, who were in a deep conversation about their favorite heroes, with Kirishima talking about Crimson Riot feverishly. Most were talking about the test of courage and how they would scare the crap out of each other. Mandalay gripped her head, allowing blood to run down her arm. The forest was enveloped in blue flames and a toxic gas. Students were crying out from deep into the woods and many students were behind her, terror and distress covering their faces. All of Class 1B and half of Class 1A were in the forest in danger of inhaling the gas or being burned to death, and Koda was still missing. Mandalay's mind was spinning round trying to think of any place her missing nephew could have gotten to. She wanted to go and look for him, but risked the lives of the students and her unconscious and missing comrades. Izawa came up behind her, out of breath and slightly burned. Mandalay, I'm taking the kids to the classroom. Okay, go now. Take Pixie Bob with you. She yelled back, blocking an attack from a Villian. Her assailant was a lizard man who wielded a sword that was created from around 70 knives and swords. Behind her was her teammate, Tiger, who was facing a Villian who seemed to specialize in hand-to-hand combat, who the lizard referred to a big sis mag. One of the students, called Kirishima, picked up Mandalay and ran with her back to Izawa, who led the students away. The villains didn't seem all too bothered by this, still focusing their attention on the pro-heroes. Mandalay was relieved, doing everything she could to beat the Villians so she could go find Koda. Tiger noticed this, yelling out to her to go and find him. What about you? I'll be fine. Just go find him. Mandalay took off in a hurry, rushing into the forest in hopes of finding her nephew. Koda wiped at his tears, trying to stop himself from crying. The abundance of heroes in the area left some burrowed-down memories to emerge, giving Kota a serious heaping of flashbacks. When he opened his eyes, he was horrified. His eyes widened further as he saw the entire forest was covered in blue flames that ravaged the woodland area. In the distance, he saw a purple ball that was swirling and spinning like a hurricane. From observing all the students, he knew none had a quirk like these. Shaking slightly, he lost his balance and collapsed to the floor in shock. That's when he heard it. A loud rumbling came behind him, followed by grunts and cursing. Frozen to the spot, Kota could only watch as a muscular man came up the path behind him. He was blond and had scars running up and down his body. Kota's tears returned, spilling down his face as he made eye contact with the man. He looked surprised before grinning widely. A smile that was filled with malice and danger. Kota shook as the man approached him, his steps thunderous and loud. I wanted to get a higher point to see everything. All I can see is you, little man. Though you should do. Kota's breathing quickened as the man stood only inches in front of him. His tears turning into silent sobs, too paralyzed to call out or pray for help. The man activated his quirk and raised his hand above his head, grinning like a madman. Guess you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, kid. Kota closed his eyes tightly, unable to say anything or even apologize for everything. A loud laugh rang out as gusts of wind blew in his face. Bye-bye, Kota. Goodbye, Kota. Izuku watched from all for one side as he used one of his quirks to show what was happening in the forest. Izuku watched as students collapsed from mustard's gas. He watched as two girls were approached by Toga, one of which being the girl Izuku told Toga about. The one that really pissed him off. He also watched Muscular approach a 6-year-old kid, who was shaking violently. Honestly, he thought that the kid didn't deserve such a fate, as he held a lot of beliefs that Izuku shared. It was almost disappointing. He watched as students panicked from the attacks that broke out among the two groups. Izuku suspected that their tired bodies wouldn't be able to hold up under the amount of pressure they were forced under. Especially how overworked their quirks were. Izuku almost felt sorry for the poor saps that had been manipulated into the hero life, only to be met by this. He did, however, enjoy how Toga was treating that Uraraka, lavishing the despaired look on her face. He still had to end that beach. Uraraka gripped her arm in pain, wincing at the laceration that went up the majority of her upper arm. Achiko, you need to get out of here, she's clearly targeting you. I'm not leaving you, Tsu. Uraraka narrowly dodged another attack from her blonde attacker. She seemed to be around their age, as indicated by her outfit. She had a scarf that had the appearance of jaws or teeth which slightly covered her gas mask. On her was a device that contained various canisters and needles. Uraraka didn't want to know the purpose of that. Her expression was pure hatred and anger. She was attacking Uraraka with every ounce of energy she had. What are you doing? Why are you attacking us? Don't pretend like you don't know, Beach. You pissed of Deku, so it's my responsibility to make sure you bleed. Deku, you're with the League of Villains? No shit. Now get the F over here. Toga once again lunged at Uraraka, who was pulled away by Tsuyu. Achiko, we need to get out of here. I know. But how? We'll run. Try and find anyone to help us. We can't fight her alone. Yeah. Agreed. Mandalay ran up the path that led to the cliff. She heard a loud rumbling coming from the cliff's outlook and had a feeling. It was a secluded area that wasn't too far from the camp. She just prayed to God her feeling was wrong. God no. Aizawa was at the classroom, stood in front of a huddled group of children when he received the transmission. It was filled with panic and fear. Aizawa's hair stood up on end and looked over the students who were completely horrified. It was impossible not to be. How could they not be? Casualty. Kota is dead. I repeat, Kota is dead. High alert is required. Quirk usage is permitted. The despair that was practically written in her voice was tangible and was relayed over to the students and teachers. The students knew that they could die. They were all alone in a situation and had to use their quirks to survive. Bakugo now realized what Izuku was trying to say. It was a warning. They wouldn't develop anything. They would have the opportunity to do so. Because one was already dead. Who's to say another won't? Uraraka felt a rope-like object wrap around her waist and hoist her off her feet, causing her to fly up high into the air, allowing her to avoid the knife that was nearing the throat. Tsuyu used this momentum to retract her tongue, pulling herself up to Uraraka's shoulders. Achiko, use your quirk. Nodding in a formation, Uraraka activated her quick, head spinning from the nausea of overusing her quirk, and allowed the two to reach high altitudes above the trees. Tsuyu used her tongue to grab onto tree branches and pull them forward, alleviating the psycho's grasp on them. Toga ran attempting to run after the two, but soon realized she wouldn't be able to catch up to them. It wasn't all for naught, however, as the amount of blood Uraraka lost would give Toga enough to fill up one of the canisters and render her quirk to be weaker. They wouldn't get far. Toga instead focuses on regrouping with the others, doing a slight skip and a jump along the way. She couldn't wait to see Izuku again and show him her accomplishments. Izuku chuckled at Toga's bubbly nature. Despite everything, she seemed to hold that attitude quite well. It was like she was incapable of feeling unhappy. Though, another thing caught his attention. 2B class students had taken down Mustard. Whether that was a good or bad thing was up for debate. So far, their side had lost 1 Villian and the heroes had around 7 students incapacitated by the gas. 1 was stabbed at least once in the arm, 2 heroes were MIA and 1 kid was dead. All things considered, Shigaraki's plan was going okay. The only thing was that he himself wasn't there. Nor was Kurogiri. Seemed a little counterproductive to not have one of their best assets to not be on the battlefield. Of course, no one really knew what was going through Shigaraki's mind. Hell, his defiance to Izuku was idiotic, considering he was the one who brought him there. As the screens flickered from person to person, more and more flaws were emerging on the hero's side. For example, one student had gone rogue, attacking a student with multiple appendages who seemed at a loss of what to do. Aizawa did evacuate some students to a guarded classroom and Mandalay was still at the cliff outlook. Then the screen switched to Bakugo. He was with Todoroki and was facing a death row Villian. Even though he was on their side, Izuku never really liked the guy. He always mumbled to himself, repeating things like flesh and end. He had to be bound, making him look like a caterpillar, only with his teeth exposed. His quirk allowed his teeth to grow and strengthen, allowing for a good offense and defensive weapon. Signaling to all for one to stay on the 2 students, Izuku observed, watching closely as the 2 attempted to fight the crazed prisoner. Bakugo, you need to get back. Shut the F up, icy hot. You heard the cat. We need to use our quirks. I know, but we still need to stay. See? Get out the way. Pulling on Bakugo's shirt, Todoroki pulled the boy away from the line of fire, sending a wall of ice to block the attack. The rows of teeth ravaged the ground and came close to decapitating them once or twice. Bakugo, on the other hand, had the gears in his head whirling, trying to figure out the motive. Izuku had come to him with the warning, not the school. Either they were targeting him due to the sports festival or Izuku was trying to confuse him. Either way, his mind repeatedly became clouded, causing him to make rash decisions and dangerous moves, resulting in his sustaining various cuts or bruises. A loud rumble and scream sounded out of the forest, like a beast plugged into an amplifier. They both turned to see a large purple mass charging at them, with Shoji in its grasp, unconscious. Is that Tokoyami? He must have been drawn by the sound of my explosions. Tokoyami charged at them, causing them to dodge in opposite directions, throwing Shoji into a tree resulting in a loud crash. The toothed Villian noticed this, charging at Tokoyami, only to be sent into a tree like a sheet of paper and be crushed by the weight of the bird's arm. He then turned his attention back to the 3 students. Bakugo recalled the sports festival when he used light to disarm Dark Shadow. Standing up shakily, Bakugo stood directly in front of Tokoyami, despite Todoroki's protests. As the purple mass charged at him, he raised his hands up to his eyes and let out an explosion, causing a current of fire to follow a path near Dark Shadow. He didn't hit Tokoyami, but allowed it to get close enough to disarm Dark Shadow. Tokoyami collapsed to the floor, breathing heavily in exhaustion, thanking Bakugo profusely. Todoroki emerged from the woods, struggling to carry Shoji on his back. Above them were loud shouts, only to be interrupted by a large crash as Tsuyu and Uraraka landed on the ground. The three looked at them, noticing Uraraka's pale face and large gash on her arm and shoulder. "What the hell happened to you, round face?" "Could ask you." "The same." Uraraka breathed, collapsing to the floor, gripping her arm tightly. Tsuyu noticed this and bent down, taking her jumper and wrapping it tightly around her arm. She then apologized, ripped the sleeves of Uraraka's shirt and wrapped it around her shoulder. "We were attacked by a knife-wielding psycho. She targeted Achiko because she upset Deku or something like that." Everyone froze. Bakugo especially, as he recalled what happened at the U.A. Todoroki spoke up. "So you think it's safe to assume that it's the League of Villains again?" "That's what she insinuated." "Okay then. Uraraka, can you still use your quirk?" "Yeah, but I can't make you go very high." "Can you make Shoji float so I can carry him easier?" Nodding, Uraraka dragged herself to Shoji, tapping his shoulder, causing him to levitate a few feet of the ground. Tokoyami approached Uraraka and, with the help of Tsuyu, put her on his back to carry her, so she could focus solely on making Shoji float and to conserve what little energy she had. "Okay, are we ready to dash?" "Where is Bakugo?" Per Tsuyu's statement, everyone whirled around, now noticing the blonde had disappeared. "Did he run off alone?" "I don't know." Todoroki paused, looked at the two injured students who seemed pale and in danger of becoming comatose. Todoroki sighed and made the difficult decision, "For now, we should get these two to Aizawa and just hope Bakugo is okay. He wouldn't run off without a reason. And he's strong enough to make it back alone," Todoroki said, dragging Shoji through the air. "I guess so. Right now we need to prioritize these two. Though, do you think it has something to do with that Deku?" "Maybe, but why did he have to run off alone? I mean, there are no villains around here right now, so he couldn't have been taken, right? Let's tell Aizawa when we get back. It's not like we have much of a choice." The group had to leave, otherwise the two that were wounded could have been injured further. However, no one knew why the villains were there. If they did, they would have looked for Bakugo without a second thought. Because while they ran to the teachers, they left another behind. The attack of UA's Year 1 hero class left 13 students injured. 10 were unconscious due to the gas. Another sustained a head injury, one had various lacerations and cuts, and one was left unconscious after an attack by a rogue student. In all, 3 teachers were either injured or MIA. Tiger and Pixie Bob were both injured and unconscious due to blows to the head, and Ragdoll was missing. Mandalay was left unresponsive and hospitalized due to mental trauma. And of course, a child has been murdered. In contrast, the heroes defeated and captured only 2 villains. A B-class Villian, Mustard, who was defeated by 2 Class 1B students, and a death row prisoner who was defeated by the rogue 1A student. In conclusion, it was an utter defeat. That's not even mentioning how one student, Katsuki Bakugo, was also missing. Bakugo raised his head to look at the assailants responsible for the attack. In the room, there were around 7 villains. One, with quite the muscular physique, was bragging on how he was the only one to end someone. Bakugo realized he was talking about Koda. If anything, he was in disbelief. How could you murder a child so cold-bloodedly? Though, it's not like he was much better. I mean, he practically tortured Izuku when they were kids. Who was he to judge? Still, he had the right to believe that he would never murder a child. He knew he was better than that. Katsuki Bakugo. I'll cut right to the chase. I want you to join the League of Villains. Seriously? This shit again? Go throw yourself into traffic, Bakugo scoffed, to the handman's dismay. If he recalled correctly, his name was Shigaraki. He was the one that took Izuku away. That was another thing. Izuku was nowhere to be found. Not in this room at least. And he hadn't showed up for the 2 days that he had been stuck in this hellhole. Where is Deku? Shigaraki frowned, emanating anger from every part of his body. Leaning against the bar table, he scoffed. Why the hell do you want to know? Because F you that why. A blonde-haired girl, who had just entered the bar, smirked at that, before striding up to Bakugo and bending down to his eye level. So you're the one that Deku hates? You know he talks about you a lot. What? Who the f are you? Like how much he wants to drown you in the sewers? Or how he wants to gouge out your eyes with a toothpick? He's quite imaginative about those things. Toga, please shut up. Shut up, Dabi. Toga said through gritted teeth. Bakugo rolled his eyes, staring back at the blonde. This was the first time that he was seeing this girl. Where the hell had she been this entire time? You his damn admirer or something? You could say that. Toga. Fine. It's not my fault you said I couldn't talk to him. Toga stomped back to behind the bar, pressing her entire weight onto the table in disappointment. Shigaraki stood, walking up to Bakugo, who had been chained to the foundations, similarly to how he was bound in the sports festival when he refused to accept his victory. To answer your question, he is with Master. But that doesn't matter. Master? What matters to you is if you will join me or not. Jesus Christ, I already said no. Every Villian looked at each other, all with the expression of, what the F is he doing? They had come to realize why Izuku had been so defiant against Shigaraki's plan. It had been about 2 days and Bakugo still wasn't agreeing. And Shigaraki wasn't changing his approach. Bakugo wasn't changing his mind anytime soon. The teachers' meeting wasn't exactly going well. They didn't have many leads, nor did they have any witnesses. All they knew was that, in their negligence, one child was dead and another was missing. The media, the public, everyone had turned against them. Nizu, we have nothing. The police force can't find anything and half the students are still unconscious. Just as they had leant back in their seats about to call the meeting adjourned, they heard a noise from above them. You know, you are asking all the wrong questions. They all looked up to see a young boy sitting on the frames connected to the ceiling. They had a tailcoat, with a jade dress shirt and a large mask on. It's not about where Kakin is, it's about who has him. The boy jumped down from the ceiling and landing on the floor making very little noise. Taking of the mask, he smirked as all the heroes looked at his face in awe. It was the genocide. All successively, they activated their quirks, gearing up into battle stances. Raising his arm up, displaying a calm demeanor, he smiled. Like the new outfit? Figured the suit vest was kinda dated. What are you doing here, genocider? Aizawa yelled. Geez, call down or you're going to give me an aneurysm. Also just call me Izuku. Why are you here? On an assignment from All for One. All Might's eyes widened as he approached the boy, who was clearly confident enough to walk right into the school unarmed. Oh hello Beach Might. How's the weather up there in Cloud 9? What does All for One want? Right now? He wants to test Shigaraki. So I'm here to tell you something that may be useful to you. However, Izuku walked past All Might nonchalantly, jumped up onto the table and walked over to Principal Nizu. I'll only tell you if you let me leave peacefully. What is the information? Nizu. We have no choice, Mike. Izuku smirked and sat down. Where Kakin is being held, of course. Everyone's eyes widened, only to be followed by a yell from present Mike. He's bluffing. Why the hell would he tell us something like that? Geez, please shut up. Anyway, I'm not siding with you if that's what you think. I still hate heroes with a burning passion. I still believe they should die out painfully. However, as I said before, I'm here on All for One's orders. What are you talking about? I'm a broker, you know? I deal information for an equal price. I'll tell you where Kakin is if you let me leave with no complaints. Why would you come here to begin with? Because All for One wants to test Shigaraki. He wants to know how well he holds up if a hero found his base. I already told you this. Look, I don't want to waste any more time. Do we have a deal or not? Fine. Nizu? Tell us where Bakugo is and we will let you go. Wonderful. Being stuck with villains was awful. Hell, that was an understatement. They hadn't fed him, he hadn't washed or showered, and he hadn't moved for 2 or 3 days straight. The promise of these necessities hung over his head, with the condition that mandated that he joined the villains. His pride and will wouldn't allow him to follow this demand. Instead, he sat for hours on end, his arms going numb from the large metal blocks on his hands that detained him. He realized that eventually his mind would break, which is what he assumed Shigaraki was counting on. He wanted Bakugo to join of his own will. Bakugo would never stoop to that level. He would never stoop to the level in which murdering children is entertainment. He was better than that. That's why he was praying for the heroes to help him. In his current situation, he was helpless due to the quirk-canceling bars on his arms. If he were free of those bonds, escaping would be as easy as beating every single villain in the room, including the ones that defeated pro-heroes. He didn't like it, but in his current situation, he could only rely on the heroes. If the heroes are so good, so noble, why did all of them turn away from me when I needed them? Even All Might for God Sake, the so-called hero of peace, turned away when I practically begged for help. Why didn't anyone save me? I see. Bakugo thought to himself, silently recounting what happened at the U.A. This is how Deku felt, the absolute despair of being abandoned when he needed it. It's awful. Bakugo has come to realize what Izuku meant, why he turned out the way he did. This feeling Bakugo had, the desperation, Izuku had this feeling for months, years maybe. Bakugo felt that he would lose his mind if he was here any longer. Fear was eating away at his mind, not that he showed it, pain was consuming his body. And he had only dealt with it for 3 days or so. Izuku had for years. And it was all of his fault. Shigaraki saw Bakugo's head bow, creating a rustle as the chains shifted and jostled next to each other. Smiling, he turned to Spinner, who was sat on the sofa, talking to Toga, who was missing Izuku severely. Remove his chains. Excuse me? Do it. Grimacing slightly, Spinner stood and walked over to Bakugo, who tensed at the sudden sound of the chains falling to the floor one by one. Spinner frowned. Look, Shigaraki, I don't. This is a good idea? Shut up, lizard head. Just do it. I am Jesus Christ. The final chain collapsed into the heap of metal and rust. Bakugo raised one hand to his wrist, rubbing it slightly, head style bowed. Now Bakugo, are you ready to join us? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. For the past 3 days, the kid did nothing but refuse Shigaraki. Was he basing this decision on the fact that his head was bowed? He could have just been thinking, for God's sake. Instinctively, everyone took a tentative step back, keeping their distance from Bakugo. Shigaraki, however, strolled right up to him, putting an arm on his shoulder. His grin was wider than any of them had ever seen. A look of dominance and absolute confidence. Bakugo smacked his hand of his shoulder, looking up to stare Shigaraki in the face, grinning firmly. I doubt that. I don't think I will ever be ready to join your little tea party. Shigaraki took a step back, eyes wide as if intimidated by Bakugo's overbearing certainty. This dash. A knock resounded throughout the room, freezing everyone. Most turned their heads in confusion, while others kept a keen eye on Bakugo. Pizza delivery. The food dash. Smaashasha. Izuku stood on the roof on the bar's building, brushing himself off slightly. Smiling softly to himself, he sat, observing the proceedings in curiosity. He did just as All for One told him to. He secured a remote location as a backup hideout. It was an underground facility which belonged to one of his business partners, who gave it to him on the condition that he found out information on one of the local gangs, who had taken and murdered his 5-year-old twin daughters in a ransom deal. Izuku obliged, finding and giving him information on the main members' schedules and family. It took a while, but eventually he put together a folder containing all useful information on the gang, some of which he took from the actual gang directly through convincing. The man was incredibly grateful, going to the floor thanking him profusely. Izuku smiled, patted him on the head and told him not to worry about it. Izuku was a good actor sometimes. Either way, he got what he wanted. So what if it meant exploiting the man? It used to be a storage area which used to hold cars which the man had sold long ago, so it stood abandoned and unknown to most. It was convenient. He also gave the information to U.A, which resulted in this ambush. He was a little bewildered by All for One's actions but brushed it off, believes his words of it just being a test. He didn't expect such a large hero force to come just for Bakugo. They probably had to get Kaken back to protect their reputation. Either that or because of Kaken's quirk. Otherwise, they would have left him like they did for me. Favoritism much. Izuku sighed, standing up once again, his hair and tail coat swaying in the direction of the wind. As much as I'd like to stay and watch, I have to get back. I'll still see them in a little while. With that, he turned and made his way back to All for One. Young Bakugo. All Might approached Bakugo, laying an arm over his shoulder. I am so glad you are okay. The loud yells caused Bakugo to cringe slightly as he looked at the bar. After the loud crash, he was knocked down to his knees as dust flew in, blinding everyone in the bar. Many coughed, only to then gasp as they were all binded by a wooden rope of sorts. All convulsed, attempting to be freed from their bonds, like Bakugo did when he was first captured, which ended up being futile. They were quick to knock out the ghostly one, who could create portals going to or from any location they desired. All Might looked at the man who knocked him out. Thank you, Gran Torino. Gran Torino? Bakugo had never heard of such a hero. Shigaraki struggled against the wood, trying to shake of Kamui's prison, before laying his eyes on All Might. All Might! He hissed, still strained as he attempted to regain the oxygen that he had lost. How did you find this place? We can't tell you. What? That was part of the deal. Deal? Shigaraki's mind whirled, before a figurative light bulb shone in his head. That beach. All Might shook his head, walking up to the blue-haired man. Shigaraki Tamura, you are hereby under arrest, as are the rest of you villains. All of the heroes' heads bowed, slightly scared, including Shigaraki, still seething but stayed quiet with his head bowed. They all looked at Shigaraki in shock, which onto anger as they saw how he was going to let them be captured. What kind of leader gave up like that? All for one? I see, he has given up. He has. What now? We will retrieve them. Understood. Suddenly, gray pools erupted from the villains' mouths, causing their eyes to go wide as they reached for their throats as they were deprived of oxygen. The heroes looked on in horror as more pools erupted around the room, carrying large monstrous things. They are Nomus. Similarly, the heroes darted directly at the Nomus, attempting to apprehend them quick as they remembered the damage they did in Hosu. All Might turned to Bakugo, planning to pick him up and remove him from the area immediately. He froze, unable to move, too shocked to do anything. Bakugo was on the floor, writhing in pain as a gray pool erupted from his mouth, enveloping him more every second. He was gone, consumed into the pools along with all the other villains. All gone. Damn it. Kirishima turned to Todoroki, who was sat in the hospital waiting room. Out of all the students, 3 hadn't woken up. Yaoyorozu, Hagakure and Jiro. Both were frustrated, mainly at themselves. Kirishima couldn't do anything to help and Todoroki was the one to give the direct order to leave Bakugo behind. Both were eager to get him back, yet there was one issue. Neither knew where he was or how to help him. Before Yaoyorozu fell unconscious, she apparently made a tracker and a receiver, which she gave to a B class student. That student gave the receiver to the teachers after the entire incident, which tracked a Nomu that they attached the tracker to. If she were awake, she could make another for them. But she wasn't. So they were left, useless and annoyed. Todoroki. Yeah? When he gets back, we should both apologize. Kirishima said, smiling slightly trying to offer the slightest amount of hope. Todoroki smiled back. Yeah, let's do that. Bakugo opened his eyes groggily, using his elbows as leverage to prop himself up. His hearing was muffled slightly but could overhear an argument that seemed to be quite heated. What do Y? Wanted to Tez not my F. F.U. Deku. As his hearing stated to clear and his eyes focused more, his eyes widened. Shigaraki was stood in front of a man. He was a large man wearing a suit and was connected to various wires. Behind him was Izuku, a mask positioned on his face, masking any emotion he may have had. Not that he needed to hid it. His voice showed his coldness with a tinge of anger. Shigaraki. That is enough. Master, what is this about? Testing me? What were you testing? Your capability of being leader. Am I what? And I have to say, I am severely disappointed. When you were backed into a corner, you gave up. That is not how I raised you to be. Clearly, in your current state, you are unfit to inherit the league. W. Izuku will succeed me as leader. Bakugo's eyes widened as he stood shakily. Izuku noticed this, leaving all for one side and walked over to Bakugo, to which neither Shigaraki nor All for One noticed as they were too busy talking, with Shigaraki yelling most of the time. Pay them no mind, Kaken. This doesn't concern you. Didega. What the hell? It is really something to see you like this. Shaking so violently. Ah, but be careful, Kaken. I would suggest you not do anything rash. Izuku walked up to him, putting his hand on his shoulder and whispered, I have strict orders not to end you. Shame, but that's how it is. But that doesn't mean I can't cut you. Bakugo shivered as Izuku walked past him, disregarding the boy's silence. Bakugo turned to see Izuku picking up the body of Ragdoll. Hey. Get your hands off her. Oh, so you still care about her? What if I told you her quirk was already gone, taken? Would you still want her? The Hero Society didn't want me because I was quirkless. Why should they want her? Tits. If that's the case. Izuku turned, Ragdoll hanging limp over his back. Then there is nothing you can do about it. Bakugo stared awestruck as Izuku took the body and practically threw it on a pickup truck's back. What happened to you? Izuku turned to face Bakugo, who had strolled right up to him ignoring his previous warning. Bakugo gripped Izuku's collar and pulled it toward him. What happened to the Izuku who loved heroes? Down now, Toga. It's okay. Bakugo was still tense even as the knife was removed from his throat. He turned to face the blonde girl who was staring daggers towards him, which was completely disregarded when she ran up to Izuku and wrapped her arms around his neck. I missed you so much. She cried out, seemingly so joyful that she seemed on the verge of tears. Izuku chuckled, patting her on the head, causing her to release her grip from his neck, but still stayed by his side. Surrounding him were various villains all armed and ready. They were protecting Izuku. The F-dash? What the hell? All turned to Shigaraki, who had ran up to the group. I am going to end you, Deku. Shigaraki was fuming as he ran up to the group. He was. Back off, Shigaraki. Spinner yelled at the man who had been cornered by Spinner, Dabi, Muscular, Magna and Twice. What are you doing? We are done. Your plan nearly got us ended and you're going to blame him who objected it. Dabi spat. Why would we follow you? You disregarded Mustard and Moonfish. They deserved it. Twice yelled, his actions fluctuating, creating quick movements. What did he tell you? I refuse to let him be the leader. Wait, Izuku's the leader now? Muscular said, head tilted slightly in confusion. What? Shigaraki stepped back, awed by the group who all looked at each other in joy. Izuku, you're the leader. Toga yelled, tackle-hugging Izuku, who stumbled back, also confused about the group's sudden loyalty to him. Yeah. Why you didn't know? Then why were you protecting him? Because we want to. He didn't treat us like pawns. He talked to us, helped us develop our quirks, and didn't use us. Spinner yelled at Shigaraki, closing the gap between them. You're nothing. He hissed, pointing a finger at Shigaraki. Shigaraki frowned, smacking his hand away. Who do you think you are? I am your leader. Not anymore. Izuku said, strolling past Bakugo, who was being restrained by compress. He walked up to Shigaraki, put a hand on his shoulder and smiled. Sorry about this. Oh, and thanks for everything. That was all they saw. Shigaraki gripped his abdomen and fell writhing. Bakugo's eyes widened, his struggling against the man's grip fading as he watched the light in Shigaraki's eyes dimmer and fade, the look of regret still evident on his face. The villains looked at Izuku, confused and shocked at his sudden attack. Toga looked at Izuku, strolled up to his and smacking him on the back. Holy hell, did not expect that. He was the one who brought you here, right? It was per my orders. Everyone turned to All for One, who was now stood, walking over to Shigaraki. I picked him due to his relation to All Might's master. Though his death should serve as a shock factor enough. Besides, Izuku's turn to the villainous path was in turn All Might's fault. That should be a more direct attack to his psyche. Agreed. Izuku said, walking up to All for One. That aside, he should be here soon, right? Correct. As if on cue, a loud crash came through the ceiling of the facility, causing everyone except Izuku and All for One to duck under cover. Muscular picked up Kurogiri, who was still unconscious due to the blow to the head, and dragged him under a table. The cause of the hole in the ceiling stood before them, his muscular form radiating to all the villains, who stayed hidden. Except for Izuku and All for One, of course, who stood side by side, staring the hero down. Bakugo attempted to shout to the figure but was cut off by Toga, taking over duty of restraining Bakugo. "Shut up or I swear I will cut you," she whispered, staring at Izuku in awe. A large yell radiated across the facility, echoing off the vast walls of the room. "I am here." All Might stood, in front of all of the Villian, proudly posing. Izuku smiled, pointed to the ceiling and simply stated, "Hey, are you going to pay for that?" "Unlikely." Twice yelled only to be whacked on the head by Dabi. "Where is young Bakugo?" "Kaken? I have no idea. You're the hero, you figure it out. Do not play tricks with me, Villian." Izuku chuckled, then laughed, then blew up into full-blown hysteria. "You call me the Villian? Holy shit, you are an idiot. Tell me all my... Whose fault it is? Why am I a Villian? It's my fault. I have realized that. However, you shouldn't have brought innocence into this. So you admit it. However, All Might, are you referring to Kaken as the innocent? If so..." Izuku strolled up to All Might, who was already prepared into a battle stance. "You are more idiotic than you look." He hissed. Bakugo flinched in Toga's arms, who giggled at Bakugo's struggling. We are getting to the good part." Izuku stepped back, walking over to All for One. "But I am not the one you want, right?" All for One looked at Izuku, smiled and stepped forward. "Izuku, leave with the rest of them. Leave Bakugo with me." "Really? It would be easy enough to take him. He will prove useful as a hostage in this battle. After all, he will be the one to test you." "Now you're testing me?" Fine, understood. "Come on, guys. Toga, leave Kaken there." "Okay, aye. See you later, Kaken. I'll stab you later." "Hey, you aren't Dash. Gone." That was it. He was gone. What the... I used one of my quirks to teleport him out of here. It was a one-time trick, so I had to use it here. Now. All for One stepped forward, aligned with All Might. All Might grimaced, activating One for All. He was running out of time. All for One. "I swear I will finish you." Thunderous blows shook the entire ground beneath them. All Might and All for One fought furiously, cascading punches and kick repeatedly thrown at each other. Bakugo was crouched, gripping the ground in an attempt to not be blown away. Gushes of wind flew by, knocking down walls and buildings, leaving a large open space for the two to brawl. The civilians were already evacuated by Endeavor and Gran Torino, who were currently facing off against Nomus with no way to reach Bakugo. Bakugo was frozen, unable to move, unable to speak. He could only watch in trepidation as debris and dust flew in every corner of the now demolished building. All Might roared, gearing up another punch. Fist clenched, he struck All for One, causing a current of wind to be sent in its direction, taking down the rest of the building's roof. All for One chuckled, easily blocking the blow, and sending a kick to All Might's gut, sending him directly into a nearby wall. All Might had the wind knocked out of him, causing him to gasp and splitter as All for One approached him. "Have gotten weaker, All Might. Tell me, have you passed on One for All yet?" All Might clenched his chest, breathing heavily. He was running out of time. "No. Which is why I will survive and beat you, so I can pass it on." All Might stood up, using the wall for support. All for One chuckled. "You're so sure? Well then." All for One's arm enlarged, bulking up to a more muscular appearance. "Let's see you keep up that promise." All Might charged at him, the power cracking the wall he used for supports, delivering a roundhouse kick to All for One, which he effectively blocked, sending his own attack toward All Might, which he dodged. Both sent their fists directly into each other, creating a large surge of power, a tornado of power enveloping the two. Bakugo, meanwhile, lost his grip and was sent into a boulder that had collapsed after the building's destruction. Cracks and snaps could be heard as Bakugo gripped his chest in agony. The force that he was subjected to seemed to crack or break a few ribs. Bakugo fell to the floor, breathing heavy, eyes wide as he continued to watch the magnificent battle that was unfolding. All Might noticed Bakugo's yell and turned to him, seeing him keeled over, gripping his chest. Young Bakugo! All Might attempted to run over to the boy. However, a large rope-like material wrapped around his waist and flung him into a pile of rubble. Now, All Might, you should be focused on me, not the boy. All Might looked up, seeing All for One floating in the air, the wires now detached from his bruised, broken body. Bakugo stared at All Might, shut his eyes tightly and shouted weakly. Don't worry about me, All Might. But young Bakugo do what you have to beat this FR. All Might gave Bakugo a understanding look and nodded sternly, turning back to All for One. Have your little chat? Now let's continue. All for One was nearly interrupted by All Might's punch, sending him back down to earth, causing a large volume of dust to be shot back up. Bakugo coughed, but gritted his teeth in pain as the vibrations of the coughs shook the broken ribs. Shit! All Might stood over All for One, attempting to punch him further into the ground, only for the punch to be halted as All for One raised his enlarged arm, delivering a kick to the knee, causing All Might to collapse to the ground. Rolling to the side to avoid his foot, All Might used his momentum to employ a back handspring to get back to his feet, using his power to jump a few feet back to avoid another attack. All for One charged at him, his footsteps shaking the pebbles below him. In an attempt to step away, All Might attempted to leave, only to be caught down by a black rope that came out the ground, securing him to the ground. Meaning, All Might's only defense was a block. Raising his arms into AX position, All Might blocked All for One's attack, causing his bones to creak slightly when the fist and arms collided. All Might shouted slightly as the rope released his legs, sending his flying into a building. All for One clenched his chest, the overwork that he was subjected to wearing out his already worn-down body. All Might looked up, wiping the blood from his forehead, caused by a stray wound. Tell me, why are here? Why did you not leave with the other villains? The League is not mine to lead, so I see no value in me returning with them. Who is the leader then? Shigaraki? All for One laughed at All Might's remark, sending shivers up All Might's damaged spine. Tamura Shigaraki is dead. I made sure Midoriya finished that boy off. All Might's eyes widened, noticing the body that Bakugo was desperately pointing to. Why would you dash? He was a liability, a mere pawn. His death will prove his purpose in my plan. A liability? Didn't you care for the boy? Hardly. He was simply my way of returning the favor to an old enemy. A favor? Nana Shimura. The woman who trained you, the one I truly hate. That boy was her grandson. All Might froze, eyes wide. Nana Shimura, his old master and the one who passed one for all to him. His grandson was Tamura? All for One let out a menacing laugh, pointing at All Might with a deepened smile. That's it. That's the face of despair I was searching for. All Might couldn't respond, merely stare in shock. He couldn't articulate any words. He couldn't employ any actions. He could only watch. All for One started to approach All Might, raising a fist toward him. All Might didn't react. Bakugo stared eyes wide as All for One approached All Might. All Might, move. He said hoarsely. All Might didn't hear. He didn't move. All for One stared, overjoyed, yet didn't show it. Raising his fist high into the air, he stared down at All Might, collapsed to the ground. Goodbye, All Might. He flung his fist down into All Might. All Might recoiled from the slap, adjusting his senses. He looked up to see Bakugo, tearful, gripping his chest. Why young Bakugo? All Might looked around and saw All for One, who had been sent flying into debris. Wake up, All Might. All Might snapped to attention, looking at Bakugo who had collapsed into a coughing fit. Who cares who Shigaraki was? I don't know who this Nana is, but it doesn't matter. Shigaraki killed people. He's a villain, and he's gone. But there's one, right in front of you, who is going to hurt everyone, and you need to stop him. Bakugo fell, gripping his chest, practically screaming away his agony. All Might stared at the boy, picking him up and running to a safer area a few feet away, where he laid the wheezing boy down. A loud explosion echoed, revealing All for One, brushing of the explosion that Bakugo had given him. All for One stared at Bakugo, then All Might, frowning, before charging up another attack. Standing back up, All Might faced All for One. Smiling, All Might coughed up some excess blood. I have realized something, All for One. And what would that be? All for One hissed. I don't need to get out of this alive. Blow after blow. Break after break. The battle strengthened as the blows did concurrently. Both parties were exhausted but kept fighting using pure will. All for One targeted Bakugo once or twice, only to be met by brutal force by All Might. The entire battle was being broadcasted, allowing the world to screech for All Might, begging him to take down All for One. Bakugo yelled weakly, encouraging All Might with any remaining strength he had left. All Might fought, not for himself, but for everyone he had to save. For everyone he had to protect. Because that's what a symbol of peace did. Although, throughout this entire battle, All for One smiled. Not matter how much he was beaten down, no matter how much he was hurt. He kept smiling. Tell me, why are you smiling? All Might said breathlessly, smoke emanating from his body. It won't be long. What? It won't be long until you realize what a massive overstep you have taken. All Might gritted his teeth as All for One charged at him, releasing a quirk that shot a concentrated ball of energy towards him, creating a current of charge. All Might ran to the side, his hair singed slightly by the heat. It crashed into a wall, causing debris to almost fall on Bakugo, who, luckily, was able to jump out the way, resulting in a sharp cry in pain. Young Bakugo. I'm fine. Keep fighting. Bakugo coughed in return. Right. All Might ran back towards All for One, determined to protect everyone surrounding him. The entire world cried for his victory. Everyone yelled for his protection. All Might raised his fist, screaming, All for One, and punched him. At least he tried to. All Might tensed all his muscles, but try as he might, he couldn't budge. Couldn't move. Couldn't speak. The population held their collective breath as they saw All Might's fist was just inches away from All for One. Sorry. Took me a while to get back. Bakugo's eyes widened, as did All Might's. Everyone was taken aback. Floating slowly down was a familiar set of ruby-red eyes and black hair. His mask radiated the moonlight with its glossy finish. Removing the mask, THS culprit smiled, staring the helicopter's camera directly. Bolts of electricity surrounded him as his eyes glowed with a menacing aura. Come now, Midoriya, you needn't apologize. Maybe so, yet your teleporting quirk is quite difficult to get a hang of. All Might's eyes watered as he could only move his eyes to see the boy. Izuku Midoriya walked up to All for One and put his hand softly onto All Might's arm, eyes glowing brighter than before. Suddenly, All Might collapsed down, moving his fingers, having his movement returned. Looking at the two wide-eyed, he saw Izuku smiled maliciously. Can I end him now? How do you dash? How do I have a quirk? Simple, All for One gave me his. Passing on his desire, if you will. But he still has a quirk? Simple, I gave him some quirks that would be necessary to beat you. Strength, endurance, power. I have more notes on you than anyone. That made finding your weaknesses so much easier. Bakugo crawled out from under the metal table that he was hidden under, clutching his chest, and tried to walk over to Izuku, but his knees buckled after a few steps, causing him to land hard onto his stomach. Now All Might. All Might felt his arms tense again, feeling his muscles contract spastically. All Might yelled a quick shout in pain, much to Izuku's delight. I have to say goodbye. Izuku's body seemed to glitch, distorting reality as he suddenly disappeared behind Bakugo. Bakugo gasped as he was picked up and flung next to All Might with ease. Young Bakugo. All Might crouched down, turning the boy over as he groaned in agony. All Might looked up to see masses of debris floating. Higher and higher. All Might stared at Izuku, who was staring at him. No remorse, no sympathy. Izuku clicked his fingers together, and the masses of rubble came crashing down onto the two. Bakugo coughed, gripping his leg, which had been crushed under the weight. Tears pricked at the side of his eyes as he used his arms to push up the rubble from above his leg. He pulled his very twisted and bloodied foot from under the rocks and bricks, hissing loudly. He looked around, eyes adjusting to the darkness. When he did, he saw a horrible sight. He shook his head, tears now flowing down his face. No! All Might lay above him, an iron pipe going through the left side of his body. He coughed lightly, blood escaping from the jaws of his mouth. His body smoked wildly as he stared at the boy, who looked at the hero that had saved him, now dying in front of him. All Amidish Bakugo's cry was interrupted by a sharp pang in his chest, allowing his to cough hysterically. All Might smiled. I'm really glad you're okay. No. All Might why? Why did why dash? Another sharp pain erupted from Bakugo, earning a hiss from the boy. Listen, young Bakugo. All Might spoke clearly yet weakly. I have no more options. I have no way to take my own opinions into the matter anymore. I need you to listen to me. You need to take my quirk. What do you dash? Pain again. Never-ending pain flowed through Bakugo. He knew, however, that it was nothing compared to what All Might was going through. Ingesting a piece of my hair will do. Wait. I can't tell you anymore. Go to Gran Torino. Please, Bakugo. I won't be able to hold out much longer. All Might raised his hand weakly, ripping a piece of hair from his head, and gave it to Bakugo. Eat this. Use this power and your own to defeat young Midoriya. End this in my place. Bakugo's tears were overflowing, spilling down into a puddle of the hero's blood. All Might, I can't I dash? Bakugo felt a hand on his face, causing him to jump suddenly. All Might stared at the boy, an almost fatherly look in his eyes. I believe in you, Katsuki Bakugo. Even if no one else will, I will. I will live through you. Now take this and live. I will be here after all. All Might smiled at the boy, a tinge of red peeking through his teeth. He put his hand on Bakugo's chest, sending a very slight pain through the boy. I am here. Izuku stretched his arms up high, sighing happily in relief, as he looked at the pile that All Might and Bakugo were buried under. He didn't fully believe that it would end him, though there were some heavy bars and rocks in the pile, so he was happy with that. The world, however, were horrified. They looked as they saw the captive and #1 hero buried deep under the ground. Many were crying, including many of Class 1A who were watching the broadcast. Kirishima and Todoroki were silent as they looked in absolute distress. No. They weren't dead. Hey, I'm going back to the base. Nothing else for me to do, right? Just, I will stay here. What? But they'll capture you? Even if All Might's dead, there are other heroes around. Plus, I really still don't know how to control your quirk. That was really just a fluke. I realized. Your control could use some work. Though Kurogiri can help with that. Huh. Now go. Before the heroes close in. Oh. Straining his body, feeling bones creaking under the pressure, Izuku teleported, phasing out of the area. All for one side, and turned back round to face the rubble. It was true, Izuku needed to work on his control. That was obvious by the increasing heat. In a matter of seconds, the pile blasted open, sending dust flying in every direction. Everyone watching smiled and laughed excitedly, expecting to see All Might carrying the boy out of the rubble. They were so wrong. Bakugo stood, tears rolling heavily down his face as he pulled All Might out of the rubble, a piece of the bar still impaled into his body. The world stood still, then shook heavily. Everyone stared, unable to say anything. Some young children turned to parents, unable to grasp what had just happened. All Might was most likely dead. Bakugo wiped his tears, then stared at All for One. Standing on one leg, the other gone limp due to the damage sustained, and gritted his teeth. All for One smiled. They do say quirks activate quicker after a great amount of stress. Red lines, almost vein-like, appeared on Bakugo's body, currents of electricity surrounding him as he clenched his fists. All for One, I swear to you. I will end you. Another battle erupted, one between Bakugo and All for One. Bakugo used All Might's quirk sparingly, noting the damage done to one of his hands after its use. Mainly he used his own explosions as All for One used strength enhancement. All for One's movements were slow but powerful. Bakugo had to consider positioning and his speed if he wanted to survive this and do as All Might said. defeat him. Bakugo dodged various attacks. Though his speed was slower, his smaller frame and agility compared to All Might made his movements more unpredictable to All for One, especially considering the only opponent he had had in recent years was All Might. Bakugo released another explosion toward All for One, which he managed to block, using his own quirk to send Bakugo into a nearby wall. Gasping and clawing at his rib cage, Bakugo's head spun. Izuku said he retained 3 quirks, right? What was it? Power, endurance and… Shit, what was it? Bakugo jumped sideways, avoiding a charged attack. Not that was a power quirk. Shit, what? Strength. That meant his weaknesses were tied to… If Bakugo could outmaneuver him, he could have a chance. Taking this possibility, Bakugo focused on increasing his speed, quickly dodging and landing weaker but faster attacks. Hit dodge. Hit do. Bakugo recoiled as an attack hit him directly in the shoulder. Bakugo yelled, gripped it strongly. Broken foot, broken ribs, dislocated shoulder, head wound, and fed up hand. This was becoming more and more difficult to stand. Bakugo stumbled, falling backwards, only to land in someone's arm. Bakugo turned weakly to see Gran Torino holding up. Dazed, Bakugo turned to look at All for One. He was apprehended? Endeavor gripped the man tightly, pinning him to the ground along with Kamui Woods binding him down. Thanks, kid. We were able to catch him by surprise. Bakugo never heard this, however, as he had collapsed quickly. Katsuki Bakugo was unconscious, broken bones littering his body. Izuku Midoriya was gone, taking All for One's quirk with him. All Might was dead. All for One was incarcerated. Many civilians were injured or dead. Was it a win or a loss to either side? No one could really tell. Rain spiraled down the gutter as children gazed out the window, oblivious to the lesson, praying the rain would pass before they had to leave. Red flashes were interrupted but sparks of green lightning. Black smoke swirled around, enveloping everything in its sight. Time froze suddenly, though the most still surrounded everything, many forming into shapes before collapsing. Flashes of shadows similar to the form of a person ran in and out of the mist, causing its direction to shift. Silence defended all that were in there, live or not. No twisting or convulsing could free anyone from the grasps of the smoke. Bakugo still tried, weakly, twisting and turning in an attempt to free himself from the grasp of the mist. His grunts and struggles were silenced, not that anyone was there to hear them. No amount of shaking could release him. His ashy blonde hair swayed slightly, a gush of wind blew past him, causing him to clench his eyes shut. When he reopened them, eyes taking a few seconds to adjust to the darkness, they fell on a menacing sight. 8 misty figures stood in front of his, staring directly towards him. None talked, the slight shifting motions being the only indication of some kind of life. His words of confusion were muffled, like a hand was forced over his face, clenching it shut. The 8 figures began to take a few steps back, much to Bakugo's disapproval. He struggled, attempting to reach the figures, but was met with black rope-like restraints pulling his back in the opposite direction. Bakugo dug his heels into the ground, trying to reconnect with the 8 figures. His struggles were in vain, as he was dragged into the mist where the others had disappeared to. A faint sound of a heartbeat rang in Bakugo's ears. Clenching his fists, he opened his eyes, groggily, and winced at the bright light. He was in a room, pasted with white, with a dull green strip running through the base of the room. He was lying on a hospital bed, barriers still up, with one leg raised by a pillow. He was connected to machines that whirled and in fluid that connected to his wrist that wasn't layered in bandages. Bakugo had no strength to lift himself up into a sitting position, so he lay, his head sinking into the pillow. He craned his neck to see a button labeled, "Ring for Hospital Staff." With a decent amount of struggle, he managed to hoist himself up enough to press the button, which let out a buzzing sound. He allowed his arm to fall back down, along with his head, which felt heavier than before. Before long, a nurse entered the room quickly, bursting the door open and staring at him wide-eyed. Bakugo made eye contact with her, tilting his head ever so slightly in perplexity. The nurse stuck her head out the door, yelling for the doctor to come to the room, before approaching Bakugo. "Hello, Mr. Bakugo. I'm Charlotte. I've been taking care of you. Cut the Mr. Crap. Jesus, what the hell happened? As she began to talk, the doctor walked in calmly, grasping a clipboard of sorts. You were involved in a Villian attack after you were kidnapped. You sustained various injuries. Bakugo shifted, trying again to push himself up. This time the doctor intervened, turning to the nurse. Notify his parents and the school. Right. The nurse left swiftly as the doctor sat down on a chair near Bakugo. Please don't try and sit up. The scars from your surgery haven't completely healed. Surgery? You sustained many broken and fractured ribs and bones. The doctor took an X-ray photo from his clipboard and held it up to Bakugo. His bones looked like they had been destroyed, smashed into small bits of confetti. His leg wasn't as bad, with one break on the ankle, which compared to his disintegrated hand bones, was the best possible news. Recovery girl dealt with the minor breaks, but we had to rebuild your hand using the fragments and substitutes. It may be slightly more difficult to move, though the nerves and ligaments were not too badly damaged. You were extremely lucky. Bakugo nodded, unable to answer the man, in complete shock of what happened. The doctor noted this, but continued, dropping bombshell after bombshell. After your surgery, you fell into a minor coma, which you have now come out of. Bakugo, you were asleep for around 1 month, meaning your muscles will be weaker for a period of time, but with therapy, you should regain your strength in no time. Bakugo stared at the doctor wide-eyed. A month? Granted, his injuries were not exactly your run-in-the-mill wounds, but that was an extremely long time to be asleep. After a quick examination, the doctor left, allowing him some time to think over what he had been told, and recount what had happened with All for One. And All Might. Bakugo didn't want to think about it, but his mind kept replaying the scene that was etched into his mind. All Might's body straddled over him as he took the brunt of the impact in place of Bakugo. How he had been impaled trying to protect him. How he failed to avenge his death. He knew it was his fault, both directly and indirectly. Izuku wouldn't have ended him if he never became a Villian in the first place. Bakugo wouldn't have been attacked by Izuku if Bakugo didn't do the things he did. And All Might paid the price for his actions. He took what Bakugo deserved. And he was dead. And Bakugo was alive. Izuku stretched his arms above his head as he stood from his desk, knocking a pile of papers in the process. Shit. Choosing to not pick them up, Izuku headed out of the room and entered the complex. The facility was large, containing stray villains wanting to join the league as well as boxes of weapons and drugs loaded onto cars by laughing groups of people. Many ran up to him, asking him for advice and for help. Being the leader of this ever-growing league was difficult in its own right. He had to make sure no information leaked about this place or he would endanger the lives of all its members. He also had to keep up with deals, food arrangements, assigning missions and payments. Not to mention, some believed he was incapable of being leader due to his young age. Though many shut up after a demonstration was used. Izuku had been training with Kurogiri for the whole month, learning to use aspects of his quirk and weaknesses. Izuku had kept an eye on Kurogiri, as he had been particularly close to Shigaraki and was the only one to be angry about his death. He had to make sure he could still trust him. Izuku opened a large metal door and walked into the makeshift bar, where Dabi, Toga, Twice and Spinner were all sat, along with a few other villains drinking away their sorrows. Those four, Magna and Muscular, were on the main offensive group, with Compress opting to go into the planning and decisions team as the head of planning. He was smart and tactical, which made him a good addition, though he still joined them on missions as an offensive villain. They were the ones Izuku sent on high-end raids and mission, with Izuku mostly staying further back and observing, intervening when things went haywire. They were grateful for that support. Toga looked at Izuku, grinned widely and ran at him at full speed, delivering another swift hug. Izuku chuckled, patting Toga on the back as she squeezed the life out of him. When she released him, she graped his shoulders and shook him slightly. "Where have you been? I haven't seen you in ages. You saw me literally 3 hours ago." "Only briefly. Come on, you need to take a break every now and then. That's why I'm here." Izuku smiled, peeling Toga's hands of his shoulders and walking over to the bar stools, and sitting next to Dabi. The bar was previously a business room for the original owner, but was converted into a bar by Twice for research. He never specified what research. Twice was intoxicated, happily singing along to the radio, which was blasting, "We Like to Party." Many others joined in, a chorus of "Hey Now," raining out across a sea of drunken adults. Spinner was sat on the bar table itself, casually sharpening a butterfly knife. Izuku gave him a look, to which Spinner shrugged off. Dabi was sat, staring down at his phone, texting Compress about new information that he overheard when he was on assignment. Toga walked up beside Izuku, perching herself on a stool, her legs swinging happily. "Hey bar dude, get me some orange juice." "Orange juice, really? I know, right? I didn't know they had it here." "Not what I meant." The bartender, who was another broker Izuku had contacts with during his training, slid the glass over to Toga, as well as a piece of paper to Izuku. "Oh, is that about the thing I asked you to do? Thanks," Izuku said, picking up the paper, looking over it quickly before putting it in his pocket. What is that?" Toga said, placing her glass back down. "Nothing you need to worry about for now." "For now? It's in regards to a mission I specifically requested." "Oh, will I be going? Can I end someone?" "Yes, you will be going and maybe." "Yes. Will you come this time?" "Yeah, I will." Dabi looked up from his phone, staring at Izuku in astoundment. Izuku chuckled. "Yeah, this is quite important, so I figured I would tag along." "Really? And what exactly is this mission?" Izuku laughed slightly, signaling the bartender to bring him a drink. "Information extraction from the UA database." Kirishima ran, faster than he had ever ran before. Todoroki was not so far behind, also breathless as they climbed flights of stairs while getting scolded by the hospital staff. They didn't really care, they had to get to Bakugo. It had supposedly been a day since he woke up, and he was finally allowed visitors. As soon as they heard this, they sprinted up to the hospital to see him. Kirishima made it to the door first, flinging it open and running inside, catching his breath. "Jesus Christ, shitty hair." Kirishima looked up and saw Bakugo, sitting up with a newspaper in his lap. Todoroki burst in not long after, also breathless. "You too, Icy Hot?" Both the boys smiled, walking up to Bakugo, one on each side of the bed. "What the F are you doing?" "We came to see you. It's been a while." Bakugo chuckled. Both Kirishima and Todoroki looked at each other, wide-eyed. He left. Both looked at Bakugo, smiles growing on their face. "Maybe for you, Icy Hot. I've not missed either of you F faces." Kirishima chuckled, grabbing a chair and sitting beside Bakugo. "Looks like you haven't changed a bit." The three of them talked for a while, mainly about normal things, with Bakugo's responses consisting of many, many swear words. However, after a while, their conversations drifted, mainly from Bakugo's influence until he asked them, "What happened with Deku?" Todoroki and Kirishima froze, looking at each other in trepidation. "They haven't told me shit. They either ignore my question or dodge it. So I'm asking you, what the F happened with him?" Todoroki and Kirishima nodded to each other, with Kirishima talking first. "Well, after what he did to All Might and what he said about inheriting that guy's quirk, they increased his rank from S to SS. They also put a police team on the case, who spend their entire time looking for leads on him." Todoroki continued, with Bakugo not interrupting a single time. "They can't find him, or any major villains. The leading theory is that he has a quirk that can block perception of people or disorientated them if they find them. Or he just ends them." Kirishima had his head bowed, solemnly adding, "I'll be straight up with you. This is bad. Really bad. All Might's dead and the villains are getting stronger under a powerful leader. The school is permanently on high alert. Hell, they have even put us into dorms to keep us safe. Everyone's scared, they don't know what to do. Especially after what happened to me." "I know," Bakugo said quietly. The boys shifted, unsure of what to do. Kirishima frowned, grabbing Bakugo's shoulder and shook him a little. "Though you managed to help capture the all-for-one guy, right? Despite your injuries, you faced one of the most dangerous villains and survived. That's nothing to frown at." Bakugo looked up, staring into Kirishima's eyes. Speaking of which, me and Todoroki actually came to tell you something. Bakugo turned to Todoroki, who walked over to Kirishima's side. We are so sorry, Kirishima said. Todoroki gripped his own arm, unable to look at Bakugo. I'm the one who made the call to leave you at the training camp. If I didn't, you wouldn't have been captured. And you wouldn't be stuck in here. And I didn't even try to help. I stayed in a classroom the whole damn time. Bakugo looked at the two, both with the same look on their eyes. Anger and regret flooded their eyes. Bakugo sighed, rubbing the back of his neck before replying. I got captured, then I got out. I'm still alive. We'll leave it at that. But we'll leave it at that. Bakugo said, sterner. No need to feel guilty at that shit. Todoroki and Kirishima looked at each other, then at Bakugo. Yeah, agreed. It took a while, around 2 weeks, but Bakugo was finally discharged from the hospital with scheduled physical therapy sessions once a week in order to regain the strength of his limbs. Many in the class had visited him, mostly flying visits, as the hospital were quite strict on that. They said they didn't want to overwhelm Bakugo after his traumatic ordeal. Bakugo didn't feel traumatized. Sure, he had a few nightmares and panic attacks, but PTSD? Not really. Bakugo was in a car with blacked-out windows. He was sat between his mom and dad, both of whom visited him every day. The driver was Aizawa, who told Bakugo about the dorms. There is a kitchen which contains ingredients to make your own food and a living room for all students. Bathrooms are separated by gender, obviously, and you have your own individual rooms with air conditioning. Bakugo wasn't really paying attention, as he was preoccupied with his thoughts. He thought about Izuku and what he was doing. Mainly he was thinking about what he could have done differently. That's when the thought popped into his head. Hey Mom, what's Inko doing? How is she? Mitsuki turned to her husband, who paused before nodding. Mitsuki turned back to Bakugo. I'm not too sure. She hasn't talked to us in a while. I can't imagine she's taking this well. No. Izuku's murder of All Might and attempted murder of Bakugo had been broadcasted all over Japan, and eventually finding its way to the Western world. Everyone was horrified to find out what a child had done to the top hero. How easily he managed to defeat him. Granted, he was weakened considerably by All for One, and him having to protect Bakugo into process definitely contributed. No one outright said that it was his fault, but he could see it. They knew that it was because Bakugo was there that All Might was dead. Bakugo sighed, opting to look out of the windscreen instead of looking at anyone else. After a while, they arrived at the dorms. The dorms was a large building with many windows, all symmetrically built on the brick walls. It was surrounded by recently trimmed bushes, as well as a brick path that lead directly to the front doors. Following close behind his parents, he walked in, scratching lightly at his bandages. When he stepped in, he was met by many pairs of eyes, all looking at him shocked. He was then bombarded with footsteps and voices, all asking how he was and why he didn't say that he had been discharged. He shrugged of many of the questions, which were interrupted by his father clearing his throat. We are going to go now, Katsuki. Call us if you need anything. Yeah, see you later. He was soon dragged to a sofa where he was placed down. Around 10 students were surrounding him, all smiling widely. How are you? Fine. Are your injuries healed? Pretty much. Where the nurses hot? What the F-grapehead? Come on guys, give him a little space. Momo said, sitting next to Uraraka, and see you with Uraraka playing with Tsuya's hair. Okay. Soon they started talking about ordinary things, playing games and listening to each other's stories. It was in the middle of Mina's story about the time she had a break-dancing competition with a monkey and a snake man when Bakugo realized he was smiling. He was having fun. Mitsuki knocked on Inko's door, finding that it was already open. Inko. She gripped her husband's hand as he walked in, turning on the lights. The house was dusty, dirty even. The curtains were drawn and boxes piled up across the wall. Knocking on a bedroom door, she heard a voice call out. Just a second. Inko walked out, a box in her hand, which she placed down on the other boxes. Inko? What are you doing? I'm going to move to America. To be with my husband. What? Why are you moving? So I can be with my husband? He finally found a house where we could both live with enough space for kids. What? What about Izuku? Huh? Izuku? Your son. Inko chuckled, picking up another box. What are you talking about? I don't have a son. Mitsuki stared at Inko, who was smiling sweetly towards the two, albeit with a confused glare etched into her eyes. The couple looked at each other, horror and astonishment layered and transferred to each other. Inko looked genuinely bewildered, placing down the box she held, and walked over to the two, an eyebrow raised. Hey, are you okay? You want some tea or? What do you mean? Your child? Is this some kind of joke? I don't have a kid. What about his room over there? Mitsuki pointed to Izuku's room desperately. Inko turned, chuckled awkwardly and said, That's where Katsuki used to stay when I babysat him. I was going to redecorate it considering he's older now, but I have no reason to. Considering I live here alone, I don't have a lot of stuff. But you don't. You have a kid called Izuku who's been with you for years. If I do, where is he? I haven't had a child stay here in ages. He ran away a few months ago. Inko chuckled, her hand on her hip. She had lost quite a bit of weight, giving her a more curved body. Very funny. Surely you could come up with a better story than that. What about on the news? Izuku was with the big Villian that took out All Might. Wait, you mean that kid Villian? He looks nothing like me or Hisashi. He has black hair and red eyes. Neither of us have that. Plus, neither of us have a quirk like his. His levitation power was exponentially greater than mine. Mitsuki turned to Masaru, in hope of some kind of support. Masaru turned to the photo albums on her desk. What about those? The pictures of that kid. Oh, that? If I remember rightly, that Hisashi's nephew. We don't see him much, which is why all those pictures are ones of him as a toddler. Biba dash. Look, Mitsuki, I have some packing to do. This joke isn't funny, and if there is nothing else you need, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Inko dash. Let's go, Mitsuki. What? I need to talk to you. Mitsuki stole one last look over her shoulder as her husband grasped her hand and led her away gently. She was humming and waving at them. As they left the apartment, Inko sighed. What was that about? Izuku allowed his head to rest softly on the desk. He aimlessly played with the pencil on his desk in boredom. Many of his tasks involved a lot of paperwork, which wasn't too bad when it didn't date back years ago. Neither All for One or Shigaraki seemed like the type to enjoy this kind of thing. The door suddenly burst open at a speed where the wood nearly flew of its hinges. Izuku didn't even need to look up, only raising a hand in a mock wave. Heita. Hey, Izuku. Izuku raised his head, one eyebrow cocked upwards. Izuku? That's not your name. Have you been lying to M-? No, it's just that you usually call me Deku. Oh, you said you didn't like it. I didn't want to offend you. Leaning back in his chair, Izuku sighed. Look, Toga, I told you to . Also, I wanted to call you by your first name too. Of course she did. Toga, I don't mind you calling me Deku or Izuku or whatever. I mean, half the people here call me Deku thanks to that damn cover name Shigaraki gave me. I've been meaning to ask, did you not care for Shigaraki anymore? I mean, you ended him quite easily. Izuku looked at Toga hypocritically, who was now sat on a clear space of his desk. Don't you end people you like? Yeah, but I didn't know any of them for that long. Well, except for that guy in junior high. Izuku ignored the contradictory remark, stretching out his arms and standing up, sitting on a sofa in the corner of the room. Toga followed, perching herself by his side. Well, I cared about the guy, but that doesn't excuse his behavior. He did everything to piss me off. In the beginning and after I got back from training, I managed to tolerate it. I just chalked it up to his childish personality. But he kept on and on and on. Honestly, the whole capture Kaken mission didn't help anything. Toga fiddled with his hair, which he recently re-dyed using Dabi's hair dye, which he totally didn't steal. Okawe, but why did you end him? All for One told me to after he endangered everyone. His jealousy of my new position was his downfall. I was ordered to end him if he became too violent or treacherous. Which he did. Didn't All for One care? Yes and no. I mean, the guy raised him but only as a pawn against All Might. The guy used his only family in his plans. Who's to say he wouldn't use his adoptive kid? That's effed up. Izuku turned to face the girl, who leant her head on his shoulder. Really, you're saying that? Look, Izuku. I end people who I think look great splattered in blood. Kids are a no for me. Guess so. I mean, most villains have their boundaries when it comes to that kind of thing. Even you? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm not going to slaughter everyone if that's what you're asking. Toga giggled, shuffling closer to Izuku and closed her eyes. Suyer, Mr. Genocider. Oh, nicknames now? Great. Toga giggled again. Izuku rolled his eyes and looked at the clock, reading 11 p.m. Izuku sighed, leaning back into the sofa. Toga had fallen asleep quite quickly, still leaning on him. He could use a break. Mitsuki swept down on the mouse, watching the computer screen intently. Masaru was behind her, an amnesiac book in his hands. Mitsuki stopped, eyes moving left and right over an article describing a certain type. Hey, what about this? Masaru turned, walked over to Mitsuki and looked over her shoulder. Dissociative amnesia occurs when a person blocks out certain information, usually associated with a stressful or traumatic event, leaving him or her unable to remember important personal information. Finding out your son is a high-class serial ender and watching him murder the top hero could be classified as stressful, right? Mitsuki whispered. I read about that too. It's more common in women and isn't caused by an injury or illness. They are also more susceptible to depression and anxiety. You don't think? Yeah, she blocked out every memory of her son after watching what he did. Effing hell. Bakugo opened the door to his new dorm room and looked around. It was spacious, coming with its own desk and bed and ensuite bathroom. His stuff was already delivered in boxes which were conveniently labeled clothes, books, etc. As he started to unpack, hang up clothes and put up bookshelves, he heard a faint knock on the door. Bakugo paused, putting down his toolkit which he used for tinkering with his hero costume and went to the door. Swinging it open violently, Bakugo tilted his head in confusion. Round face? Uraraka stood at the door, fidgety and nervous. Gripping the sleeve of her jumper, she looked at Bakugo. Can I talk to you quickly? Okay? Bakugo shoved open the door, allowing Uraraka to come in. She looked around briefly before sitting on the chair, which Bakugo pulled out for her impatiently. Bakugo sat on the bed, hand on his chin as an impatient look spread over his face. Well? Uraraka fumbled over her words, stuttering slightly, before speaking softly. It's about that Izuku guy. Bakugo froze, his muscles tensing as he stared at Uraraka, who wasn't even looking at him. He gritted his teeth, scoffing slightly. If you want me to explain myself, then dash. No. I mean no. What the hell is with you, round face? Why are you so frantic? Uraraka sighed, looking Bakugo in the eye nervously. It was at the training camp. There was a girl there who seemed hell-bent on ending me. Saying it was for Deku. Yeah, you already said that. What I mean is that I'm scared. What? That girl made it clear he wants me dead. He said he wants you dead too. Now, he has an entire organization behind him. Uraraka shook, eyes wide as she gripped her arms tightly. He has every chance to end me. He has every opportunity to do so. That's terrifying. The fact I could walk outside and get stabbed to death at any moment terrifies me. Bakugo watched Uraraka's breathing quicken heavily, eyes pricking with tears. He remained silent, opting to hear her out. I don't want to die yet. I still need to help my family and friends and everyone. I want to save people, which is why I came to you. Uraraka looked up, tears streaming down her face. It was the look in her eyes that shocked Bakugo. Pure, unbridled fear. That was it. He wants you dead too. Probably more than me. How are you not scared of that? It was softly spoken, but still racked with sobs and fear. Bakugo paused, seriously questioning what he was about to do. Huh. Bakugo pulled Uraraka's arm, hugging her, much to her surprise. Bakugo sighed heavily, finally ready to tell someone. I'll be honest. I'm terrified. More than I have ever been. I watched All Might die so easily. Hell, I couldn't beat the weaker version. As Shitty Hair said, we are royally screwed. But I don't have time to be scared all the damn time. I need to get stronger. So I can beat that effa. Uraraka gripping Bakugo's back desperately, sobbing into his shoulder, releasing everything she had held up for the past month. I'm scared, but I need to be stronger. I won't let that little shit intimidate me. If he tries anything, just beat his ass or run. Right. Once again soft but this time, slightly hopeful. Bakugo scoffed, releasing the girl, who also pulled away, wiping her eyes. Thanks, Bakugo. You going to keep sobbing over there? Plus ultra right? Uraraka laughed slightly. That was the most unenthusiastic way to say the school's motto I have ever heard. Well, I'm sorry. I'm not really a comforting person. No, you kinda do the opposite. Fight me. You're the one that said it. Whatever, if you're feeling better, get the F out. Yeah, I think I'm feeling a bit better. I'll leave you to unpack. Oh, and round face. Say a word and your room is going to need more than air conditioning to keep it cool. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, and Bakugo. What now? Thanks. That's when my dad came in and gave that monkey that a piece of his mind. Anyway, never lost a break-dancing battle after that. Mina posed dramatically on the coffee table. Kirishima and Denki were clapping frantically, with Denki wiping a mock tear from his eyes. Beautiful. Ida stood up, also clapping, but high above his head. Truly a story of a parental bond and growth. Thanks, Ida. Who's going to go next? I'll go. Siro stood, swapping places with Mina. Uraraka chuckled. It had been a few hours after her discussion with Bakugo, meaning it was around midnight now. It was a Friday, so no teachers really cared. Todoroki already went to sleep and Mineta had been put in timeout. Others were wandering or training, leaving around 13 students in the living area, talking about past childhood stories. So, when I first got my quirk, I really wanted to imitate Spider-Man. I mean, I did the hand gestures and everything. What AFNWB? Mina called from the kitchen, grabbing a bottle of water before returning to her spot. So I was stood on my bunk bed. I planned to jump off and swing to the other side of the room. But I didn't realize I was on the top bunk. So I jumped and smacked my head on the ceiling. How the hell? Denki sputtered out, the sudden change in the story earning a light chuckle out of most of the group. Hey Bakugo! Kirishima yelled. F faces. Bakugo said, as if acknowledging their presence. You done packing? Jiro said, not even looking up while tuning her guitar. What's it to you? Anyway. Siro yelled, arms folded. After I smacked my head, I fell of my bed and onto the ground on a shit ton of Lego. Needless to say, my dad was in fits, while my mum was unimpressed. You got better though, Spider Boy. Gee, thanks. K, who's next? That's it. Mina said. Yeah, what's that supposed to dash? I vote Bakugo. Kirishima raised his hand, excitedly, with Denki following suit. Yeah. What the F dash, shitty hair? Bakugo had jumped over the back of the seat and sat next to Kirishima. Bakugo slapped him slightly on the arm, earning a whine from the redhead. We know, literally, Jack's hit about you. It would be nice to know something. Seriously, you haven't told us about you as a child, like, at all. For good reason, Pikachu. Denki looked to the ground defeatedly, where Kirishima continued. We just want to know more about you. Bakugo looked over the sea of curious faces, before sighing, gripping the bridge of his nose. Well, the F, do you want to know? The group was stunned, before looking at each other excitedly, all discussing what they should ask him. How about you and Izuku? Bakugo froze, looking over to the hallway. Mineta! What are you doing? Back to the corner with thee. Mina yelled, chasing the purple grape around the room, who screamed pathetically. We all want to know. Mineta yelled when he was caught by Siro. Bakugo looked at the ground, thinking deeply before breathing heavily. I've known the guy since we were toddlers. The entire group froze and stared at Bakugo in shock. Bakugo rolled his eyes, clearing his throat. One by one, they began to sit down, listening to Bakugo. Kirishima was more hesitant, Hey, you sure you're okay to tell us? You're going to keep asking, might as well say now to avoid your annoying asses asking all the damn time. Right. Anyway, he always looked up to heroes and shit. He wanted to be one for as long as I can remember. Though that wasn't possible because the little shit was quirkless. No one spoke, only listened in on Bakugo as he began to describe their childhood. All the adventures they had, the heroes he admired and everything up to junior high before he paused. Junior high was where shit went severely wrong. There was an incident where he almost got me ended. Don't ask because I won't tell. After that, he became more distant which, I guess pissed me of more. You know where that lead. Then one day he disappeared. No word or warning, just left without a word. Bakugo sighed, gripping his arms slightly which he hoped no one saw. The memories flooded back to him like a rainfall. That's about it. Anything else? Everyone was silent, even Mineta who had been tied up by Zero. They looked at each other in awe and unsurety of what to do next. Kirishima patted Bakugo's back before speaking up. I think that's enough for today. Let's call it a night. Yeah, sure. Bakugo said, being the first to stand and walk out the room, swiftly opening the door and walking away. Uraraka looked at the doorway, sighing slightly. That was more than enough for today, that was for sure. Izuku woke to a hand shaking him on the shoulder. Izuku shot up immediately, wiping his eyes in an attempt to reclaim any energy he had left. In front of him was Dabi, holding a collection of folders. Dabi? Shit, what time is it? 5:30. You seem to have had a good sleep. Dabi indicated to the sleeping girl on his shoulder, who had curled up slightly, peacefully dreaming of murder. Izuku sighed, tell me about it. What do you want? Bunch of documents the bar guy wanted me to give you. Been spending a lot of time there, I? Sakedi dash dot. Izuku laughed, taking the documents with his telekinetic quirk and placing it on the desk. Dabi frowned. Couldn't you have taken it like a normal person? Well, sure then. Let me move the murderous teenager of my chest and let her have a go at you. Dabi rolled his eyes, briskly walking out the room. Izuku yawned, taking the phone out his pocket and going through his contacts. He turned the brightness down as to not wake Toga. Because Lord knows, you shouldn't do that if you want to keep all your fingers. Most texts were about results from missions. Nothing much of interest. The blonde girl on his shoulder began to stir, lifting her head slightly, looking Izuku in the eye. She had a half-lidded expression, mainly due to her just waking up. Morning. Toga mumbled a morning before shuffling her head slightly, trying to block out the sunshine that was just pouring in. Izuku pushed Toga slightly, much to her disappointment, earning Izuku a small whine. Laying her across the sofa, Izuku stretched his back out and went to the papers Dabi had given him. Was that? Toga mumbled, peeling herself of the sofa, rubbing her eyes. More contacts associated with U.A. More? Why? Because. Izuku turned round, putting his hand on her head. We need the best chance we can get. Can't you teleport us in, get information, then leave? Yes, that's what we will do. Then dash. I'll tell you later. I've got stuff to do. Izuku kissed her forehead briefly before leaving. Oh, she called half delirious. Wait, what? Was followed by a large crash. Bakugo laid on his bed, aimlessly thinking as the minutes ticked by. He had unpacked his belongings, organizing the room to an OCD standard, with everything to the perfection of a freshly built house. Bakugo picked up his phone, scrolling through social media and online news, in an attempt to find something to do. He was unable to sleep, the evening's discussion weighing heavily on his mind. He realized he would have to tell them at some point, he just didn't realize how difficult it was to open up to them, especially about his past. It's not like he had a hard childhood. It was more that his childhood self was utterly disgusting to say the least. Knowing what happened in the future, he realized how effed up his way of thinking was. But he couldn't change anything now. It's funny. He always came back to that thought when his mind wandered. However, like Uraraka said, Izuku wants him dead. He tried and ended All Might in the process. He was merciless, that was for sure. All Might. He gave his power to him when he was on the verge of death, telling him to talk to Gran Torino. Only issue was that he had no idea where he was, grieving maybe. This power, it broke his hand when he used it. Into splinters going by the X-ray. He needed to find Gran Torino. He needed to control whatever this power was. Hell, he didn't really know what the power could do, only that it was powerful and could be passed down. It was safe to assume it was tied to All for One, considering the big villain guy passed his quirk down to Izuku. But how? How were they connected? He didn't tell anyone about this power, and no one asked. It's possible no one knew, like it was masked from the view of the broadcast. It was probably better. Lord knows he would be targeted if this got out. Bakugo sat up and went to the kitchen to grab a bottle of water. When he arrived, he found the kitchen light was on, with the door open leaving light to pour into the corridor. Curious, Bakugo silently pushed the door open wider. Inside there was a boy sat on the counter, staring back at him. For F's sake. Kirishima yawned, entering the dorms, wiping his head from the sweat that had accumulated on his forehead from his run. It was around 2 a.m., which was quite late to go for a run. Honestly, he wanted to clear his head from what happened about an hour ago, with Bakugo revealing what he had done. So he went on a run around the building a few times. That's usually what he did if he was troubled. Walking to the kitchen, he saw Bakugo standing outside the door, eyes wide. "Hey Bakugo, what are you doing? Why are you still up?" Bakugo turned suddenly, a frantic look layered over his face. Kirishima paused, a few feet away from him. "Hey, is something W-? And here I thought I wouldn't have to see any of you." Kirishima whirled around to see a familiar set of ruby eyes staring back. Bakugo turned back to the kitchen quickly, then back at Kirishima, surprised. "Hey guys. Let's go to the kitchen for a sec." Izuku sat on the counter, fiddling with a knife casually. Bakugo locked the door behind him, preventing anyone walking in. Kirishima was less casual, his quirk activated the entire time. "What the hell are Y-? I wouldn't yell if I were you. It's quite easy to blow up a place like this." Seriously, what were they thinking, huddling all the students into one vulnerable place? "What are you doing here, Midoriya?" Izuku sputtered, turning to Bakugo who had sat at one of the tables. "Seriously? Geez, what changed you so quickly? Maybe I don't want to die." "Tushi." Kirishima stared at Bakugo, before sitting down next to him, deactivating his quirk. "Good boys. Now, since I'm not exactly planning on ending you to today, I will let you go alive if you don't tell anyone about this," Izuku said, smiling. Bakugo shivered. His smile felt like 100 spiders crawling up the depths of your spine, all scratching on every vertebrae and tugging at every ligament. "Anyway, to answer your question, Kaken, I'm here regarding business." "Business? Fill in the blanks, you're smart." Bakugo paused, thinking over his words, before allowing his eyes to open widely. "You're going to attack UA again?" Kirishima stared at Bakugo, shock enveloping his face. "Well done. You want a gold star? What? Why?" "Well, Kirishima, that would spoil the fun. Besides, even if I tell you..." Izuku's smile morphed into a malicious grin. "You can't stop us." Kirishima's mouth was wide open, shaking slightly as Izuku approached them, his posture accentuating his confident persona. "Remember, you tell anyone and people will find your eyeless corpses wash up on the riverbank. Oh, and Kaken." He was practically toying with them, his never-ending smile shaking the two to their core. Izuku got extremely close to Bakugo's ear, causing his entire body to instinctively tense up. "How lucky are you that All Might died for your sake? Enjoy his power while you can." Bakugo's eyes watered at the edges as he sat unblinking, unbreathing and scared. Izuku smiled, stepped back, giving the two boys a wave, before vanishing away. Bakugo breathed out heavily, coughing slightly. Kirishima patted his back, he himself shaking rather violently. Bakugo lay his head on the table, gripping his chest, eyes enlarged which watered relentlessly. It was the second time that Izuku had randomly shown up to talk to him. But, hell, it got worse. "I'm telling you, he just kissed me out of nowhere." "Okay, why should I care?" "Because I need emotional support right now." "Hey Adabi Toga. Why is Toga crying?" Spinner entered the room, adjusting his bandana slightly as he entered. Because I am mentally confused. Same. I am never confused. Twice appeared behind Spinner, posing dramatically. Twice. What should I do? I have no idea what you are talking about. Kill it. Dabi chuckled. I severely doubt that will happen. Are you going to explain this? Compress proclaimed as him and Magna entered the room together. Apparently Izuku kissed her or some shit. Not apparently. He did. Well, that's quite the power move, eh? Muscular said quite loudly, to be honest. Please be quiet. Compress said, adjusting his hat. Hey Toga, are you still freaking out about that? Everyone in the Vanguard Action Squad whirled to find Izuku, now stood behind his desk, grinning slightly. Izuku, when did Y dash? Izuku, what was that earlier? Izuku laughed, patting Toga's head before stepping forward, completely ignoring her statement. Thanks for coming, guys. I think you know why I called you all here. Compress stepped forward, handing him a few papers. Is it about the mission you asked me to plan? Izuku grasped the paper, looking over them while talking. Yeah. We are going to infiltrate U.A. Dabi took a paper from the desk that Izuku had just placed down. Yeah, you mentioned something about this at the bar. Precisely, we need information on U.A. Namely the students and teachers. That's what we are going to do. Muscular tilted his head slightly. We? Yeah, all of you are going. I will also be going. Why are you going this time? Magna said, confused. This is an extremely important mission. I don't doubt your abilities in the slightest, but we are going into a facility with some of the best heroes. However, this is also our best chance to infiltrate. Because All Might is dead. Compress said, pointing to a section on the papers, describing the layout of U.A.'s building plans. Izuku nodded at his action. Exactly, they will be panicking about a new symbol of peace to go against me. They will be distracted. Which allows for a more successful infiltration. Correct. By the way, where is Kurogiri? Everyone turned around, noticing how the misty barman was nowhere to be found. Spinner rubbed his head. Yeah, where is that guy? Whatever, he's probably still sulking about Shigaraki. Muscular said, arms raised into a position of, who cares? Right? When you leave, someone go check on him for me. Izuku said, a concerned look in his eyes. I will. Spinner raised his hand. Thanks, Spinner. Anyway, Compress and I will hack into the database. Dabi and Toga, you two will examine any files in the teacher's lounge. How the hell are we getting in there? I can mask your appearance for around 5 minutes. You will use that to take pictures of important files. I will tell you later who to focus on. However, it won't mask your voice or breathing. You will need to be extremely quiet. Got it? Magna and Twice, you will focus on the U.A. dorms. Find out about the student schedules and how heavily guarded it is in the morning. I will give you a map of the layout I drew when I went there. You must be extremely secretive, as the students will be present. Twice, use your quirks to make clones of students if necessary. Do not get caught or you may put us all at risk. Right. Understood. What are we doing? Muscular. You are going to work as our guard. You are going to keep an eye out at the entrance of U.A. and alert us if there are any teachers or police entering. Since you have the most endurance, you are the best option. Can I end anyone if they come near? Izuku paused, looking over his notes, then nodded. Only if you have to. Do not draw attention to yourself. Right. Since Kurogiri probably won't be coming, you will all need to be more on guard than ever. I can teleport us out, but it will take a while, so that will be a worst-case scenario. We leave on Sunday at 7 a.m. Since it's a weekend, U.A. won't be as alert as they think we are targeting students. Be prepared. That's about it. Any questions? Everyone looked at each other before smiling. What? It's just we are happy you are coming on a mission with us for once. Spinner smiled. Izuku chuckled, placing the papers down, looking at the group. Me too. So, how about a drink? Twice exclaimed. Hell yes. Kirishima was sat in Bakugo's room. Bakugo was pacing back and forth and Kirishima was sat on his bed, shaking slightly. The encounter with Izuku was enough to freak the both of them out. his confidence, his quirk, and his influence. His threat wasn't a half-ass scare. It was like a dictator threatening a peasant. Hey Bakugo. What the hell do we do? Bakugo paused, shaking his head. I don't know. He's going to attack UA for God's sake. He was able to end All Might. How the hell can we stop him? Bakugo's rant continued, as he ran his hand over his face. I don't know, Kirishima. First, the shit with All for One, now this. He has an entire association behind him while we have half-dead heroes and a bunch of kids. What the hell can we do? Kirishima's head bowed. I don't know either. He made it clear that he would end us if we talked. Even with a hero's protection, it wouldn't be enough against a damn SS-rank villain. Look, I won't pretend that I have an idea of what to do, because I don't. I really don't. Bakugo let his hands fall down to his side, as he collapsed next to Kirishima. I can't effing do this again. What? I nearly effing died last time he attacked us. All Might died protecting me. He's ended so many people and that's before he got that FANG quirk. I can't effing do this. Bakugo raised his arm over his face as he lay down on his bed. I have to stop him but I can't. I'm the reason he's like this and now people are dead because of it. The heroes, citizens, All Might. It's all my effing fault. Kirishima sat awkwardly unable to find words to speak, before pulling on his shoulders, lifting him up to his eye level. He had no idea how to do this but effing hell he was going to try. Don't talk like that. He became a villain by his own decision. Maybe what you may or may not have done influenced his choice, but does that matter anymore? You can't change what you did, but you can redeem yourself for it. Beat that motherfucker for all those who died for him. Bakugo stared Kirishima in the eye, his eyes watering slightly. Don't blame yourself for what he did. Kirishima pulled Bakugo into a hug as he quietly sobbed into his shoulder. Bakugo never really spoke about his feelings, which was quite obvious to everyone around him. For that reason, he didn't really know how to deal with overwhelming guilt. Kirishima knew this. They were similar in that sense. Toga walked out the bar, swaying slightly. FING hell. I am never having a shot competition with twice ever again. She stumbled slightly, gripping the wall as she walked down the corridor. You doing all right? Toga whirled around to see Izuku standing in the doorway, watching as Toga struggled to walk in a straight line with a grin on his face. Ha ha, are you going to help me or not? Izuku chuckled, walking up to Toga, putting her arm around his shoulder as he helped her down the corridor. How come you aren't stumbling? Unlike you, I didn't have 12 Jaeger bombs. Gee, thanks for the reminder. Where the F are we going? To your room so you can rest. No, I don't wanna. Toga said, shifting her weight backward, causing the two to nearly trip up. Jesus Christ. Izuku said, using his quirk to catch her. Izuku grabbed her, pulling her up, instead now carrying her. Put me down. Not going to happen. As they were walking, Toga started to close her eyes, leaning against Izuku's chest as she passed out. Guess it's good we aren't going tomorrow. I'm not taking 6 hungover villains on an infiltration mission. Izuku sighed, briskly walking to the blonde's room as to not have her throw up on him. He would have teleported but teleporting after a drink or two definitely wasn't a good idea. Hey, and real quick, so I was tagged and that will be at the end of the story. Also thank you to Shorty-chan for the fan art which is the photo at the top. Thanks again and enjoy. Spinner ran back and forth, searching room after room in search of Kurogiri. It was the morning after the drinking party, which meant they were leaving tomorrow, meaning the search for the purple bartender was all the more necessary. He questioned people as they ran, most shaking their head and apologizing. Usually he stayed at the bar or walking around the complex. That or training Izuku with his new quirk, with progress slowing with the amount of work Izuku had to get done. Kurogiri? Where are you? Try as he might, Spinner had no idea where he had gone, and with a tinge of a hangover throbbing in his head, he was losing motivation to keep looking. Spinner? Spinner turned to see Izuku, walking through the massive room which contained boxes of supplies. Izuku approached him, eyebrow raised slightly. I didn't expect to see you yelling so early in the morning. How's your headache? It's fine, how about you? I'm okay. Unlike twice over there, I didn't try and chug 4 liters of vodka. I'm surviving. Twice yelled, slurring and muffled as he was face down in a box of packing peanuts. I'm sure his liver is having a field day. Anyway, you looking for Kurogiri? Yeah, I've looked everywhere and I can't seem to find him. I know. After taking Toga back, I went to have a look and didn't see him. If he has left, it could prove extremely dangerous. What do you mean? Consider this. What if he went and gave Heroes information? To get back at me for ending Shigaraki. He knows the hideout's location and its main members. That could be catastrophic to us. He wouldn't do that. Considering what I did, I wouldn't be surprised. He cared for Shigaraki, remember? In any case, I'll need to assign some people to look for him. I would do it myself, but I don't consider this a single-day job. Izuku huffed, rubbing the back of his neck, cracking it slightly. Spinner looked at the ground. Sorry I couldn't find him. I will do better next time. What? No. Don't worry about it. If he left, it can't be helped. It's not your fault, I'm the one that ended Shigaraki. Izuku turned, walking past twice, patting him on the back, which earned him a tired groan. I'll look over our available members of the trailing squad. Thanks for looking for him. Izuku walked away, weaving between mountains of boxes and vehicles. Some people came up to him, asking him what that was about, to which Izuku replied, nothing to be concerned about. If he was going to contain this, he had to keep everyone calm. Picking up his phone, he dialed Giran, who picked up with a cough. Jusqu'au. How you been? Izuku leaned against the wall, phone pressed to his ear as he gave gestures to people, telling them where to put crates. Good, hey I have a question, well 2 actually. Go on. You know where Kurogiri is? Wow, lost one already? And no can't say I do. Figures. Okay, when are you free next? Not until next week. Why? I want you to put some newbies into training, like you did with me. Izuku swiveled his head to see Compress, pointing to a planning room. Nodding, he lifted up a finger, indicating him to wait a minute. That desperate? No, it's more like the more we have the better. Well, do they have potential? I'll let you be the judge of that. Fine, bring them here next Friday. Got it. Talk to you later, Giran. Yeah, see ya. Izuku switched his phone off and made his way to the planning room. He had asked Compress to design a strategy of sorts in his place. A few tweaks and they would be ready. Bakugo, I have an idea. Kirishima and Bakugo had been talking for a few hours about what happened with Izuku, meaning it was early morning. Bakugo had recovered from his little breakdown and Kirishima didn't bring it back up. What if we stop Izuku ourselves? Are you a effing idiot? No, I'm Kirishima. Kirishima said, chuckling with an over-exaggerated pose. Bakugo punched him in the arm, scowling. You know what I meant. Look, he never said we couldn't stop him. He just said we couldn't tell anyone. If we stop him without telling anyone, we could still save the school. For one, we'd have no backup. 2, he has an entire organization with him. 3, we can't use out quirks and 4, do you want to die? So we should just sit and wait for the school to be attacked. I don't think so. Okay, shitty hair. When is he going to attack? That dash. On Sunday. At 7 a.m. Bakugo and Kirishima froze, a ghostly voice permeating the walls of his room. Hey Bakugo, aren't the walls soundproof? That isn't a student. Shut the hell up. Bakugo hissed, now stood searching the room. Bakugo! Kirishima yelled, now pointing behind him. Bakugo whirled around to see a ghostly, purple man stood behind him. They will attack UA on Sunday at 7 a.m. Why are you dash? Kirishima was now stood, taking tentative steps closer to Bakugo. Not that it mattered, because in a matter of seconds, he was gone. Through the window into the barely lit streets. Bakugo and Kirishima looked at each other, both lost for words. Does that answer your question? Hey Compress, tell me why we are leaving at 7 a.m.? Not really a morning person, you know. Twice yawned, walking into the office, a gun poking out of his pocket. Compress looked him up and down. I doubt you need that. You're going to a school dorm, not a shootout. Fine. He said, placing the gun on Izuku's desk, only to pick it up with his other hand. You never know. And we need to be there while the heroes are doing their work. They usually meet at night, when they think we will attack. Also, so you actually get out of bed for once? Izuku said, tossing a knife to Spinner. Jesus! Can you stop popping up everywhere? Hey, it's convenient. You all ready? Up. Time to end some hoes. Toga said, a wide smile etched onto her face. Okay, we will meet at the alley near the park at 10 a.m. Understood? A loud cry of right echoed throughout the room. All right then. Good luck. Izuku clicked his fingers, creating pools of gray to erupt in the room. Everyone nodded, running into their respective pool, disappearing into the murky liquid. Twice and Magna landed on the roof of the dorms, both ducking down quickly. Twice, you got the flare. Izuku had instructed them to release a flare if they were caught, which Izuku would respond to by teleporting them out. Yeah, no. Twice took the flare gun and passed it at Magna, as his pocket had an actual gun. Alright, you have a clone, right? Twice nodded, concentrating, making a young girl pop out. Toga gave me her DNA to replicate. Her name is Uraraka. Actually, it's Achiko. Oh, it's actually round face. Got it? Use her to look at the more public areas. According to Compress, they were going on a shopping trip of sorts, but there may be some lurkers. Keep an eye out. I'll start by the boys' rooms. I'll go to the girls'. Radio me if you need help. Right. After that, the two went their separate ways down separate sets of stairs. The Uraraka clone went to the living area to find any indications of their routines or daily life. Dabi and Toga landed in a UA classroom, which was dark and empty. Using his quirk, Dabi got his bearings, looking at his surroundings and what floor he was on. Looks like we are on the 4th floor or so. The teacher's lounge is on the 6th floor, right? Yeah, we need to radio Izuku when we get close. Then we have 5 minutes to look around. Why didn't they send twice? He can make a clone of the teachers and get in easier, right? Well, he isn't exactly the most composed person, is he? Anyway, I have a little blood of a teacher. Izuku said he got it when he was questioning him about the USJ. But I only have enough for about 15 minutes at most. It's better than nothing. The two left the room quietly, repeatedly checking hallways as they move, noticing no teachers or students as they ran silently. Compress, Izuku and Muscular stood at UA's entrance. Izuku stood, looking at the school that towered over them. Muscular, find cover in a tree or something. It will act as a good outlook as well. If there are 1 or 2 students trying to enter, feel free to stop them. If it is a group of teachers, notify me immediately. Got it? Though if anyone sees me, I will end them. Sure, try and stay as incognito as you can though. Come on, Compress. What about the security systems? Don't worry, I talked with Spinner yesterday about sending them to the security room. He should have deactivated it by now. I wondered why you didn't assign him a place. He should be meeting us as the informatics room. I teleported us there directly, but security around that is especially sensitive. It's the same around the teacher's lounge. Which is why you didn't teleport then there directly? Correct. Izuku and Compress walked through the 1st floor, noting which lights were on and which were off. They would have about 1 hour maximum until someone discovered the security was down, or when the system rebooted. After that they would need to leave, so no one was caught. The informatics room was on the 3rd floor, which was heavily monitored by cameras. Cameras which weren't connected to the security systems, but rather the informatics room, as the data from them were considered valuable. This meant they had to delete the feed as well as hack into the database, which Izuku assumed would take Compress a while to do. Izuku walked up the stairs, peering around the corner, in an attempt to be secretive. Izuku, what is the point of being so secretive? Why don't you teleport us straight to the room now? I'm not completely used to all for one's power. It took a lot of energy to send everyone to separate locations. I can't use all of my energy, just in case we are caught. Understood. After clarifying the absence of people, the two walked up the stairs to find the informatics room. Bakugo, you see anyone? No. Hold on, why are we just standing outside of the path? What if they already went in? I don't know. Why don't you go check the entrance? Why me? Kirishima, your quirk is more defensive than mine. Guess you're too scared then. Bakugo stormed down the path, leading to UA's entrance. He was way too easy to figure out. Bakugo looked around at the windows and doors. What the hell? I don't see anyone. Kirishima frowned, walking up to Bakugo, looking around. I mean, we did just get here. What time is it now? Kirishima looked at his phone, looking at the time that was blaring at his face. 7:30? You think they already went in? Shit. Bakugo ran to the entrance, only to find the doors unlocked. That was weird. The security systems should have locked it for the weekend. Bakugo! Bakugo was pushed forcefully out the way by Kirishima, as a large earthquake-like force knocked the two back. Bakugo coughed, shaking his head with Kirishima sitting up next to him. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dirt and dust. As it cleared, a muscular figure stood in the rubble, his fist clenched as he lifted it from the ground. His body pulsed, his skin seemingly squirming. After a few seconds, Bakugo realized the skin was actually muscle which strained against an extreme amount of pressure. He stood, shaking his arms slightly as a malicious grin erupted on his face. How lucky am I? A few civilians had gathered around, staring at the pile of dust that had exploded in UA's center. A few whispers spread over the crowd, mostly about how it may be a Villian. After that, many ran from the site, where some stayed to see what would happen. The blonde, muscular man walked up to the two students. I was given permission to end students, but I didn't think I would see any here. Bakugo and Kirishima stood, using each other for support. You're the one who ended Koda. Oh, it's you. Bakugo, was it? The one who got All Might ended. Bakugo tensed, staring at the man who rolled his shoulders mocking him. Bakugo, we need to go now, Kirishima said, taking a few steps back, slightly intimidated by the man. Yeah, the name's Bakugo. Bakugo looked at him, hatred enveloping his face. And I didn't end All Might. That was your beach of a boss. Muscular tilted his head, before laughing loudly. Man, he was right about you. That unwarranted confidence. Look, you have a problem with Izuku, take it up with him. I just want to end. With that in mind, let me end ya. Izuku froze as a loud rumble shook the school. He turned to see a large pillar of dust erupting high into the air. Looks like someone is already here. Izuku picked up the radio, switching it on quickly. Guys, it looks like Muscular saw someone. He's fighting them now. Looks like our time here is going to be a little shorter. Responded, his voice masked slightly by static. We just arrived at the teacher's lounge. Go ahead and mask us. Got it? Remember, be silent. I'll keep you notified. Izuku shut his eyes, focusing his attention onto Dabi and Toga, and released that focus high up to the two. What the F just hit us? You should be masked now. Go! Izuku leant against the wall, breathing heavily. Compress walked up to him. Hey, you okay? Yeah. Just a little overworked is all. Guys! The two whirled around to see Spinner running up to them. I got the informatics room open, it's just down this hall. Compress, you go ahead. I need a second. Yeah, see you there. Compress ran off with Spinner, leaving Izuku a moment to regain his energy. Using this many quirks consecutively was extremely draining, especially since he didn't have the quirk for that long. Swaying slightly, he stumbled his way to the room. God, I hope you can hold them off, Muscular. Dabi and Toga entered the room, opening the door very slightly to see if there were any teachers, which there weren't. Dabi indicated to the file drawer, which Toga nodded at. They could see each other, so they could only trust that they were invisible to everyone else. Toga walked over to a bookshelf, which contained folders and books, which she looked over. Dabi opened the file drawer and saw many files documenting the various classes. Dabi looked at the older years first, taking photos of the more powerful ones, like a boy named Mirio, who was the closest to being the top hero even including pro heroes. That would probably be important to Izuku. Toga, meanwhile, was looking at files which talked about the teachers. There was information talking about Eraserhead, a hero whose quirk could disable someone's quirk, which could be bad for someone like Dabi, who relies heavily on his quirk. There was also Nizu, the headmaster who was regarded as the smartest being in the world. That could be dangerous. Very dangerous. Izuku opened the door to the informatics room, only to find Spinner and Compress standing over a monitor, a shocked expression on their face. What? You may want to look at this. Izuku went over to the monitor, which displayed some kind of camera feed. This was already on when we got here. It's so they can monitor the school. Izuku stared at the screen, frowning slightly. The feed showed Bakugo and Kirishima stood before Muscular. Well, can't say I didn't expect it. What do you mean? Why do you think I had Muscular be our guard? Because he's the most durable? Yes, which means he stands the best chance against attackers. You mean? I knew they would come, that's why I had Muscular there. I only hope he doesn't end Bakugo first, if he does at all. Why? Seeing his best friend die in front of him would be quite the punch to the gut, don't you think? Red flashes were interrupted, but
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.